How do, folks? Good morning, America. Good afternoon, Europe. Well, what time is it over there in Australia land, or at least close to it, Danny?
It's 3 in the morning.
Well done for staying up, Australia. And New Zealand. Normally I say that to Australia, but for today we have New Zealander Danny Duchamp, or Duchamp. How do you pronounce it?
Close enough.
That's how you pronounce it? I don't understand.
Yes,
You're
like
losing me here.
Duchamp.
Duchamp.
Yes, he's French.
It's French. It's very nice. I
Mm.
like. So yeah, we're just starting up the house on a Friday. I know you're all going to be freaking out because it's sometimes on a Saturday, sometimes on a Friday. I'm a changeable guy. I keep you on your toes, isn't it? Is that a bad thing? Shut up.
No,
Anyway,
it's a good thing.
yeah. So we have had somewhat of a week, haven't we, Liz?
Yeah.
It's been obviously we have been sort of like having great fun with the feminist message to feminists. I don't know anybody who hasn't done a video at this point. Is there anyone who hasn't?
Chris and Pug haven't, but they don't make YouTube videos. But that's about it.
They don't do YouTube.
They don't do the YouTubes. But
That-
even some people that don't do the YouTubes have been borrowing other people's channels to do so.
It's been a wacky one, hasn't it? What's the one that you've enjoyed most?
Oh god.
I have to ask the difficult questions.
Actually, I liked Kazoom Fowlers because it was just a nonsensical, whatever that word is. Nonsense. I can't say that word.
Nonsensical?
Yeah, thank you. Nonsensical
What I'm here
ramble
for.
as a way to show how ridiculous it was in a way of, yeah, nobody's going to see this. Like, the real people that should be looking at this aren't going to, in his opinion. So I thought that that was funny. And but then he did turn around and do a message to skeptics on top of it all. So I thought that his way of handling it without being a total dickhead was pretty cool because he wanted to be a total dickhead.
He
Other
has a
than
certain
that,
way about him, isn't he?
yeah, he's a very interesting man. But then I think the other favorite would have to be, I can't say his name either, and this is driving me nuts. The Egypt,
Edgy.
edgy, yeah, edgy. Yeah, and he was just pretty good, and it was a very clean one. And there's a cat clawing at me.
Greetings, Blackbird 7958. Greetings, Helena Handbasket. Welcome. If any of you guys would like to come in and have a chat to myself, Danny, Liz, or Pug, if I wouldn't recommend it, but still, if you do, you can just have a look at that little thing there in the bottom right-hand corner there. That is at RSOLGTP. Send me a little message, give us a follow, and I will give you a holler in a DM with the Hangout link. You behave yourself, and I don't block you, then we'll be fine. So we're basically discussing, obviously, the message to feminists and also the not so much popular message to skeptics, which I think is somewhat of an interesting thing that's gone on, really. It's interesting for me to note that it's very easy for us to point out the problems within the feminist community and to say to them, guys, you need to have a little look at yourselves. And as you said, Liz, maybe we want to maybe have a little look. I reiterated myself with a small message saying it is very easy to ask somebody to come and to look at themselves. A little harder to do. And I've found that to be so in this case. Not so many have wanted to actually pop themselves out there.
Well, the few that did, I was really happy to see that even just a few did, because A, I suck at passing on hashtags. I just do. And B, people normally don't want to take a look at themselves, and I do challenge people constantly to try to think outside the box, like with the example of your statements about how we streamed last night. So this is stream go to bed stream on my channel, and then on here, I'm dead. But the whole thing about, I was gonna go be like point out all the racist crap Black Lives Matter we're doing, and Robin had to point out, going, by the way, Milo wants this kind of attention, and he perpetuated this by baiting them. And it's like, yes, it didn't take much to bait them, but he wants this reaction. He wants people to storm the stage. That's another paycheck for him. That's another hit piece for him. That's more airtime for him. And it's like, so yeah, you got it. Whoa, cat! What the fuck? Sorry, guys. And with that going on, it's like, oh yeah, you got to take a step back and look at the full picture. Then it was still fun to make fun of everybody. It's just, yeah, make fun of everybody with that in mind. And
Well, I just want to say, like, with Milo, he was encouraging, I think, to some extent. He was looking, or at least looking for that kind of reaction. I don't want to say though that it's because he's looking for the paycheck. It's possible, but you don't have to be as cynical. He could be actually trying to get attention to it because he believes in what he's doing.
oh, I'm not saying he's
thinks
not
that like
believing
the
in what
movement
he's
is
doing.
important.
I'm not saying he's not believing what he's doing, but he is an entertainer, first and foremost.
He is
And he is trying to get a
self-professed provocateur. And I mean, what do you do when somebody, it's like don't feed the trolls, isn't it?
Yeah, he is a self-professed provocateur. The question is just whether he's doing that to entertain and to make a paycheck primarily, or if his primary thing is because he actually wants to make some kind of a social change and he's using his entertainment to do that.
It's probably both. It's my general opinion, is it's both. And there's nothing really wrong with it, in my opinion. It's not saying anything bad about the guy. It's just pointing out that, by the way, this is an intended byproduct of what he's been doing.
Well, a decent change as such is something that is at least has some sort of peace agreement at the end. If you're just looking for perpetual war, for example, which I would suspect Milo of, I've seen and I know a few people in Gamergate that have worked with him, and his interest in finding some sort of peace accord, some sort of agreement, didn't really seem to be on the horizon for him. I would suggest that there are a contingent within, say, GG, for example, that were looking to push some sort of culture war.
Yeah.
And you wonder why I say the only way to world peace is if there's no people.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution, Pug. Yes, Liz was the person who started the Message to Skeptics conversationalist. Guys, by the way, if you would like to have just a simple link to the live chat so you don't have to worry about the actual video popping up in front of you, there it is. And that just makes it easier. We do have people who like to have a little talk themselves in the bottom there. So,
I'll be right back. I have to go deal with my cats and turn up my mic. And my cats are being assholes, so I will be right back.
I hope Liz is a bit louder for you guys so you can hear her better. I believe me and Danny are probably taking up most of this one. And then we have Justin. How you doing, Justin? You are incredibly quiet, my friend. Is there any way you can bring your volume up, dude?
Is that any better?
Hardly. I'm going to up your V's. Let's see if that works. Say something.
Hello.
That's going to have to do. That's about right for everybody, I would assume.
I still haven't heard shit.
Well, you're going to have to turn him up yourself, mate.
Quiet.
Yeah, you're going to have to turn him up yourselves, guys. If you use the Hangout sidebar there, go to the Hangout toolbox and you can turn him up yourself. Everybody else can hear him, just not you. So Helena Hambasket says, true, RE Milo and baiting. That guy T, Blackbird 7958, was the person who started hashtag message for feminists, or message to feminists. Liz here decided to produce Message to Skeptics as not so much of a retort as Message to Feminism, but somewhat of a, if anything, a proof of concept. If we can do it, you can do it. That sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I saw all that.
Ah, there you go. Now you're uber loud. Let's bring you back down to normal levels.
Sorry, it's been a while since I've used the mic.
It's okay. You sound lovely now, mate.
Thank you.
Oh, who's this other guy that just jumped in?
Well, that's no way to greet people.
Hi, guy.
Hello.
New guy.
This is Justin. Why don't you tell everybody your credentials?
Oh jeez. Justin was a GG, sort of bowed out of it a little while ago. Write for Metal Eater, currently writing novel, etc., etc.
Metal Eater is a magazine that I believe I believe Leanna Kay used to work there, wasn't it?
She did, yes.
So
But she's long gone now, I do believe.
she's working for the Escapists now, isn't it?
She
Or-
was. I think she got the boot from there when the cuts kicked in.
Oh, there's been cuts at the Escapists. Oh, tell Uncle Bob.
I
Come and sit on my knee. We've got a story here.
I didn't keep too much about this, but there are a few people that I think got the cut from it, and Leanna, I think, was one, but I've not kept up too much with it because she and I haven't spoken in quite a while.
Okay. If her facts are correct, then she doesn't pass off her satire as factual. I have no issue with that. Milo and Silverman both tug at the was it the Overton window?
The Overton window, it's sort of the realm of acceptable conversation within a society.
Ah, right. Yes, I would say that it's the canary in the coal mine sort of thing. Although I do believe Milo basically just chucked the canary down the coal mine, and then complained. Yeah, and then complains about the fact that the cage is broken and then the bird is dead.
This is to do with that thing with him and the Black Lives Matter protest during the week, wasn't it?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, I did see that erupt over Twitter.
I did decide to make up my own hashtag in regards to it, which said hashtag Bernie handled it better.
Yeah, there's so much to say about the introspection, and when you tell people, maybe you should take a different side look at how Milo is conducting himself, it's funny because you immediately get gut reactions of, wait a minute, no, he can't be, just doing this for reasons of prosperity and having his own little hat. It's like, no, it's quite possible, dude. Look at the way he's behaving. But then at the same time, it's like, is it really a bad thing? Is it a good thing? And it's always so funny to see introspection on our quote unquote side, as it were. And that's one reason why I've decided not to label myself as anything other than a Liz. Because every time I wish to go, like, I'm going to go into this camp and I'm going to label myself as this, they do something that makes me very embarrassed.
Yeah, it's like stay off my tide for fuck's sake.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah.
so
I always was very unsure about Milo sometimes. I got the impression that he wanted to keep Gamergate going when it was winding down.
I know he did. I know he did. He wanted to make sure that the iron was permanently hot. He wanted people angry. He wanted people to be warring with each other because this is how people sell papers. This is how people sell themselves.
Yeah, because
And
after SPJ, for example, I kind of felt that GG had done its job, so I quietly backed away. But I do think he was one of the ones that really did want to keep it going, so I kind of just thought, nah, I'm not going to interact with him.
yeah,
between him
I
and the
think
Ralph.
there's another side to him wanting to keep those sorts of things going, though. And
Yeah.
I mean, he's often said the proper response to outrage culture is to be outrageous. I think he saw Gamergate as a way to, as what was it, the Blackbird? No, Helena in the chat was saying, tug at the Overton window. To be outrageous enough to broaden the scope of acceptable conversation. Maybe he saw Gamergate as a way of doing that.
Yeah, also raised his profile significantly.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying that the man's a saint. Of course, there's some aspect of self-interest in there too. But either way, it may serve his overall cultural ambition as well to try and change.
oh, absolutely. And this is basically the story of the left and the right. Is that you think about, say, ethical journalism in gaming? Is that a left-wing issue or is that a right-wing issue? Can we check?
Depends on the website, I think.
As far as I was aware, that was simply an issue. And if one side decides to throw you away, the other side suddenly decides to scoop you up.
Well, it was highlighted this week, wasn't it, when Destructoid went after Marcus Pearson?
What happened with that?
Oh, he got into a debate with somebody, I forget who it was now, over the term mansplaining. And he said, and he
It was glorious.
Yeah, I was totally with him on this because I think mansplaining is a very hypocritical and sexist term, and he pretty much said the same thing, and he got dogpiled for it. And I think it was Margaret Pless that said, "Notch is a dick," to which he replied, "And you're a cunt." And I thought, ooh, hello. And then
Yeah,
It's almost as if gendered insults aren't allowed as long as it's two women.
yeah, and of course Destructoid had to jump on the bandwagon and do a hit piece on him, which is the same sort of thing they did to Cliff Bleszinski when he said this indie game was far too hipster for him. So it just seems like there's nothing better to write about at the minute.
Yeah, well, it's they turned around and say, "Oh yeah, rich guy, yada yada," and I was just sitting there, kind of going, "Can I? Is that the smell of jealousy?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you've spent most of your adult life trying to get money for your diatribes, and you've got nowhere. And this guy basically wrote a game, everybody liked it, and now he's a billionaire. Sucks to be you.
I'll be honest, I'm jealous of the guy because he's got far much more money than I have. But I'd also shake his hand for the hours of peace he's given me and the wife and the children when they played that fucking
Yeah,
game. So.
I mean that's how it works. I mean, I would. It's not like this person's basically made money off slave labor. Basically sort of like getting a load of Chinese wage slaves to make products for him, for Christ's sake. I'm looking at you, Mr. Apple. Anyway.
Walmart.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, this is just somebody who actually became a billionaire legit. Actually doing something that people wanted and Microsoft foolishly bought.
And he
Hey, come on,
put
I
it
like
together
Minecraft.
himself initially too. It was a lot of games are really made by a team, but at least the roots of the game were just made by him on his computer.
Exactly.
I want to be so famous that I call somebody a cunt and it makes fucking news. I really want that.
Just keep
So
saying it
bad.
over and over. You'll get there.
I want to be so famous. I call somebody a cunt and it makes fucking news. It's like
People can't, and you'll get famous. Worked for Baring.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Sugar Tits followed me the other day. That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
It's just so funny because it's such a big fucking deal that Notch called somebody a fucking cunt. He said cunt fusing and then he called somebody a cunt. And it's like, wow, let's write hit pieces on it. Is that how slow of a news week there is? I mean, seriously.
Well, this is the state of this lot. And I would say, remember we were talking about the fact that we didn't want to have basically social justice warrior news, and there's a lot of people out there, that this actually has created it. In the same way that Milo, for example, has created angry protests outside of his things purposefully, and I think designed that way. The same thing is happening when it comes to journalism, in the fact that they would rather have some culture war in front of them than anyone actually saying, "Hang on a second, are you basically just getting your ass paid to advertise here instead of actually reviewing?" What conversation would you rather have? Yes, I'm a paid shill, or no, I'm fighting the good fight. Which conversation would you like to start?
That's a tricky one.
I'm going with the paid shill because I'd actually rather have money.
No. It's the fact that people
would.
It's the fact that people would be accusing you of a paid shill and you having to answer for that.
Well,
Which conversation would you have? You're still getting the paid shill, but now you get to look as if you're the good guy. So, in other words,
I don't mind looking like the bad guy.
Yeah, but then you might lose some of the paycheck.
It's
You have a point there.
yeah.
It's a tricky one for me to answer because my work for Metal Eater is voluntary, so I don't know where I fit in all this.
Oh, Piss and Vinegar could be turning up. He has actually done a Message to Skeptics video himself, so it'd be nice for him to pop on.
Oh, I was challenged to do a Message to Feminists video, but I couldn't think of anything witty to do.
Yeah, but did you see the Message to Skeptics that Robin carried on that I started?
I did, and I liked it, Robin. Well done with that.
And I'm being
My
congratulated.
message to
Suck it,
skeptics
Liz.
is pretty simple. Act like a
What about
skeptic.
Liz's video?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Oh,
because,
God's sakes. What the hell?
I've been busy with work all week.
I've been
and-
trying to
Yeah, well,
shill
you
for
don't even
Liz
know
here.
me, so
Yeah,
it's okay.
I've been trying to shill
Yeah.
for Liz here, and
I-
she's getting a little butthurt that nobody seems to be noticing her.
No,
So
I do
everybody go
apologise,
see
I've
Liz's
been-
channel.
Hold on, let me get a link.
No, I haven't.
No,
Hold on.
I'm behind on a lot of things because I've been falling asleep really early these days from work. So yeah, I'm.
You're just
behind.
getting old. It happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right.
Okay.
Did someone see Philip DeFranco's video on the Notch controversy? He pretty much was on Notch's side. We did not see this Tumo.
No, I haven't.
So if you've got a Twitter account, which I'm sure you have, just send us a link and we can have a look at that. That'd be great. Vice and IGN also published hit pieces as well, of course. And this is, it's once again they've got themselves. This is establishment. We're trying to look as if we care.
Yeah. I have to say, I was very happy when Notch came out in favor of. I think he came out specifically in favor of Gamergate. He's definitely done some anti SJW, I suppose you say, things. I was very excited to find out that he was in that camp.
You see,
it's nice to know that he is at least not going, oh, but all the women's, and that makes me feel good. At least to see some sort of critical thinking.
well, he doesn't have to rely on a paycheck now, does he?
Yeah.
I mean, this is greed does tend to change someone's political view. I mean, I've said this before. My politics don't get in the way of a paycheck. And they never have, never will. I'll work with a Republican. I'll work with a Democrat. I'll work with a Conservative. I'll work. I've got, lefties and righties that I work alongside. Don't bring politics into the job.
I'm sure there's a line somewhere.
No, it's called ethics, you idiot. Being ethical is basically kind of going, well, I don't know that person, I don't know them, what they do with their politics and stuff, so you're not going to work with it. Oh, right, you won't get paid.
Don't ever fucking do that again, dude.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Just don't, then. Fuck off. You're not going to get paid in this world if that's going to be your way. I don't want to work with him. Well, then don't.
Stop that voice. Stop
No
it.
working for you, then.
But is there a line?
Well,
Like,
the thing is, I think it is, a lot of it is...
If a Nazi came up to me and offered me money to do something for them, which involved me making some creative piece or whatever like that, they'd say, oh yeah, let's say that this person's basically got their little swastika or whatever like that on the front of them and they want to make their mouth animated, a bit like yours, Liz. Yeah, sure. I might charge them a bit more, but that's about it. I mean, somebody wants a service. Somebody wants a service, then that's up to them. I mean, why should I care what somebody does with, it's like, I'm not going to stop somebody doing whatever the hell they do, so I wouldn't like it if that were to come back to me now, would it?
No.
It's the golden rule here,
I
guys.
agree with you. I'm on your side. I'm just wondering if we bend it too far, it breaks.
Like I said, I'm first of all, I'm too poor to refuse. And at the end of the day, I'll say it again, golden rule. How would you feel? Somebody didn't agree with your politics and they said, no, get the fuck out of my shop. How would you feel?
How would I feel? I wouldn't. I'm probably a bad comparison.
You are a bad comparison for every bit of human nature.
Because you're a pug.
Pug, all of my rhetorical questions aren't really for you.
Shit, I just dropped my mic and I've been talking to nothing.
You're medicated, so. And it looks like Liz has crashed.
No, I haven't.
So she dropped her mic.
I've dropped my mic. I can't get it. The cord got stuck.
Is it between...
Ever so sorry about this, folks. Technical difficulties. So yeah, it's been one of those weeks again. Now and again, we don't really have too much to talk about, but my God, I mean,
Well, the one that interested me this week was when they released the story on the BBC site about the abuse on Twitter, and it was revealed that 50% or so of the abusive tweets were sent by women.
well, that's
I
what
thought was-
that's
Sorry, go
going
on.
to happen. I mean, they make up 50% of the population. Who would have known?
And then you had the likes of Clementine Ford come out and say that study is flawed because you don't know if it's women running this council or not. I thought, oh, yeah, okay.
That's her excuse.
Yeah.
So in other words, Clement isn't a woman.
Is that the best you can come up with, sort of?
Yeah. Thanks for that, Katumo. He's just bringing why Blizzard removed Overwatch video, and obviously a response to the Notch controversy. I'll give you guys the links to this. I might play it if I'm in the mood, or am I going to get copyright infringement from this guy? Oh, it's DeFranco. Yeah.
I still don't think of it as a controversy though, because it's like someone said a minute ago. It's been a slow news week, and they needed something, so they've made it as such just to get spin going. So I don't see it as a controversy. It was just a fallout on Twitter, nothing major worth writing about at all.
Well, this is the the internet world that we have these days. I mean,
Yeah, sadly, yes.
I mean, this is this is like a village newspaper at this point. Robert DeGeneres swore at Lady Godiva today. I couldn't believe it. Oh my word! I've gone all flush.
Although,
Can you guys hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good, because I dropped my mic and I unmuted myself, and for some reason when I unmuted myself, it wouldn't reconnect. It's like, oh, fucking piece of shit. So, yeah, I'm an idiot, and it's all my fault. But...
So, if you would like to agree with Liz, and maybe have a chat with our guests here, just have a look to the bottom right-hand corner there, at RSOLGTP. You can come in and talk to this stellar cast yourself.
just don't talk to Pug.
Why not?
Yeah, don't look him in the eye and don't feed him anything.
Yeah.
You'll have your hand off.
It's like a gremlin. You don't feed him past midnight. You just don't ever just...
No, you just don't ever feed him.
Oh, let's see.
Come on, feed the pug. Feed the
There
pug.
was something that was kind of interesting that had something slightly to do with the way that I feel about message to skeptics and message to feminists. The Milo Stewart, there is a stream on the Transgender Atheist channel. The link to the chat, not to the hangout, got leaked all over 4chan, which was great. And the chat turned into cancer when they were trying to have a simple conversation of why did you call people, why do you have these viewpoints that everybody's racist, everybody's homophobic, transphobic, and to try to figure this young person out some. And it was rather interesting. Number one, there was people grandstanding on, well, Milo's only 17, give him a break. He'll change his mind on things. And this kid is very well educated in this field. It's going to take a lot to change this person's mind. And
Robot. She'll be back in a second, guys.
Yeah, I gotta turn on my hotspot.
There you go.
I'll turn on my hotspot in a second. So, long story short, people do this debate with this young person, and it turned into cancer. And it was, mind you, the panel wasn't too bad about talking to each other. If Shayra would have had her mic not so goddamn high up so she could talk right over people, was one of the problems, which can kill any debate. If somebody is talking so fucking loudly that nobody else can get a word in edgewise. But also, it kind of ended up proving Milo's point on how everybody was behaving. It was really repulsive, and then, unfortunately...
Chris?
Yes.
No, it's not you, it's Chris. I think it's Chris. Is it Chris making this noise? I'm just hearing loads of birds.
Oops.
Is that you?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Kill them. Kill the birds. Get your shotgun.
Well,
that's what it's for.
Kill the birds. Kill the birds. Kill them.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation with the nonsense of nature.
No, I think Liz is timed out again. She does this, and Pug is now interested in killing birds. Down, Pug. Down. To your bed. Go on. Sit. Good boy.
I don't know. I get enough notices from the town that I live in already for disturbances. So.
Is it mainly from birds?
No, it's mostly from yelling.
Or what you like to call your YouTube channel.
Yeah, what I like to call my YouTube channel. Every time I have to fucking just inundate the internet with screaming and yelling about, just nonsensical bullshit. My neighbors hear it too, and they're not fans of it. they I don't know how to put it bluntly. They fucking hate it.
If anybody wants to know who this nutcase is, he is at Piss and Vinegar on Twitter. I'm just trying to find your thing, mate. Could you just link me your thing here so I can put you in the guest list? And Justin, could you do that in the side chat as well, please, mate?
Can I what? Sorry.
Could you put your Twitter handle in the side chat so that I can put you on the guest list so people know who the hell you are? I should actually. I've forgotten to do my little special thing with your little icons in the side window. I'm ashamed of myself today.
And you can always follow the pug for pug pictures.
I never advertise him ever, with good reason. It's for the best.
I hate pugs. I hate them so much. I look at them and they look like these small little alien creatures that just don't belong in my living room.
You just look like you want to put them out their misery, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I just want to put them on a spit and do what the Chinese do.
Wow, you're polite. Hi.
Shots fired.
Hi, I'm Liz. Thank you for doing a message to skeptics, by the way. I really do appreciate somebody fucking doing that. There is, so far, I think there's a whole whopping 4 people, maybe 5. I think there's 5. There's 5?
I just think it is rather telling of it is interesting that everybody was well and truly willing to hop on the bandwagon. Hey, we get to take the piss out of feminists. Yay, go, go, go. And then when it's coming to, yeah, we get to do some introspection and have a think about our position. Ghost Town.
Yeah.
No,
To be fair, one of them was started by that guy T.
Remember,
Yeah. The other one was started by my happy ass. So, and I'm
Yeah, but
not
then again, T is always ready to criticize people like Sargon on certain issues because he's a libertarian and he's kind of crazy.
to be fair, I never claimed to be a skeptic.
Well, I've actually had some people say, what can we do? I'm stuck for ideas for a YouTube vid, and I actually put this in front of them. Message to skeptics, have a look at that. So it wasn't for lack of and there were people that were actively avoiding. I've got my channels. I'm in the know in places. You see, I travel in circles. I'm known in boroughs.
You're known in boroughs?
Yes. Folk know me from places and somewhere and stuff.
I just had a massive lack of creativity on the whole thing. That's you're not really advertising yourself very well when it comes to being a writer, to be frank. Well,
Yes, I'm a writer. I lack creativity. Come on in. Yeah, sign here, please. I mean,
I've been spending most of my time this week trying to write a book, and then a random topic drops in my lap. I thought, shit, what do I do to this? And I just couldn't think of anything.
brilliant.
it was kind of funny.
Thanks for
the
at least
end,
playing.
like, nobody could figure out anybody else to tag at the end because they're like, everybody did it. And so now everybody's waiting with bated breath to see the last few people, which are like the most up there. Like Armored Skeptic is like the last one to do it, and everybody's waiting. I don't know if he's done one yet. I haven't looked at my feeds.
I don't think Killdeer.
Oh, that's massage to skeptics. That's a completely different service, guys. Message to skeptics. So if you guys would like to add to that hashtag, be our guest. It's very important that we have a little think.
Just be our guest.
I-
For service to the test.
Indeed.
You're not
Christopher.
Got that.
Chris. Thank you. Imagine, if you will, that Chris has ADHD. But you don't need to imagine it. It's on display. The sort of like the feeling was, and I think you got this pretty well down, Piss and Vinegar, really, is that there are certain people out there that call themselves skeptics, but they're not necessarily here for skepticism, if you see what I mean. They're skeptical of one particular side, but not so much of the other.
Yeah, the inconsistency when it comes to that is, I mean, it's something that it fucking pisses me off, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna kill people over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not going to name names. There's no need to name names.
Yeah.
But there is a need to at least understand the terms of what skepticism means.
Yeah, I believe there was a bit of a precursor to this, in regards to I think it was Teal Deer, who said, I think some people are a little more preoccupied with the idea of ponage and less with the idea of just actually criticizing someone based on,
Intellectual
yeah,
vigor.
yeah. That's pretty much it. And I watched that video, and I don't know, I was sort of on the fence because I was like, yeah, well, it's always okay to criticize people and stuff like that, but I also want to make it entertaining, which means that I have to be a bit of a fucking asshole.
Yeah. And I mean that's the thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bringing your personality to the table and stuff like that. But if you're just there to basically take a shit on the lawn and then walk away, then you've essentially wasted everybody's time. It's like, well, that's a beautiful turd. I mean,
Yes.
it's wonderfully presented. I love the fact that you did that little twist at the end. That's great. But what was the point of this again?
Yeah.
I think Bering took it to heart to some extent. I'm not sure if he was worried that to some extent it was about him, that because he does call people a cunt a lot. I don't think it quite applies to him, but I think he thought it might have thought it did.
I think more than anything, it applies to those who do take it to heart. Yeah, I'd say, Bering's a good laugh. He's good fun and everything like that. But yes, he does go with the pornage a lot. And
He does go with the pornage, but I do think that he actually makes a lot of good points while he's doing it. I don't think that he is. I think there are a group of people who do just go for pornage, and there's not really any substance to it. I don't put Bering in that camp. But the reason I say he might have taken it to heart is if you see his message to feminists, it was rather magnificent, actually. It was probably my favourite one.
well, fuck you, you cunts, I think it started out with, wasn't it?
It probably did to some extent, yeah. But it was definitely more than a sentence.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's possible. It takes a little bit more mental effort, but it is perfectly possible. And to be honest with you, if he has taken it to heart, I hope he does, and I hope it makes him improve. I hope it makes him try for better, because even if he's good now, he'll be better tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
I
if his little
actually
speech
used
there
him
was
as
anything to go by, he will.
I did use him as a direct example when people were doing streams and talking about the difference between ponage and intellectual vigor from Tildir. I'm like, well, then you kind of gotta look, because everybody there was subscribed to Bering. And I'm like, you guys now take a look at what this guy is doing. We find him a great person. We've talked to him individually. He is a fun guy, but is there a point? And the next thing you know, this last couple of videos have actually been not only taking the piss and shit out of things, but also with some substance, some meat. And so yeah, I'm proud of him on that.
So that's somebody coming. That's if you can imagine, yeah, he could have gone. Let's say he was all pornage, for example, and he could have gone the other way and said, "Well, then fuck you, I don't give a shit," and then just doing the same old, and you guys would just get bored of that, wouldn't you? But now, what you've got is somebody who may have taken it to heart. See, this is what people are worried about, when in fact this is something that will actually improve things for everybody. It means that you actually get a little bit more informed. It means that those YouTubers out there are thinking to themselves, oh shit, yeah, maybe I should try a little harder. Maybe I should put a bit more work into this, a little bit more effort. And this is going to mean that the really decent people are going to shine that much brighter.
Unfortunately, since I do not spend my days just taking the piss out of people, I'm not nearly as popular as everybody else. So you do have to end up working double time in order to get noticed.
Yeah.
And you do not follow the current trends of it's time to shit on that person's lawn. It's time to, oh, look at the next thing to go shit on. And so I try to be as objectionable or at least self-reflecting as possible. And in a lot of my videos that I am doing where I am pointing out somebody's fault, I do try my best to remember to point out their valid points that they have or the reasons why they are doing it that are valid. And then I proceed to probably be a little nasty here and there, but...
Well, this is the balance, you see. I mean, I did Troy came to me with that video of sort of white beauty standards and stuff like that. And this is pretty low tier stuff. It's not something I would have normally bothered with, to be frank. But he looked miserable, and he was like, "Do you want me to do a reaction video for you?" And he was right there, so I just did it for him right there. Doesn't take long, to be honest with you. And I just recorded the thing right there in front of him for him. Really, that was his video. You know, just to cheer him
what
up, really. Just show it's not difficult to bat away this sort of stuff. But you can use their words against them. You know, it's in the case of that particular one with them, they're basically sitting there kind of going, all you white people are having all these beauty products for you, and we feel left out. And it's like, well, how the hell can you? There's tanning salons, for fuck's sake. There's all these white people trying to go brown.
Zoom pointed out something in that video. I'm sorry, I gotta tell you, you're sitting there, the lady's picking up the nude stocking, going, "Oh, nude." Well, I guess for someone, anything. He goes, "That's the same color as your hands. It's the same color as your arms. You've been using darkening cream on your face. That is your color of stocking." on the Indian-looking lady. It was fucking hilarious. Dude, mute yourself.
He's getting angry. He's getting angry, everyone. What did it do to you, Piss?
What is happening in there?
I don't know. Somebody called the police.
Because all the gas levels are low. Well, yeah. I've tried to turn mine up. Jesus, piss and vinegar, get your ass, mute him.
Someone is.
I
being
want to
killed.
know. I want to know what's going on in there.
Yeah, dude.
Right. Okay. Also, we've just had somebody come in. Crystal Clare, how you doing, Crystal? Crystal's one of our more talented guests. I am working on a 360-degree version of the open house, and Crystal here has honoured us with their own model. I'm gonna just basically get this up. I'm just loading up Blender now, and I'm going to pop on the actual thing as I go and find it. Where the fuck did I save that? God damn it! Where is it? But yeah, I did basically an experimental 360-degree version, so you can actually stream now, guys, with 360 degrees.
You
So
can?
yeah, so if you have an isometric background, for example, you could actually plonk yourself into basically so people can watch it with VR headsets on, for example. Now, if you've got a big enough thing, and you actually have, Liz, a decent enough bandwidth, you can actually stream at, say, 1080p, for example, and have everybody seeing things in a full 360-degree thing. The only...
I have to test out the VR set first. I suffer from really bad motion sickness, like to the point where I can't be on a boat. So that's going to be a new experiment with my stomach, because that might be either really funny or really funny. You know, either way, it'll be amusing. The first time I try out a VR headset, it will be with a bucket, and me testing exactly how bad I am going to throw up. I was thinking about that. All those steps, like, oh, VR, VR, VR. I'm like, oh shit.
If you can't use the thing, can I have it?
No.
Well, this...
No, they're incredibly expensive. I've played with VR before, and yeah, there's a little bit of motion sickness at first, but after about an hour or something like that, you'll sort of like equalize out, and you'll get used to it, and your brain will get used to it, and you'll be okay with it.
So,
Incredibly expensive. Sounds like something I'll never have.
I don't know if you guys can see the video here, but Crystal has actually made us a rather lovely Greek table. This is going to be the introductory table. So this will be basically at the front door,
Where are we supposed to be
greeting
looking
our
for this?
guests.
Where are we supposed to be looking for this?
Well, it's on the YouTube open house thing. Did you want the link?
Yeah, I'm watching it now. It looks great.
Oh, I'm looking. I just have to push play. Yeah, play. And mute myself.
Isn't that a thing of beauty?
You can
So
tell
what
she
am I-
you can tell she worked hard on it. It looks really good. I can't wait to see what other stuff she comes up with.
I can't see what I'm supposed to see, I guess. No, I didn't push the live button.
Beautiful little bit of crafting in there as well.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I love the textures and detail on the tabletop.
It's amazing how much fun it was discovering how easy and hard it can be to do 3D rendering.
Well, I've positioned you within the 2D sphere of what we're doing here. I'm going to leave this table here. There we go. So everyone can have that. They can view that whenever they like. So yeah. So if there's any budding artists out there that would like to add to the open house, take this wonderful picture that's done by Jules S. Rames, who went to the trouble to make the background for the open house. It would be wonderful to see you again, Jules. It's been a while. But you should go and check out some of his artwork. He does quite a lot of stuff there. But if any of you guys would like to actually add to the open house, this is the sort of standard that we're looking for. See if you can beat Claire here. She's done a fantastic job to start us off. So, yeah, maybe some tables, maybe some chairs. I'm looking for, obviously, a decent bar area. And so once we've collected a few models, I'm going to be working on some sort of lounge area. If anyone can do a decent leatherette chair, that'd be nice.
Got to have a pool table, Robin.
Maybe a pool table as well. I mean, obviously, to be able to hook all of this in there, it will be an interesting one. But yeah, I'd like to make this somewhat of a community project for everybody. So if any of you guys out there would like to pop on and do something wonderful, I'm willing to showcase your work. And I will be once I've actually got everybody's stuff done and actually got it down there, I will be labeling all of these particular items and who's done it. And you will be put in the credits as to where it's been done. So I'm issuing the challenge.
I have no skills in regards to that. However, I will pay for someone to put a dildo in the background. I absolutely will.
And I will place it there.
Okay, fine, fantastic. I will pay for it. How much is it going to cost? Probably. I hope it doesn't cost $1,000.
I know somebody who makes 3D horse dicks, so I think that there's a possibility there for you, mate.
That's perfect. I love horse dicks.
I'll put you in touch with Shrek as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Where
Going
is
back-
Shrek? Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Going back to what Liz said before about getting noticed and stuff like that, I don't think people should worry about that because it really, not to sound like a cliche piece of shit here, but I really don't think it has any. I don't worry about that at all. The message is always very, very important. The community. I have a small community of people.
Nobody is seeing the message. That's
Yeah,
the
but-
problem.
just
But
worry
the
about
message
the
can
message.
spread, Liz. The message can spread. It doesn't have to spread from you, you see. There is nothing wrong with people deriving from your efforts something. For example, you said that thing. I was working on that video with you so we could get your animation all sorted out. I made a video based upon the back of that. Then Piss and Vinegar's made a video on the back of that. And it slowly disseminates out. Okay, it's not somebody who's got like 20,000 things, 20,000 subscribers or whatever like that doing it. But you never know, maybe somebody who does will. And eventually, of course, that'll all basically come out. And it's the ideas that matter.
Oh God, do not go on your Twitter right now.
Me.
Now anybody, because it's spreading around. A size 28 blogger under fire for posting body positive swimsuit photo. Holy hell!
Ah.
Oh,
What is
you want to see this? Why would you want to see this?
Oh no, I'm not saying.
Because it's
Because he's
news.
Christopher.
This is not
It's-
news. But fine, you want to see the abortion that's on my Twitter?
I think you need to hear my reaction.
Okay, there. Look at that piece.
So it's no longer copyrighted.
Oh God, is it fucking horrible?
Stop the madness.
I don't think it's news much in the same way I don't think Gawker is news.
Oh, well.
Ooh, like it.
Ooh.
Wow, check out that cellulose.
Do you know the
Celluloso.
Gorka has a sort of like a byline to their site. You know this. If you go onto their onto their Twitter feed, it says today's gossip is tomorrow's news.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, and I did post a little picture of that, and I said you might want to change that to yesterday's news.
Yeah, you guys are fucking gone. Nick Denton is looking to sell entirely, man. He wants to get rid of his company, and nobody is gonna fucking buy it.
I hope Notch does.
Nobody.
I'd like Notch to buy it. And just to basically just turn it into I just want it to basically turn it into basically just Notch love. Just everybody is hired to just make Notch look good. That'd be fucking hilarious.
I just wanted to mention this, but that picture reminds me of Ursula.
Oh God, doesn't she? It's fucking body
Do you know who
positive.
Ursula is?
Yes, I know who Ursula is.
Okay.
More on the topic of message to skeptics, though, or message to skepticism rather. I've been seeing yet more inconsistencies when it comes to people defending Gawker. They're just like, well, it's their right to free speech. I'm like, yeah, much in the same way it's the right for some young woman to falsely cry rape and then go, well, it's okay if I ruined his life because fuck, it's free speech. No, it's not. There's punitive damages here when in regards to Gawker and Hulk Hogan. They have every right to sue him. I hope they fucking sue them into the ground, and I hope they salt the earth in which they stand upon. That place is a shithole. It needs
So
to
they
burn.
already did get sued into the ground, and that's why nobody wants it. I think it was $150 million.
What are
Oh
you
no,
talking about again?
he's doing it again.
He's suing them again?
Yes.
Yeah.
You talking about the
He's
false
doubling
rape
down.
accusations?
He's doubling down. He's going to
Yeah,
go
and
after
and
them
on top
again.
of that, on top
Now
of
he's
that,
suing them for getting him fired.
on top of that, there are 7 to 8 other different people suing them right now.
Yeah, I think the lady that was involved with fucking Hogan in the first place should be suing too, because her fucking ass was spread around just as much. It's like, god damn.
How do, Atheist Gamer? What's up?
You know, don't they have a class action lawsuit against them too? By the interns.
Oh, you're talking about them actually after what was it? Money for work, wasn't it? Some bizarre
Robin,
thing. Yes.
I know this is a touchy subject.
Ooh, touchy subjects. I love those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
what we're
I
here
know
for,
it's a
mate.
subject of rape culture, but
Finish a sentence, mate. You can do it.
all right. Here, there's a couple problems I see with rape accusations and whether or not people take it seriously. So, there have been a lot of situations, for example, universities, where the person or individual will accuse the other party of rape, and then the accuser and the so-called person that they told, most likely an officer, will actually take that verbatim and believe it to the teeth and nail. Tooth and nail. The problem I see with this is that without providing sufficient evidence, they accept it as verbatim.
Well-
And yes, granted, rape is kind of hard to prove. I mean, well, other than the physical trauma that is inflicted upon the body most of the time, I mean, there's ways to test for that, you know.
Well, there's something to be said for the fact that when you're talking about on college campuses and stuff like that, you see these girls don't actually go to the authorities. They actually go to the people that are in charge of the university, and they tell them. And
My stance on this is pretty simple.
kill
Lady
kill
Green
everyone.
raped me.
Yes, I understand.
Well, but
The problem with that is, of course, is that these people aren't actually arbiters of the law. They're not.
No.
They're just in charge of the university. So the first thing they do is think, right, we're going to suspend this boy. You're gone, sunshine, because you've raped somebody. And it's like, well, have you found evidence for this? Is there any? There's nothing. They don't really investigate correctly because guess
There's
what?
no
They're
due
not police
process.
officers.
right.
Additionally, that seems like a rather light punishment for rape.
Indeed.
Well,
This is
yeah,
the
and
point.
At the time, there was an actual situation where a woman, well, and vice versa, there was a woman and a man who were both raped.
Sentence out, dude. Stop chewing and talk.
Yeah.
But
E-
these ghost chili pepper
Finish,
chips are so
finish,
delicious.
finish your chips, and then I'm sure there'll be time for conversation later.
You know what's more delicious? Intellectual discourse, niggas.
If
Yeah.
somebody accuses me of raping them, you know what my response is going to be? They raped me.
My solution to this particular thing would be that if they are going to make this accusation, for example, first people they should go to is the authorities. The authorities
Correct.
that should then get in contact with the university or
No.
college or whatever you want to call it and suspend both of them. That includes
Yes.
suspending their courses. The reasoning being is if this person has been actually raped, they're not exactly in the best state of mind at this point to be continuing their course. And you've also got somebody there who could present a danger to the population at large of that university. They should, very, very importantly, of course, keep both of these subjects anonymous. So they walk from their college, whatever like that. Nobody says a fucking
come
word.
on. Where's the fun in them being anonymous? Then you
No,
can't
it needs to be anonymous. It
Both
absolutely-
parties.
like have hate
But
talks
where's,
and things.
but where's the fun in it? I mean,
Well-
that's what it's all about, isn't it?
No,
And
it's
they need to
because
stop
it's
expanding
very,
the definitions. By
It's a
expanding
very
the
traumatizing
definitions,
event.
Listen,
you don't
listen.
want that being plastered everywhere.
Yeah, listen. If you don't keep it anonymous and it ends up being a false rape claim, what happens is, regardless of sentencing, the guy is going to lose his life. His reputation is going to be ruined. Nothing good will come of this.
and that's
Well,
and
most
also-
of
that's
basketball
the
player.
entire goal of false rape accusations in the first place, isn't
And,
it?
yeah, and also the woman in this scenario will also be inundated with shit on the internet, like you're a fucking whore and all that kind of stuff. And it's just easier for both parties if this is anonymous. It's not fucking public. That way it works out for everybody, at least a little bit. And
then
you know.
when you
It's-
go back into the whole taking look into yourself about things, we have reached a point though that when somebody is now saying, "Well, this man raped me," or "This woman raped me," or "I've been assaulted," people are now immediately going, "Oh, you must be lying."
Yes.
Yeah, well, we have the instances of the UVA rape claim to thank for that, though, don't we?
Well, let's be perfectly frank here, guys. If somebody is going to go to the news or, say, social media to make their claim, it is instantly dismissible by the court as it is. I mean, we all know about the idea of somebody actually going and publishing things that are basically evidence in a court case. This is something that then basically annuls that evidence. This now becomes no evidence at all. It can be thrown out. So
Sorry, go on.
well, like I said, by going to the public and saying, yeah, this person raped me, you have basically just said nothing as far as the court is concerned.
With
Yeah, I know, but
the famous Christopher Hitchens quote, isn't it? That which can be presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Indeed.
there was another situation that sent you. Forgot the guy's name, but he was like a famous basketball player or something, and he had a girlfriend he broke up with, and she accused him of raping her. Essentially, his
there was that video
career was over.
pissing on her.
His career was over, and then later she actually came out and admitted, "Oh yeah, by the way, I didn't really mean it. It was a lie."
Yeah, but what about that case with that father who his daughter said he raped me, and he went to jail for like 15 years,
Yeah,
and he
I know.
only got out because his daughter was just like, well, I was angry at you and I was young, and it's like, you know,
Yeah, and now you're labeled a pedophile, blah blah blah.
now you're pretty much on a sex offender list, and you have charges for rape. Imagine getting a job after that.
You know
You're
how hard
fucked.
it is to get.
Oh no, I wouldn't be getting a job after that because I would have killed the bitch.
Right. Yes, and this is why. Yeah. Okay, Pug. We won't be asking you to be writing any laws.
But I think that the thing is that in some cases, the men who claim to be raped are not taken as seriously. That concerns me.
Well, of course not. Society hasn't looked at women as a predatory species. It's that's generally not the consensus.
Then you've never met a black woman in the hood.
Oh God.
Look! I have. I've put my penis.
The open house does not condone any of the opinions within the open house, and they are not that of Robin Gething or anyone included.
What does Dave Chappelle say? He said, I might be a little bit of a racist in my head, but my penis is a multiculturalist.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just
Okay,
saying.
so I
like,
understand.
What a poet.
the general consensus is that women are not exactly the most predatory among the genders, and
Yeah.
that's not true because it's up to the individual in question. But that's just the general consensus. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. I know, and it brings upon a huge misconception about like there are women out there. Granted, black women are more susceptible to this. Just maybe it's just because of the women that I hang out with, but
Could
a
be.
lot of the black women I
Could
hang
be,
out with
Chris.
are very dominant. Okay.
No, I don't know. I don't think it's black women. I think it's entirely focused on one subset of people who live in like ghettos and shit.
It's a monetary war that we are dealing with, not really a race war, and that's how people really should be looking at it.
Yep.
And one thing I was trying to say before my fucking internet decided to crap out again, and I was using the hotspot.
Do you have Comcast?
No, stop asking me that.
Do you have Comcast?
Well, no.
Constantly you're asking me that. No, Comcast is not in my area. Stop asking me that.
Sorry,
God,
God, I'm just trying to help.
I know, but you are always asking me that. No, I'm gonna go into my internet problems again.
God, I love you, Chris.
I can see a pretty steady connection between feeling like you have no control and wanting to be dominant in sex acts.
Yep.
I don't really enjoy being dominant. I like being dominated.
We don't need to know this.
Well, I don't know. This is some pertinent information. I think I need to know this.
Oh, Lord. What I was trying to say before my internet crapped out again was that now that everybody is all anti-SJW, all anti-feminist, all anti-this, all anti-that, when there actually is a rape, when there actually is somebody being harassed, even on the internets, it is being ignored. Because, or it's going to be put under too much scrutiny sometimes, or
being harassed, being ignored. No, that's not something.
Yeah, well, I will give a small example. A guy was harassing me on the internet, and I told him very plainly to leave me alone. In the state of Florida, if you tell somebody to leave you alone 3 times and with the statement, please do not contact me again, through written or recorded phone call, you can do this. You can get a restraining order on them. After that, for $17.
You know what a restraining order is worth? A piece of paper.
But the thing is that if somebody breaks that restraining order, then they can get served charges. So with this, what this guy was doing, I did make sure that I now have the proof to get a restraining order if I so choose, because it was a serious bout of please leave me alone and stop. And when I
had one of those once too. You know what it came of it? Nothing. Until the judge started harassing the judge.
Lovely. Well, you're missing the point here. What I'm trying to say.
That's what Pug does.
Which is that once I brought it to my attention that this particular individual was fucking legitimately harassing the hell out of me on the internet, and like this is like the only person that has done this in 6 months, 8 months, God. So I've got a good track record of not being bugged. They're all like, oh, you can't get harassed on the internet. I'm like, I can't get into your fucking chats. This guy is following me everywhere. Can you like mute him or something? Oh no, free speech. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I chopped liver?
Yeah.
Like, it's like fuck in hell. When did we cross the line between nobody can be bothered, nobody can be raped, everything is a false allegation, everybody is overreacting? It's like, wait a minute. Whatever happened to common human decency? Where did that go?
Well, this is us swinging back round to the message for skeptics, is that...
I think what happened to common human decency is it never fucking existed in the first place.
No, that's only you, mate. No, if you can imagine, this is what happens when you have an enemy to fight, is that basically anything that the enemy hates, you love. Anything the enemy loves, you hate. And this can easily put people into very, very narrow party lines.
I attribute this entirely to the alt-right. Entirely.
How?
Absolutely entirely. Because a lot of these people, a lot of like me and you, we don't generally like SJWs, and it's not because they're SJWs, it's because they're sophists, and that's the point. These people, however, have sort of jumped on a bandwagon with us, and they're just like, we fucking hate those people just like you, just for completely different reasons, you know? It's just like, we're Team A, they're Team B. I don't fucking like Team B, you wanna know why? Because I'm Team A. It's like stupid, ignorant shit.
It's not always your friend.
And this is what I'm talking about.
Your enemy.
These people are using skepticism and empiricism as a vessel for their political bullshit. That is all it is.
We now need to do another Not Your Shield, it seems.
Oh boy, this ought to be fun.
That's exactly what it is.
Skeptics are not your shield, everyone. Hashtag skeptics, not your shield.
I'm not your furry shield.
Yeah.
Here's a good example. Fucking the Ralph retort. Ethan Ralph.
Oh god, yeah.
That stands all on its own. I don't need to elaborate on that. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
You don't.
I'd just like to say I haven't primed Piss and Vinegar here at all. This is his
No,
own.
Get anybody defending Ralph in this chat.
We're nope, not gonna. Just try to stay away from pissing off Ralph because of.
I fucking muted him a long time ago. I don't give a shit.
Why? Like, if you ever spend any time interacting with Ralph, you'll notice that Ralph is a fairly okay guy.
He's actually a really nice guy. I talk to him on a regular basis on the Twitters, but I don't want to. The thing is that if Ralph, if he listens to this, I'm sorry to say this. Not really, but I'm going to say that I'm sorry to say this. You give him a breadcrumb, he will use it against you, and write a hit piece about it.
No, so he won't do that. He'll tell other people to do that. Which, by the way, those other people are fucking trolls, and they've been trolling him since day one. They've been fucking with him since day one.
Yeah, I know one of them personally, and it's kind of humorous to see what he does. But at the same time, it's like there's certain people out there that it's like we know they're bags of flammable dog rectums, but at the same time, it's sort of like, do you really want to piss that particular flaming bag of dog rectum off, or you're going to end up with the fucking internet on your doorstep?
Well, are you talking?
I do.
Are you talking that there's a culture of fear surrounding them?
Yeah, and then it's sort of like, I don't want to deal with that. That's a mess I don't want to get into.
Well, I'm sure though this is the same thing as basically 8chan. You know, it's like, you don't want to fuck with us because we're going to fuck with you, and it's like, fuck off, kid. What have you got? What have you really got?
You had fun with that.
I've already dealt with 8chan. I've already dealt with the Ralph retort, and I can tell you, first of all, Ralph, you're 5'1", you're nobody.
Oh my god.
Okay, and the only thing shorter than that is your penis, way shorter. But anyway, as far as sort of like 8chan being some sort of group of creepy individuals that are going to fuck with you, first of all, no, they're not. Most of them are reasonable human beings, but there is a small contingent on there that think that they can use 8chan as their own personal army. Those little twats.
Just don't fuck with the old fags. That's about it.
I'm sure they're perfectly okay. But those little douchebags that never really had, you know, they're sort of like, when it comes to sort of like Chan culture, you've got the old fags, you've got your new fags and stuff like that, and they're this in-betweeners who think that they've been there long enough to be listened to. And they you know, I actually did I don't know if you saw this one, Piss, but I basically had, I did a video called Why Chan Culture Poisons Everything.
It was a 4-hour or 2-hour live
just to wheedle out all of these fucking idiots that think that they actually represent Chan culture, and they took the fucking bait like a beaut. You know, and they're just sitting there basically kind of going, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, you don't know Chan culture, you don't know culture, twat. You're idiots, and that you think that you actually represent these people. They're supposedly anonymous, but all I have to do is basically say, oh, Chan culture, and then suddenly your identity that you think you don't have suddenly is under threat.
Oh, it's so funny, because it's like, you go, you sit there and you talk to anybody about how Chan culture is just, because I will go off on how fucking retarded it is, and they're like, oh no, but your anonymity is everything there, and I'm like, okay, then how do you get any credit for all the shit that is being done? How do I know you're as cool as you say you are? I don't. You're just a number on a screen. Fuck you. I have nothing to say to you.
Never take the blame when there's somebody at fault. Always takes the credit when somebody's done something good.
Yeah.
And that gives you the excuse to be able to, it's not so much freedom of speech, it's simply freedom of consequence.
My husband's snoring in the background. I'm sorry, guys.
We can't hear it, it's all right. But
Good.
move your
I've
mic away
noticed
from your mouth a little
about
bit, you are
the
popping.
average person who says shit about freedom of consequence. They don't think their actions have any consequences.
I just saw the dildo hoverboard, Robin.
What?
Did you like that?
Where did you put the dildo hoverboard?
It's for the travelling lady on the go, who obviously just doesn't have enough time to get everything done in the morning.
I don't have time for this. I need to treasure on the go.
There are times like this where I question my inanity, and I say, at least I'm not as bad as some people out there. And I look at Pug and I'm like, proves me right every time.
Yeah. Welcome to open house.
Yeah, it's amazing how often you prove me right.
But this is the thing, folks. I mean, but like I said, this is hashtag message to skeptics. This is really the sort of thing that's going on here. Is that if you have no time for self-reflection, and you have all the time in the world to point somebody out, then have I got to quote Jesus at this point? For fuck's sake!
Don't do it. Don't do it. No.
I come as not like peace, but like the sword.
No,
is that what you're going for?
I was thinking about pointing out the speck in my eye, but oh, that one.
Oh yeah, that one.
I don't know.
You're gonna have to be a little specific. There's a lot of Jesus quotes,
Yeah. He
did.
Do not judge, or ye shall be judged.
Exactly.
In
That guy
Corinthians,
he just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
In Corinthians, Jesus says, "If thou does not listen to Death Leopard, thou is a heretic, and I will slay thee." And I believe that's a real quote.
I believe that's up to somebody's interpretation. I don't think that's actually in the scripture. But I think someone has interpreted as such. There are official and unofficial interpretations of the Bible. I think that is in the unofficial.
Where did you find this piss and vinegar guy? Can we keep him?
Oh yeah, I mean you were pretty much near the start of GG yourself, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was originally on as at Banjo Teeth.
God knows how long we've been following each other for.
You're Banjo dude?
Yeah, I was. And then I don't know, I got rid of the Twitter account and I started up a new one for the YouTube.
Hey, that's pretty cool, because I was playing around with GG for a while. I probably run into you before, I don't know. But I do remember reading GG tweets with Banjo Dude and going, alright, so hey, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, there was one tweet where I was talking to, what's-his-face?
That's descriptive.
Yeah, I know. The guy who does, like, Rick and Morty, no, the guy who's the assistant to Rick and Morty, he does his own podcast. Or whatever. I don't know. And I remember talking to him, I was just like, it's probably not a good idea to tell people to kill themselves over the internet with absolute seriousness, because if someone does that, you're liable for that.
Unless it's Jenny McDermott.
A lot of states.
Unless it's Jenny McDermott.
Yeah. And then he's just like, fucking go kill yourself.
Do it, Jenny. You won't be missed. Anyway,
I did enjoy doing those videos. I'm not I have to state this completely clear. Just because I want people to do introspection does not mean I am not above being a shit poster. And I am stating that right now. I am not above any of the things I criticize.
But it's like I did a video that was called "Are you in it for the war, the win or the war?" And there are some people that are treating this like a WWF match.
Oh God, yeah.
They're not really. It's not. You're not here for political conversation. You're here to just play. You're giving it a try. You're just sort of like trying on the shoes as such, see if it fits in. And there's stuff at stake here. If you didn't know. There's actually sort of like, you're talking about anonymity, and you've got people coming out there and basically spoiling the reputation of, say, 8chan, 4chan, who are ruining its reputation. You say, well, reputation doesn't matter, I don't care. What the hell? When your site goes down, because people on your site have pissed off enough people outside of it, and they actually give excuses to legislators to get rid of you. You will be wailing and crying and whining about, oh, my freedom of speech, man, my freedom of speech. And it's like, you had it and you squandered it.
People don't want to have any, what's the word I'm looking for, agency over what they are doing. And so it's like, well, I'm just here to poke fun at this particular thing. Well, look at the problems you've caused. Oh, freedom of speech. But then when it happens to them, it's, my feelings. It's so fucking backwards.
Well, we are talking to kids on the internet here.
Yeah.
And remember I was saying to you about that sentence that used to be quite sort of prevalent in the sort of like 90s and 2000s, like, oh, don't these kids grow up quick? And we just don't hear that anymore.
No, they don't. They take forever to fucking grow up. And I feel so old being 35 years old, almost 36.
I'm looking at a case of arrested development at this point. I often think that the drugs of the 90s have finally worn off, and I'm not talking about the ones that are actually there to have fun with. I'm just thinking, have you finally built up a tolerance to the Prozac? Because that's what's going on here.
Have you taken too much Adderall?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
they just haven't had the mental fortitude trained into them, because they've basically kind of gone, well, I'm anxious, so drug it.
Wow, we sound like a bunch of fucking old people. Just like, get off my fucking lawn, you little kid! Stop fucking with my flowers! You know?
Get off my internet!
The internet is my lawn.
Porn.
The internet is my lawn, thank you very much, and I'm doing some gardening.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're absolutely right. Your points are absolutely cogent.
Sorry about that. Sorry to have a cogent argument, but they do exist on the internet, folks.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a lot of people out there that can't stand me, really, because I keep it's like when you try your best to be honest with yourself and others, nobody likes you. It's a thankless task.
Speaking of that, oh my god, oh fuck, man, the amount of fucking bullshit hate I get is unreal, and I imagine it would be much worse if I had a lot more subscribers. This sort of circles back to the criticism thing. I started out doing SJWs because I thought that was the most pertinent subject at the time. Like, I would see these articles come my way, and most of them I was just like, oh, it's bullshit. We don't need to talk about that. It's self-evidently wrong. And then there were other contentious issues, like, for example, rape culture, that I felt I needed to go into. So I'd done that for like a couple of months, and then I would get on the subject of how I disagree about abortion. And I think abortion is not fucking evil. And then, holy fucking shit, the slew of crap I get over that. And then I go back to criticizing radical Muslims, and then everybody's fucking happy. And then I go, what was the recent video? The message to skeptics. And fucking all I get is just bullshit about climate change.
Isn't it interesting?
Climate change as an example.
I think it's interesting, and I think it's indicative of, maybe just my subscribers, but more to the point of the general community, where there are more people here that are not necessarily like right, but are leaning right, and they're not here entirely for skepticism, and they're not here entirely for discussion. They're more here for just like, fuck SJWs, which, hey, I'm all for that, but we kind of need to, if we're going to be skeptical about that, we have to focus on other things.
It's about the why, less than the who.
Yes, yeah,
And
absolutely.
I would like, if people are going to sit there and nitpick at everything to death, at least try to come up with a solution, or at least open up a floor for debate. And I am...
We're right fucking here, folks. We've been here for almost 2 years now, trying to actually facilitate debate between both sides on this.
It's really hard.
It's really fucking hard. First of all, one side is scared to death of you, and the other side is like, fuck those people. It's like, yeah, great.
One side's hostile, the other one is just passive-aggressive. How could this not go fucking wrong?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
And I'm looking at both sides and kind of going, will you two shut the fuck up? I mean, imagine before the people that came before you. where you've got somebody who is basically an anti-theist atheist squaring off against creationists in the Christian church, and they can just quietly set themselves up their little stool, make their case, everyone claps. And look at us now. Look at look at the state of it at this point now. It's now, yeah, this is the difference between like watching the Olympics and a fucking mud wrestling match.
The Special Olympics?
Not even that.
Oh, it's fucking special, alright. Say that much. You
Yeah,
know, but like,
people run out of topics, then they start attacking themselves, which has been something I have been drastically avoiding, considering a lot of these people are my friends, such as examples, Kraut and T and TJ. I am friends with both of them. This is not a good thing when they start going at it, but they were debating amongst themselves and everybody's like, oh, make a video on it. I'm like, no, that's not my place, because I'm not going to go shit on A, their topic and their debate, and B, I'm not going to get in the middle of this. There's no reason for me to get into the middle of infighting. It has nothing to do with me. And then you go to people like Agent of Doubt going after, oh, what's that twat's name? Jacqueline Glenn. And it's like, well, Jacqueline Glenn is a friend of my friend Pimp's. I do not want to get involved in that mess, because she's nothing more than a gigantic walking hit piece on steroids. And then you've got, like, my very first Patreon I've ever gotten going after him, going, oh, come on, share this stuff about me, calling her, you know, a liar on her material. And I'm like, you're going overboard. You're going overboard. Oh, you're making yourself look really bad just because you want to go after Jacqueline Glenn. Oh.
yeah, but it's already, that subject is already done and over with.
Pardon me for white knighting for Jacqueline Glenn, but as far as her being a plagiarist is concerned and stuff like that, it's like, well, if she is, then we all are. No, you know, I just want to maybe give a little shocker to everybody listening out there, but do you really honestly believe that those are your own thoughts? Oh, that's adorable. Nobody's ever thought those before.
For word, but she hasn't copied videos in a long time.
She's presenting them. She is presenting those ideas in a different light for a slightly younger generation that would be even thinking to pay attention to the people such as say Dawkins and stuff like that. They don't want to listen to some old man talk shit. They want to see somebody sort of attractive, who's sort of their age group and is sort of presenting it in that way. They don't want to listen to some stuffy old fart saying it. So her doing it in her way is hardly plagiarism. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
I think she did copy it to a much more one-to-one kind of degree. She was doing it word for word.
And she wasn't giving anybody credit. At least give credit where credit's due. Here's the problem, though, with this whole thing, is that she got in trouble for that in November. She is not releasing content like that any further. Stop barking up that tree just because you want to be the next person to go after Jacqueline Glenn, because it's cool to do so. And that kind of mentality has driven me nuts. And it's like, holy shit. And it makes me feel bad because it makes me look like I did the same thing with Milo Stewart. I was the first one to make a video on that particular video that I went after. I was the very first fucking person. Everybody else goes and done it, and now it looks like, it's like, God damn it. I was the first one. Now it looks like I was just being a shit on the internet.
Being the first doesn't mean that you're the one who gets most of the credit. You know, just think Oculus Rift.
Yeah.
Yeah, just think Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, bye Oculus. Bye Felicia.
Yeah.
So Jacqueline Glenn, though, has recently, at least on Twitter, she accused Feminist Flow of plagiarism for uploading videos.
And everybody started tweeting at her the proof, and I hope that she actually does see that. But
she blocked him.
Yeah, she blocked him, and I'm hoping that the tweets do reach her and she does do a retraction, because that did tarnish his image. But when
Yeah.
it comes down to it, the people that matter do know that he did not do that. It's only the idiots out there that are
Well,
going
he's
to
mirrored
snipe her
her
in the first place.
videos, yes?
He mirrored her videos
No.
with permission.
He mirrored some of Evelion's videos. He
Yes,
mirrored
that's what
a couple of videos.
yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, he has permission for all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, she doesn't really have much of a case there. She obviously maybe just doesn't know this.
Well,
but I mean,
she blocked him for telling her this, and I wouldn't hold my breath for a retraction.
no, I doubt
Yeah,
that.
but
I mean,
here's the thing: how important is it that this one lady says something that can be taken into that? Like, really, you guys are worrying so fucking much, and it's like you guys are gonna lose a couple of subs that for people that like Jacqueline Glenn. Do you really care that much?
I think there's
about
some people out there
people
that think
that
that
give
she's the
her the
wrong kind
time
of
of day.
atheist.
I
Right?
care. I think it's important. I think plagiarism is a thing that we should necessarily condone by like implicitly not saying anything about it. But at the same time, I don't think it's necessary to fucking harp on and on and on and on about it when the issue has already been addressed and eloquently.
No, we're not talking about the plagiarism. I was talking about the.
I'm thinking about the
False
motivations.
accusations of plagiarism.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the motivations behind it. To be honest with you, because as far as like people repeating other people's ideas, I mean, if we stop doing that, half the videos are going to go anyway. There's people doing, something on the back of what somebody else has done or whatever like that.
Between
They don't
repeating
necessarily give
somebody's
each other.
idea
Yeah, they don't necessarily give each other credit. And to be honest with you, yeah, let's be.
How is that fuck not dead?
I'll say this again, guys. These are not your own ideas. Somebody's probably had these ideas before.
Well,
And
we're not
just
talking about the ideas. We're talking about.
No, I mean
verbatim.
what you think your own ideas are. There are ideas.
Potentially, but I haven't copied anything word for word, now have I?
No.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you haven't actually. That isn't going to coincide. And like I said, regardless of this,
it was more than coinciding.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying in that sort of way. I was about to say, regardless of that, the idea of somebody listening to, say, Richard Dawkins versus Jacqueline Glenn in, say, their early 20s or whatever like that, a lot of them are going to pay more attention to her. I don't actually think that like Dawkins or anything like that give a shit. And that's the thing. It's like people complaining about, say, somebody doing like a, they're sitting there trying to hurry somebody up for a game that's been kickstarted by their family. You know who I'm talking about at this point. When they haven't put a fucking cent in. And it's the same thing when it comes to somebody saying plagiarism, for example, complaining about this. I suspect and I believe that she is actually friends with Dawkins. So
yeah, Dawkins was the only one that gave her permission to do that.
Yeah,
and that's
he's
but
interested in
people,
spreading the ideas. He's interested in spreading the ideas. I don't think he gives a shit who spreads it. That's the thing.
If we're on the subject of plagiarism, wouldn't technically all American news media groups be guilty of that?
Yeah, God, copy paste is a thing, man. Copy paste is a thing.
Like American news media and journals are just fucking a joke. At least the ones that are that everybody watches or listens to. That's the problem. They're listening to the wrong people, and the people who are honest and actually trying to report goodness. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. I personally, I watch the Young Turks. I watch them sometimes. There's other news groups, medias that I follow as well. As far as political news.
They're mainly punditry on what's happened, of course. I don't think they've actually ever had something where they've given us something that we didn't already know. And
they haven't broken a story, no.
But then again, that's exactly what's going on here right now, guys. We are talking about things that have happened. We're hopefully informing a few people that don't have the time to actually look into all of this. But essentially, we're here to basically, wax lyrical on what's passed us by this week. I mean, I've not really going to have too much fuss with it. They've got their opinions. That they can be wrong, they can be right in my own eyes. But like I said, that's up to them. I think they've gone quite wrong on it. I don't know if you guys saw this business with recently.
Who's echoing?
It's probably Chris. Always Chris. Dr. Randomacam. Dr. Randomacam did a video that was concerned with with all this toilet business, with toilets for trannies.
Yay!
The rapage and the women and the rape and the we got to think of the women's. And he was very, very succinct in his opinion of this, of basically kind of going, why don't you just have one toilet?
I did a video to that because it was like, it's not about the toilets, guys. The toilets are. I made a video.
Think of the children.
It's called the Trojan toilet, because it's not about the toilets. The law is hiding another law in it. So everybody starts focusing on the toilets because the media starts pushing it. Because nobody wants to pay attention to the law that's hidden inside of it, stating that if you get fired for religious, sexual, or any actual discriminatory reasons, you can no longer sue.
Well,
so somebody can
not
fire
through the state.
now.
You'd have to go through federal court, isn't it?
Yeah, and so by saying, well, because we want to keep this law, pay attention to the toilets, so this law stays, or you're going to have men in your bathroom. But you have to give up some of your, you have to be, you have to give up some of your rights, in order to keep.
That's every controversy in history now, isn't it?
It's so fucking neat.
Look at this hand, so you don't look at this one.
Oh dear God! Somebody made
the velvet glove.
Transformer, not transformer. Transformers.
Stay off Twitter while we're talking.
Oh dear God.
Okay, we got it.
Megatron is a woman.
I'm gonna whack you.
Ladies and gentlemen, American humor in a nutshell.
Do as I command.
But it is literally look at one hand while the other hand is fucking stealing your wallet, and that's what's happening with that whole fucking
means figuratively,
toilet thing.
folks.
Fuck even thinking about which
figuratively. Are you sure? Because there seems to be a lot of stealing of wallets going on.
Once again, government in a nutshell.
Stop looking at the fucking toilets. Stop looking at that. Look at the actual law that's being that needs to be shown to be unconstitutional. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah. Well,
Holy
in
shit.
that vein, of course. Remember we were talking about message to skeptics, and this was, of course, something that say vernaculars came across as well. Is that some people seem to have drawn some sort of party lines when it came down to this particular thing. He was taken aback by this whole thing, quite sort of. Even made a video regarding it, and it's we do have a certain contingency of people, like I said, who've got them. They're turning up to this, to sort of mask themselves. Very similar, I suppose, it is for, say, the social justice warrior movement out there to basically just sort of buddy up to people that may find themselves sort of socially sort of downgraded as such, and utilize them as a platform to jump from. And this is one of the reasons why I think this that particular hashtag is quite important, because it is maybe a shot across the bow for some, a warning shot as such, is that, like I said, we're not your alt shield.
Yeah.
And you can't you if you want to utilize somebody for your own basically attacks and stuff like that, yeah. I mean, I've already seen this go through Gamergate. I don't want to have that happen to the skeptic community at large.
It's too late.
Feel free to tag me.
It's happened already, just on the other side of the coin, with Atheism Plus and all that nonsense.
Well, exactly. But like I said, I'm warning them. I'm warning them that there are other.
Oh.
And this is the thing is, this is even worse, because these lot are playing it a lot cleverer game, a lot more quieter, and they're trying to squeeze through themselves in a slightly different way.
Sleepy Doodle has a cool name.
This is what happens with this culture war and this sort of identity war and all this stuff when it comes to the internet, is that it attracts the political extremes, because the discussion is sort of inherently political, and I think political statements are just sort of inherently meant to be I wouldn't say hyperbolic, but just like offensive, just sort of like inflammatory. There you go.
Robin.
So I think it naturally attracts this kind of stuff when you institute this sort of culture war and you like attach it to skepticism or atheism or anything like that. And I don't know how to avoid this, and I don't know how to fix the problem. But I tell you what, man, come next year, if SJWs are gone and these people are around spreading regressive, retarded bullshit, I am going to be on their ass like no one's business, just the same.
Yeah, they're next. It's literally that's where the split is going to happen. Okay, so you have to give a framework, you have the atheists, and then you have the religious. They fight. Then the atheists then split up between the SJW side and the skeptic side. So now you got the skeptics, and then you've got the SJWs, and then more people join the SJW side, and more people join the skeptic side. And so now those sides grow. And now, once the SJWs disappear, we're going to be left with our bubble of the skeptics that they're going to separate between the left
How
and
does
the right.
that fuck do so much damage? Holy shit!
Will you stop playing your game and emoting directly in my fucking ear?
I hate how sort of like factional this is. I don't understand what the fuck happened to just talking about sophistry. What happened to just looking at people who were just wildly disingenuous and going, no, your statements are absolutely wrong.
Well, it's just
they're
more
factually
fodder.
inaccurate.
It's just more fodder to talk about, guys. I mean,
What happened to that when we accepted that politicians can lie to us and we still vote for them?
the internet is where bad ideas come to die, and we're here to kill them.
Well, I'm no, like I said in the video, I'm no tour de force of fucking wit, but I will try my best.
Well, it's
Yeah, well-
it's all about awareness, and there's kids out there that are counting on us. That's the thing.
On
I
that
mean,
note,
you
I've
can,
actually got to head
yeah,
off,
think of the
guys.
kids.
But thanks very much for having me. Follow me on Twitter and stuff. I'll follow you back. It was
No
nice to
worries,
meet you all.
Danny. It's been a pleasure, mate. We'll see
What's
you
your
again.
Twitter handle?
I'll put it in there again.
It's
Just in
it's
case.
actually on the screen here. For anybody who'd like to, it's Danny Duchamp. He's done some excellent videos in his car.
Oh my God.
Follow the pug.
It's him and a bottle of beer and talking to you in his car, and it works out very well. I like the format.
It's like a half-drunk guy in a Toyota Corolla bitching about SJWs. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a Honda Fit, but yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Donate to his Patreon,
that.
and you might be able to upgrade it.
Yes, yeah. Welcome to my shitty Tesla Model S.
Welcome to my garage. As you can see, this is my Lamborghini. Yes, look at all these books.
Alright, see you guys later.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Well, my dad is moving out, and guess what he left me from his college studies?
Broken
I-
dreams.
Yeah, that. No, he left me. He just graduated college, which is funny. He left me his ethics books and the psychology books. So guess what I'm going to be learning?
Yeah, that's a mind bender.
Well, we've got Cardin just saying, I don't feel like SJWs are really going anywhere. They're really showing no sign of going away. Now, here's the thing, Cardin. We can't kill these people. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. However, the only thing that you can do is let them know that their shit is not gonna fly. It is up to the greater public to do that job for you on that sort of front. And that's the only faith that you can have.
Disagree. I sort of disagree on that.
You disagree?
I think
Get out!
Yes, I know, right?
Damn
it's not
you.
like a fucking hug box. No, but I think that the more the I agree with what you said when it comes to the public and stuff like that. But I think the more the public shines a light on their nonsense, and the more we debunk them, the less they exist in the public sphere. They'll still be there.
They'll
Their
always be
ideas
there.
will just be like antiquated, and people will just self-evidently regard them as fucking wrong. And that's what I mean when I'm like, eventually when you guys slink away back to your hidey holes, because that's what's gonna that'll eventually happen. I'm not talking next year.
Well, this is you've got to burn some fingers here, And once they understand what hot plate they're not supposed to touch, there's only so much. The only problem is, of course, is there's some new idiot being born every day, and they're just going to have to be reminded themselves. So you're going to have to spend year upon year repeating yourself to these people.
I know.
That is just the way of things. It's the way of things.
I've told people many times. I just love to fucking reiterate myself just over and over and over. It doesn't get boring at all.
Yeah, it's less research involved, isn't it? So. But yes, Milo Yiannopoulos is cancer, and
that's not necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily true. I like his points.
I would say that there's two sides to every coin, and both sides need a fucking polish. To be frank.
Can we just melt the coin down already?
No, no death to humans.
No,
Let's just
not
print
an
a
option.
new coin.
It's not an option.
No, we can't do that. I like Milo. I like the things he says, but there are some things he says that are factually inaccurate.
Oh, he has lovely hair, and if I were to meet him, I would say, you give me hope, Milo, because even now, in this day and age, a moral coward can be openly gay. So
here's the thing that pissed me off. He's sitting there. There was one thing, and I wanted to call it out. In this video that he did it was an interview. It's on his channel. It's actually part of the video that I used for one of my videos on everything that happened. I listened to it again, and I caught something. He goes, well, he misrepresented me. And when the university writes a letter, it's an apology. It's an I'm sorry, but not sorry, so sorry kind of bullshit. And he's going through and he goes, yeah, they misrepresented me. They stated in there that I said that being gay is not it's a choice only. Being gay is only a choice. And I've never said that. I'm like, you've said that like 5 times in like several of your videos when you're talking with religious people primarily. You have flat out stated that being homosexual is a choice. What the fuck? You have said this. And he's sitting there backpedaling like a son of a bitch. It's like, you might want to check your words. You have said this. Oh, so I'm going to have to pull that up.
But he's allowed to get away with certain things like that because the sort of
it pisses
like
the SJWs off.
Yeah, number one, and number two, the regressive fucking SJWs do fucking lie about him. They do say he says shit that he doesn't say.
Yeah,
just like he wants to kill all fucking trans people.
Yeah.
My standard on people getting away with shit is they shouldn't.
I'm just really tired of people lumping in oppressions into gigantic pillars of retardation, where it's like, let's put everybody's fucking LGBTQ LMNOP, and these all have the same exact problems. Each one of these people suffer from the same exact discrimination issues, and we should label everybody and start tattooing them and branding them, as opposed to removing the brands, removing the labels, removing the ideological followings, and stop referring yourself as anti-anything or pro-anything until you are dead fucking sure that all of those ideas that are being represented in that marching band of assholes is exactly everything that you think, or you are going to bury yourself, and every time you try to bring up a point, you are going to be labeled. And that is something that I think that really needs to be addressed when it comes to, well, I am an anti-SJW, but I really like everything that Milo says. Well, you've got to sit there and realize that a lot of the shit that Milo is saying is very anti, LGBT or QLMNOP, very anti-trans, very anti-this. And so at the same time, it's like, wait a minute, what ballpark do you play in? So, I have no idea how to finalize that point.
Yeah, there's a weird distinction you have to make when it comes to Milo Yiannopoulos, is that there are times where he's entirely being a provocateur, which is his job, And then there are other times where he's spouting off statistics and he's trying to talk seriously about a subject, and those lines are blurred a lot of the time. You like sometimes he'll say something fucking ridiculous, and then like let's say Joe Rogan will think that he's being serious, and he'll be like, no, I'm not fucking being serious. It's it's my job. It's my job to piss people off. I love pissing these people off.
I did like what he had to say when the people jumped on the stage when we read that article. That was fucking beautiful. I laughed because he was funny when what was it that he said when people jumped on the stage, Robin?
When he jumped on the stage?
When the Black Lives Matter jumped on the stage, what was his verbal retort? I can't remember.
Well, he said that the black crime statistics are about to go up.
which is that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
And he said a couple of really horrible things. It was fucking funny as shit. But there's the thing. Where do you draw the line between entertainer and fact bringer? Where do you draw the line between where you want to represent yourself? And that's something that each and every one of us has to do for ourselves. Not anybody can tell you what part you are playing in. So,
Robot. If you would like to robot too, just have a look at the bottom right-hand corner at RSOLGTP, and you can come on and speak to us, including Tom Sequitur.
How you doing,
Greetings, my
guys?
man. How you doing there, mate?
I'm just here for commie time.
Okay, you're just here to speak to the commies. I understand. There's nobody left to your right. I get it.
No, I really enjoy this challenge that you put out, the message to the skeptics. Did Liz come up with that, or?
Yay!
Yay!
Finally, recognition. She's been pissed that people keep on saying that I did this, and it's like, no, it's Liz. Liz, look at the links below.
Yay! Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, good. I stopped roboting. That is kind of butter is a neat salty taste. It happens, but it's because I've been sitting here going, I'm waving my flags in the middle of the fucking playground going, I exist. And it's like, God, my arm's getting tired. It's like, God damn, I'm so exhausted. I wake up in the morning and I'm on the internet. I go to bed, I'm on the internet.
So, you see, here's the thing.
How is that exhausting?
We were talking about sort of like skepticism and sort of the idea that there are some out there that are merely pushing agenda rather than actually thinking about something in a skeptical fashion. And they would like to say that they are skeptics. They would like to push that they are skeptics. I think Piss and Vinegar probably put it best about people being terribly inconsistent. For example, they hate that the SJWs are sort of like talking about Patreon all day, but then they'll turn around and say, but God. And
yeah,
it's
but
like,
they're both completely the exact same thing to me. There is no difference. They're predicated entirely on the same amount of evidence, which is fucking nothing.
well, if anything, patriarchy at least has some level in there, because you could say sort of like guys in control, kings mainly, more than anything else. But in this, guys actually owning the household, family names, yada 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 yada. Whereas sort of like the whole God Squad thing, it's sort of like kind of going, so what evidence have you got in there? Well, I believe. Oh, you believe, do you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but like, in regards to patriarchy, there's definitely been patriarchies. Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that historically there have been patriarchies. What I'm talking about is the context in which they're speaking.
Yeah, now.
They think that there legitimately is a fucking patriarchy right here, right now, in a fucking democratic, meritocratic society.
I gotta tell him how I
fucking
pwned my dad.
insane.
I gotta tell you how I pwned my dad. Robin laughed his ass off over this. My dad has got bit by the SJW bug because he had to take his gender studies class.
This is awesome.
How old is your dad?
She's roboted again. She has she has a really good upload rate, but it just doesn't stay very stable.
Can you imagine let's just round this off, say like a guy in his mid-40s going to a gender studies class, and he's got a beard and shit, and he's had kids, and he's
somebody's
sitting there, and there's some fucking intellectually bankrupt millennial sitting in front of him on a podium, pretty much just saying like, you know, the world is controlled by men, and men are evil. Yes, they are. And also, I'm a lesbian, and I practice voodoo magic, and it's very important. You all should just ascribe to my crazy fucking worldview. Oh, by the way, you should all get piercings and dye your hair rainbow colors. You know, it's just, like I can't imagine that man sitting there going just like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Well, I feel as if you're paraphrasing the
Yeah.
I mean, thanks for boiling it down, but I think they organise it a bit better than that.
Well, if we back up to the patriarchy concept, the problem with trying to deal with patriarchy and a lot of things that feminism does anyway, is they build these unassailable positions. When you have 25 definitions of patriarchy, you know, it's pretty hard to deal with, other than, you know, ponage, I guess.
Morning.
Morning, Cardin.
Oh, fuck.
Foxy
I mean,
McFuckface.
I would love to, you know, rely on one study to disprove their version of patriarchy, but there's 25 fucking versions of it.
Well, the thing is that they can't actually prove that patriarchy exists in the West because it fucking doesn't. But so they create these feminist studies which...
Oh! I've had a fall over. Let's get a reload. Reloading. Sorry, guys. Joining Hangout.
peer reviewed. So they have.
Oh, sorry guys.
Studies.
I just lost you on there. You might want to
So
start.
so they have these ridiculous studies.
Here's
that
a video. Here's a video. 1 second, mate. I've just for some reason or another, I just decided the whole thing just fell over. So did you want to start that sentence again so that everyone can actually hear what you just said?
Holy shit! It really did.
So, Robin, where the hell did all these people who can actually talk come from?
I invite them.
Have I really been gone that long?
Yes.
Yep.
I've been here forever, man.
All right. So did you guys hear everything, or do you want me to just start from the beginning?
From the beginning, please. Yes.
Crashed.
Yeah.
Knock yourself.
Oh, okay. So, like, pretty much when it comes to these feminists, what they do is if they don't have a study, like a study based on empirical data, to prove that patriarchy exists, they create another definition of patriarchy, which ascribes to how they want to view it, and then they make up fucking data to support it. And it's either not peer-reviewed, or it's peer-reviewed by feminists who already ascribe to this idea. So they pretty much put the cart before the horse, and every single study they do is absolute garbage. You look at the sources, and they're just like, oh my fucking god!
It's less peer review, more peer pressure.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much...
In any case of peer review, you are going to have, and this is just to be fair to them, the logical counter argument is that everything that's peer reviewed is reviewed by peers who are of the same discipline and study, and this is then, you know, no different in that way from them.
But this is like theology studies, you see. This is in that same mask.
Well, the big difference here is that a large part of being in an academic structure and peer reviewing is that you have to be at least the most objective that you can be on the subject that you're reviewing. Whereas when it comes to social justice and these feminist studies, they don't do that. In fact, we've seen many times they've just thrown objectivity out of the window. They're just like, well, it's a concept that's antiquated and stupid. You know, so it's like, you can entirely expect this kind of stuff to happen, and it happens a lot in academia in regards to feminism. They just throw objectivity out of the window. A lot of their studies are based on sociological studies, which are entirely subjective. So it's like this weird coalescence of just garbage and bullshit, and it's hard to, like you said, it's hard to fucking pin down, because there are a lot of layers of nonsense to it. And at the end of the day, after I'm done speaking, at the end of the day, when I'm done speaking, it sounds like I'm wearing a fucking tinfoil hat. But it's absolutely the opposite. I'm just explaining the structure of how this ridiculous sophistry is propagated.
It's not that you're wearing a tinfoil hat, but it's that you wish you were wearing a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. I wish I was wearing a tinfoil hat. I wish this was crazy bullshit that didn't exist, and it was all just a figment of my fucking very, very, very active imagination. But unfortunately, it's not.
None of you actually exist. You're just figments in my mind.
Well, I mean, when you get down to it, all that we really have that's verifiable is I think, therefore I am. But if that's the case, then, well, that literally takes out all the rules of the universe.
I have a different saying. I
Oh, boy.
think, therefore I don't have much in common with most people.
That's a lot of words.
That's kind of cool. I like that.
I like that. It's a lot of words, but
It's not. It doesn't roll off the tongue, but it sure as fuck is pretty apropos.
I could make a joke in here. Wouldn't be very appropriate, but I can
No
do
jokes. No jokes allowed.
Yeah, this is
serious stuff.
Not a fun time.
This is serious business, folks. People will be killed. People dying on the streets
Every day.
from preventable diseases. I was about to say presentable diseases, but I don't think that quite works.
Well, how do you what's a presentable disease?
It's
That thing that lets your dick stay hard for 4 hours?
Yeah, it's like cholera. You know, that's how it works. It's any disease presented by a game show host.
There we go. I'm back, guys. I should stop
You've
dropping
got
that.
AIDS. You know.
I'm so confused as to this concept.
Excellent. That's good. That's good to know. Thanks for rounding that off.
I'm permanently confused. Don't mind me.
You are indeed.
You're a pug.
You are indeed, Cardin. That pug. That's why we keep you here. We need at least one. So yeah. So Tom, here's the big question for you, of course, is that are you seeing a certain element out there in the say the skeptical community that are really a little lost in behind their own party lines and maybe don't necessarily have a second guess of themselves?
I don't want to name names, but
Don't have to.
Right. What the thing that's bothering me is that the thing that you brought up is a skeptic doubts his own position from the beginning. And I see something that's even a step worse beyond that. And that is when a point is thrown at you, you don't take that moment to reflect whether you've got this right or not, whatever it may be. And I'm guilty of that myself, but when you've got...
We've all suffered.
Right.
I think, I think if you cannot admit that hasn't happened to you, then you should be worried about yourself at that point.
Right, and I think that there's enough criticism going around that, you can almost skip the first step, and you don't have to be so doubtful of yourself, but when somebody brings it up, just backtrack and make sure you're on solid footing.
And also remember
Yep,
that
I've
once
been
you do realize that you have
out
any
of-
solid footing, don't back down like all the way either. If somebody criticizes you and you know you're fucking right, don't be afraid to go, wait a minute, I'm right, but don't be full of yourself at the same time.
Well, one of the things that I do is, like, if somebody brings up something and I think it's a valid point, I'll say, let me get back to you, or I'll make a video on that when I've thought about it. I don't have to have an answer.
Not everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't have to present yourself as somebody who does. I mean, that's a terribly worrying thing to do. And it's a hell of a bruise on the ego when that actually gets pointed out, too. But
What I generally what I like to say is I'm usually always right because I'm always happy to be wrong.
I'm always right because I'm always right.
Well, I think you said it best that if you're prepared to be wrong, that means that you get to be right later.
Logic works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The idea is that you are able to change your mind with new bits of information. We could be wrong. We could be wrong about all of this. Could we? Can we? Can we give that a try?
Yeah, I end most videos like that. Like, I could be wrong.
And I found a video that I was looking for when you guys were talking about peer pressure on the peer review process, and I'll put a link here in the chat. That is Murray Strauss, and he's a sociologist that studies domestic violence, and he himself admits to not publishing data showing how violent women were just because of peer pressure. And, you know, he's pretty much a male advocate at this point. I mean,
Well, being a male advocate can get you in a lot of shit. But then, here's the. You guys want to know the real reason why I got really mad and wanted to do the message to skeptics, and what started this whole pathway of thinking in my brain?
Go ahead.
It had something to do with what the MRAs did. They had Habib on, and then the Honey Badgers did, and he's sitting there talking about problems that are happening in, Israel, that are human rights violations that are primarily against women. And the MRAs went full tilt ideological bullshit and infuriated a lot of people, and including me, but there are a lot of people who are just sitting there sucking their dick when they started saying, oh, well, it's still the women's fault.
The fuck?
Women
What?
women just don't want to drive because they want to be chauffeured around. They've been brainwashed. You're not getting it. Oh, there's violence against women and children due to the husbands beating them because the Quran says so. Well, that's just because the children are getting beaten because when the husband gets home, the wife tells the husband to beat the kids. Wait, what? They'll saying just wait till your father gets home. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The Quran says beat your wife and children. Preferably the girls, not the boys. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, and Habib held his own pretty damn well, and he went back up there, but it was still so cringeworthy. Of you guys are like, I was so happy with all the work that you were doing, pointing out the statistics where women are just as bad, if not worse, than men in a lot of different areas, and then men are just as bad in some areas. You guys are doing so good, but now everything you are doing is the fault.
Actually,
And it's like,
oh, you're roboting a little bit.
Sorry.
And Zoe, you're really, really loud there, darling. Is there any way you can turn your mic down a little bit?
How am I loud again? After everybody was saying I was quiet.
No, Zoe.
Oh. Zoe. So that really infuriated me, this whole double speak. And that's when I was like, okay, everybody needs to take a step back and realize that you guys just became ideologues. And a couple of my friends and I, we did a stream afterwards where we talked about it, like there was no excuse for their, like literally, it was like, you guys need to focus on Western culture because you guys step out of this zone where you guys are knowledgeable and you guys sound like idiots.
You sound better. Fine.
Well, that's pretty much anybody. I mean, you can talk to me about feminism or religion or politics all day long or music, but if you want to talk to me about fucking trees, then I couldn't tell you a goddamn thing because I don't give a shit about trees. This is where they're good. This is what they're good at, and they should stick to it. But other than that, it's just like I don't understand that kind of mentality. Because that's precisely the same mentality feminists have. If you talk to them about men's rights, what they do is they dismiss the entire argument, like predicated entirely on the title of MRA. You just be like, okay, well, there's like men have like a high suicide rate, and we really need to do something about that. Oh, you fucking MRA! Well, it's all their fault because fucking internalized masculinity and patriarchy and just like crazy bullshit. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's fucking not. There's a problem.
Well, the thing is that if that were to, imagine, let's take their idea on board here. Why wasn't there so high suicide rates years and years ago? Why is it increasing the more and more, and if you can imagine, since feminism has come forward and there's more and more feminists out there, there's more and more feminism out there, that the suicide rate has increased. If we're going to go with correlation here, ladies, think it through. You don't want to have that discussion. That's
no,
the
that's
thing.
correlation doesn't mean causation.
Well, no,
You know
but
that.
what I'm saying is that if it were the opposite to be true, if
Yeah.
it's all this internalized misogyny, machoism and all that sort of thing, well, people were a lot more macho years and years ago. I mean, I'm not exactly the most, I'm not exactly sort of like swimming in machismo, to be frank. Okay,
Right.
I'm just a guy here. But if you can imagine, if that were the case, then surely suicides would be going down if less and less guys are basically, if you imagine the 90s man, the new man, that should have cooled that down a little bit, should it not? And
Right.
this is
Here's
the point. There is
here's
no
the interesting-
correlation there. That's the thing.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I think there is a worry within feminist groups that they may actually be that cause to that correlation.
Yes, I think that is worth investigating. Some kind of study being done. I don't. It would be a hell of a thing to try to prove, but the correlation is, yeah, the more men as a group are feminized, the more we seem to have problems. But it's just bold speculation.
Well, it
So,
might
Tom,
also have something to do with there are issues that come up when two groups clash, and this is going to happen in that situation. One group of men is going to be clashing with another, etc. But
Tom,
Yeah.
what I'm getting from your point is that all men should be real men again, back like in your day where they were real men and they used to fight glaciers with one hand in an arm wrestle and win.
it does sound
I think
a
you're
little
paraphrasing.
I'm
but-
saying that there's enough. If there is, isn't it worth investigating whether there's something to that? Not that you have to go back to those days, but maybe it's causing a problem.
Well,
So
Instead of
you're
letting people
old.
be naturally feminine or naturally masculine, people shouldn't be pushed to
Well-
be either. They should develop on their own without such social pressures, such as toxic masculinity is bad. They should just be like, oh, you're a man, yay, or you're a really effeminate man, yay.
What
As
the-
opposed
Exactly.
to, if you're not an effeminate man, you're bad.
I think the conversation's gone somewhat into the woods here. The point that I let me wrangle you back onto the curb.
No.
I refuse.
Yeah,
I
we
refuse.
were talking
Bring it
about the idea, for example, that the reason that all of these suicides are happening for men and increasing is due to, say, toxic masculinity, whatever like that. As though over the last, say, 20 or 30 years, we've been getting more and more masculine as a society, when that isn't so. So on the face of it, there is no correlation or causation there. Quite the opposite is true. And of course, for them to have I would sense that, judging from the sort of, correlation means causation, sort of rhetoric that runs around in the minds of such people, I suspect there may be a fear that if somebody were to double check that, they may feel as if somebody may point the finger at them. Have I nailed that one down a little better for you?
Well, I
Is
understand.
I'm
what
thinking
you're
about their
saying,
own
but I'm
mentality
saying,
of it.
Yeah, it's
the
actually
idea
worth
that,
looking at.
yeah. I don't think that that's strictly the case. I think it's a lot to do with economic reasons, a lot to do with the state of play that is in the workforce. Guys probably feel as if there's fucking nothing for them to do in this world these days, and they're just surplus to requirements.
Yeah, well, imagine
It's
being a
not
man in the
simple.
modern
Tom's just old.
workforce. Imagine being a man in the modern workforce where, let's
Don't have to.
use well, yeah, I know, but let's use the United States for an example. There aren't a lot of jobs that are present for a regular guy. A couple of years ago, well, let's not say a couple. We had a lot of foreclosing when it came to houses. There are economic pressures at work here that will make you feel like a piece of shit at the end of the day, regardless of just toxic masculinity and stuff like that. And this is the nuance of it, is that there is not just one factor, but many, and they are broad across the spectrum. They could be political, they could be economic, they could be to have something to do with the masculinity bullshit. That's besides the point,
And It's funny too because when this was the story. This actually goes back to what I was talking about. What happened to my father? He goes to the gender studies, right? And he gets brainwashed, and I've been literally deprogramming him ever since. And he's sitting there learning about how toxic masculinity is this and patriarchy is that, and I'm like, there's other reasons for this happening. There's other reasons for this happening. And I'm poking holes through his theories, and I'm trying to get him back to reality. And then we get into an argument, and he says the most famous words: "I am your father. You need to respect me." And I went, "You're gonna do that one."
Patriarchy.
Yeah, sure, I'll respect you, but you're wrong.
And I'm like, no, I don't have to respect you because you're my father. And he goes, yes, you do. And I went, no, I don't,
Liz.
Mr. Patriarchy.
Yeah, literally
This sounds
taking
like
part
classic toxic
in reproduction does nothing to make you right in any.
Yeah,
No.
and it's so funny that now he's being deprogrammed back into reality where he's like, oh, wait, there is a truth to being overmasculine, but then there is truth to being, you did just throw the patriarchy card at me, but at the same time, you're preaching against this stuff, and then you go off and you do it, and it's so neat to watch the head spin, and I have to sit him down and go, okay, look, this is where a lot of this is coming from, but take it all with a grain of fucking salt. People have taken this stuff and made Bibles about one particular topic, controlling this because they correlate, as opposed to sitting there and looking at all the reasons why what something correlates to something else. And I'm not getting the words out right. Robin probably can do it better.
Well, I'd like to interrupt that with a news flash. I am looking at Gawker.com with a letter, an open letter to Peter Thiel by Nick Denton. Ladies and gentlemen,
the guy funding all the
indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is dramatic reading time.
All right.
So tuck yourselves in, get yourself prepared. Are we all sitting comfortably?
This morning, Jesus Christ.
My butt's sore.
Yeah. Have you got your little teddy bear? Are you ready to go?
Wait, no.
Oh,
Not
okay.
ready.
Okay.
I need something. Where's my gun?
Okay. Are we all sitting comfortably?
No.
Can I slip my wrists while this is going on?
Then I'll begin.
All right, got my gun. Is it loaded?
Peter Thiel, nearly a decade ago, after you had opened up to friends and colleagues, a gay writer for Gawker shared an item with the readers of Valleywag, a section of news and gossip about the rich and powerful of Silicon Valley. Peter Thiel, the smartest VC in the world, is gay, wrote Owen Thomas. More power to him. And more power did indeed come to you. Your investments in Facebook and other companies have given you the net worth of more than $2 billion. And you thought you'd piss him off.
Oh my god, they're asking for money.
You have tapped some of that fortune to support gay groups such as HomoCon. Really, that's a
HomoCon.
That's a thing.
Well,
oh my
that's
God.
a thing.
Isn't that just called an orgy? Now,
That's how I met my husband.
it is now clear that gay people are everywhere, not just in industries such as entertainment, but in the pinnacles of Silicon Valley power. I thought we had all moved on, not realizing that, for someone who aspires to immortality, 9 years may be such a long time as it seems to most of us. Max Levchin, your fellow founder at PayPal, told me back in 2007 you were concerned about the reaction, not in Silicon Valley, but among investors in your hedge fund from less tolerant places such as Saudi Arabia. He also warned of the retribution you would exact if a story was published about your personal life. Your revenge has been served well, cold, and until now anonymously. You admit, and I love the writing style here, you admit you have been planning the punishment of Gawker and its writers for years, and that you have so far spent $10 million to fund litigation against the company. Charles Harder, Hollywood plaintiff's lawyer who has marshaled your legal campaign, is representing not just the wrestler Hulk Hogan on your behalf, but 2 other subjects of stories in suits against Gawker and its editorial staff.
I'm sorry, Robin.
Hello.
Are they insinuating that suing Gawker into the ground, burning them and sorting the lands they were on is anything but a good thing?
I believe he is saying that the person who cannot stand Gorka so much may have some sort of personal beef with Gorka. I think it might be the
What he's saying is that we called you out for being gay.
Don't all the people
and
suing
you
them have
ended
a
up
personal-
reaping the benefits of it. So why are you suing us now?
How is he reaping the benefits of this exactly?
Well, read on. I think that's what he's getting at.
You told the New York Times that you were motivated by friends. I was about to say masturbated by friends who had their lives ruined by Gorka coverage, and that your funding is philanthropic project to help other victims of negative stories. Let us run through a few examples so that people can actually read the articles you find so illegitimate. I love this face saving. This is glorious. So that people can actually read the articles you find so illegitimate and make their own judgment about their newsworthiness. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point, does it? Because this story's not going to be up for very long, you know.
What is he trying to say in small baby words for the child in the group?
He's trying to say, please stop beating us.
We're legitimate. We didn't, because it sounds like it's like because we called out that you were gay, you ended up benefiting from it. So why are you suing us?
We're a real
saying that we're illegitimate. And look at all these things that are legitimate. What are...
Sean Parker, a partner in your Founders Fund and an early backer of Facebook, is one of the friends who was covered extensively on Gorka's Valley Wag. Those stories, some of them by me, helped define the colourful character played by Justin Timberlake in The Social Network.
Wait. Okay. What? What?
I will sum up what he's trying to do.
He's basically
here.
saying is that he's responsible for the abortion of a movie called The Social Network.
Yeah, well, more to the point, what he's trying to do is draw away the attention of Gawker publishing the most fucking, egregious nonsense and saying, well, he doesn't like these couple of articles and this is why he's suing him. That's not the point. The point is that you post people's private fucking information, you ruin their lives, and then you say, well, that's just how Gawker does things, Why are you suing me for this? It's like, because there's punitive damages, Denton.
Yeah,
but who hasn't ruined someone else's life?
Like, this isn't just an old issue in journalism. It's a very general one. This is like a golden rule. You don't.
Well, yeah, you protect your sources. I understand that.
And it's
point
not
you
just
don't do this.
But, this is an issue that didn't come up with just Gamergate. People don't like having themselves be personally exposed by the news. They don't like the news putting their names out and shit, because...
Oh, I love this. He mentions Hulk Hogan at this point. Hulk Hogan was the first client represented by Charles Harder in a suit against Gorka, and as we now know, the famous wrestler and entertainer sued over snippets of a sex tape, apparently in order to shut down reporting a racist rant against the black man dating his daughter. Yeah, that's why he was doing it, because he'd said something racist.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they leaked basically revenge porn, which is illegal in the state where they are based, making them the...
This is not revenge porn. This is not revenge porn. This was blackmail. These people were party to blackmail.
Who hasn't been told to stop sleeping with that nigger?
Blackmail.
This guy was fucking somebody's wife.
With permission, with a camera in the room, so therefore later on, Bubba the Love Sponge could lose the fucking tape. Quote unquote. One of his associates stole it. They were recording it for their own usages and not telling Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was told by, I live in Florida, so this is what happened. This is actually what happened. Hulk Hogan gets told by Fat Ass McGee, Bubba the Love Sponge, that he can fuck his wife. And so he goes over and goes, yay, I can fuck your wife. He goes and fucks his wife. There's a hidden camera in the room. They only recorded it for their own usage.
Which is,
later.
illegal.
Really what was
It's not illegal to have a hidden camera in
Listen
your own.
to the story, kids. You haven't finished this. Yeah, let her finish the
Then what
story.
it goes on is that all of a sudden that home video goes missing. One of Bubba the Love Sponge's associates stole it.
Well,
and
there was
sold
more
it
to this, Liz, that
dog.
you're missing. While that tape was being recorded, near the end of it, he is actually consoling his wife and telling her, "Don't worry, darling, this is for us."
Yeah.
So
And
he had
so-
actually talked his wife into doing this in order to basically implicate this person. So he was looking to use this as a way of getting some money out of Mr. Hulk Hogan, or selling this on to somebody else to do this. So
and Bubba the Love Sponge, I have met Bubba the Love Sponge, and I have met Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan and I shopped at the same mall. He took my lighter once, but I kind of gave it to him.
I'm a little bit blown away right now. The Bubba the Love Sponge.
I know, but it's not really. It's not part of the story, guys. Carry on, Liz.
So what happens is that when the tape goes missing, it is sold to it's sold to Gawker by Bubba the Love Sponge's, one of his, I guess, housemates or something. I can't remember who exactly stole it, but it wasn't stolen. By looking at the end of the tape, you can obviously tell that Bubba the Love Sponge used a third party to get the money. And so it's not me, my hands are clean. I recorded this so I could masturbate to it later because I wanted to see that. And really, it turned out to be the most embarrassing thing that Hulk Hogan could have dealt with, and people started digging more and more into his shit. He got called out for being racist, and because also another recording was done that was supposed to be private of him talking about his daughter not wanting him to date her to date a nigger.
I believe it was part of the same recording, but they had only released the bit of him basically having sex with somebody. And so he is now suing, during this case, while he is suing these people for basically releasing a sex tape,
They're making a red herring about racism.
They then release that in order to basically besmirch him even more. This has then basically cost him his job at WWF. WWE, whatever the fuck it is, it's a fucking waste of everybody's time and effort. But don't even start. I'm not even going to go down that line. Anyway, then of course he has finished suing them for releasing said sex tape. Stop it. And now because they've basically kind of gone, well, we might as well twist the knife in. He's now going and pulled that fucking knife out of his chest and slapped it right back into theirs and kind of going, well, I'm going to do you for this as well, motherfucker. So, yeah, they were on their last legs. Then we have Ashley Terrell, who, also represented by Harder, is suing Gawker for $10 million for defamation. She is a reporter who offered information about the conflict between the founders of two dating apps, Tinder and Bumble, who herself became part of the story after claiming she was being harassed and surveilled by agents of Tinder and co-founder Whitney Wolfe. Well, if they've got no case against you, then you'll be fine, won't you? Shiva, the thing is, he's sitting there and basically kind of going, these are all the people that we're guilty of fucking over. It's brilliant. Shiva Ayyadurai, I'm sorry if I've completely bulled out the name there, is a Massachusetts entrepreneur who says he invented email. About a decade after email was actually invented, a story on Gizmodo, Gawker's tech property, said straight out that his claims were false, and as did the Washington Post and Los Angeles Times, represented also by a lawyer you hired. He is, or she is, suing Gawker for $35 million for defamation, though not the other news organizations that made the same point. Maybe it's the fact that it came from you first?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah. Okay, here's the thing: is something like this happens and it gets spread around the news, you don't go after every single fucking news outlet because it's too much. It's literally too much effort, and you probably can't win. You go after the source. The source make a root cause analysis.
Yeah, the source is the ones who actually do it. They are just reporting other sources. You see, so they're not actually liable in this case. If, for example, the original source retracts, then it is up to obviously these other publications to say we've made a mistake, or at least the publication we got this from made a mistake. These are the facts.
Yeah, I'd just like to Just
So it's like if someone's talking shit about you, right? And you want to fucking deal with that situation. You don't punch your friend in the head who fucking told you this. You go and find the
you
person
find
who's
the
talking shit
person who
about you.
started spreading the rumor, you punch them in the
Yeah.
face.
Well, it's a more crude analogy, but there you go.
Well, you went with punch your friend in the head, so it kind of goes from there. You find the person who needs to get punched.
So what's the
and you
point
punch
of this letter? Is there any more to this? Because I want to get what they're trying to say.
I
all the
am
way.
too, but I've obviously got to wait for everyone to finish their diatribe. Peter Thiel, that is you, yes. Gorka has often been critical. Our writers have derided your views on female suffrage, mocked the libertarian separatist vision of offshore seasteads. Yeah, as though you're not fucking booking yourselves overseas. Mocked the libertarian free of government interference, and questioned some of the businesses you have backed. There is much more. They don't find you very likeable. Who's they? Gorka? I see how irritating Gorka would be to you and other figures in the technology industry. For Silicon Valley, the media spotlight is a relatively recent phenomenon. Most executives and venture capitalists are accustomed to dealing with...
The media spotlight is a relatively recent phenomenon.
For Silicon Valley.
No, it's not. It's been.
Oh
God.
Oh my God.
Just continue reading this before I get a brain hemorrhage.
Okay, Cardin, stop overreacting. Most executives and venture capitalists are accustomed to dealing with acquiescent trade journalists. Acquiescent, I don't think you are. And a dazzling mainstream media who will typically play along with embargoes, join in youth enthusiasm for new products, and fucking listen to yourselves. This is what you are, Gorka. You are basically bought and sold, just like everybody else, and you think that you're different? And the hue to the authorized version of the story. You are literally this. You need to have a look at... Let's say I'm taking you on face value, Arthur. You need to look at your publications. You really do.
They don't have any mirrors in the offices of Gawker or Jezebel or whatever the fuck.
I believe they've all cracked. They do not have.
No, they just removed them and replaced them with that message. Oh, you are beautiful.
You finish that thought. Yeah, they do not have the sophistication and the thicker skins of public figures in the other older power centers such as New York, Los Angeles, and Washington D.C. I can see how tempting it would be to use Silicon Valley's most abundant resource, a vast fortune, against the harsh words of the writers of a small New York media company. We have our devices, you have yours. Among the million posts published by Gorka and other properties since the company was founded, there have undoubtedly been occasions where we overstepped the line.
Holy fuck.
You think?
I thought
they're basically saying, yeah, we might have crossed the line a few times, but, because you're whatever the fuck, you should just let it slide.
Are we okay? I thought I'd pause for you guys to get it out of your system. In offsetting the fawning coverage of tech luminaries and others, you mean the companies that Gorka owns? Sometimes our stories swing too far for my taste towards snark. It started with your taste of snark. By this vindictive decade-long campaign... Is he talking about Gorka at this point? Oh, no, he's talking about him. All right. I'm getting confused here. Who's the vindictive one? Is quite out of proportion to the hurt you claim. Your plaintiff lawyer, Charles Harder, has sued not just the company but individual journalists. I wonder why. A.J. Giulario, author of the 2012 story on Hulk Hogan, is out of work and unable to pay the $100,000 in punitive damages awarded by the jury. Yes, because nobody will hire him now. Because he's worked for you. And the Aradial and Terrell complaints. Harder cynically paints author Sam Biddle as an abuser of narcotics.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Basing his claim on Biddle's own writing about his struggle with anxiety and depression, and the physician-prescribed medication he takes to treat his mood disorders. Yes, you have an unstable person who works at your publication. What could go wrong? John Cook, our executive editor, is accused of negligent hiring and retention. Yes, by me, for a start.
I mean, the company's going under for a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, Peter, this is twisted. Even were you to succeed in bankrupting Gawker Media, the writers you dislike and me, just think what it will mean. Let's think what that will mean for a second, shall we?
Our fault in any way whatsoever.
Let's just dash that across our minds. A Gawker-free world.
Okay.
Feels great.
Suddenly aroused?
Feel great. I'm having.
Sorry.
I was about to say I'm actually having a hard time.
Same here. Like,
my nipples are.
I am sexually aroused by this prospect.
The world is already uncomfortable with the unaccountable power of the billionaire class, the accumulation of wealth in Silicon Valley, and technology's influence over the media.
You mean by people like you?
Well, he's not a billionaire. He's just a snarky millionaire.
Oh.
Oh, the poor, poor man. Only a millionaire. How would he ever cope in life?
Well, that coke doesn't buy itself, you know. You are.
Oh shit! Yeah, good point. You need to be a billionaire to regularly take enough cocaine.
Well, I would like to reiterate what some of your readers and writers have said. You are free to say whatever you like, but you're not necessarily free from consequence.
Yeah, I want to remind people that Denton has said in fucking like multiple interviews that yes, his website is full of fucking snark, and yes, he's okay with it, and yes, it's filled with just like fucking sometimes sources that just don't lead to anywhere. Like, he's said that he's okay with this, like he condones this shit. So I don't know what he's complaining about in regards to the snark and shit. He can suck my dick, to put it crudely.
Now look who's snarky.
Darling, that's an offer for a free dick.
Literal, although I would not let anyone never mind.
If you're looking for your dick to be sucked, we do have offers available to you.
Hang on, what?
Not you, Cardin.
Oh.
Unless you want to add, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, Searle's already put in here. I mean, you know, form a queue at least. You are a board member of Facebook, which is under congressional investigation after our site, Gizmodo, reported on the opaque and potentially biased way it decides what news sources are seen by its billions of users. Yes, and we saw that. Anonymous source said this. Yes. Now you show yourself in a thin-skinned billionaire who, despite all the success and public recognition that a person could dream of, sees over criticism and plots behind the scenes to tie up his opponents in litigation he can afford better than they. You were the basis of the effectless venture capitalist on the HBO show, Silicon Valley. With this diabolical decade-long scheme for revenge, you are redefining yourself as a comic book villain.
No.
These guys are coming off like Lex Luthor.
Jesus Christ, just like the fucking cognitive dissonance here is enough to make me want to bash my head into a wall.
It's delicious. This story will play out in the press and courts. Both are adversarial forums, in which each side selects facts and quotes to undermine the reputation and credibility of the other. That's not what the press is supposed to be, you fucking moron. We are confident of our arguments on the newsworthiness of our Hogan story. Once it reaches the appeals court, your main proxy, Hulk Hogan, has his. Yeah, and it's already been through, hasn't it? How's that working?
Yeah, you know, you might be confident in your fucking news story in regards to the Hogan thing, but guess what? The singer for Van Halen is confident that people always like him.
Well, the trick is, you see, he's writing this...
That might have something to do with Van Halen.
Yeah, he's writing this yesterday.
Oh,
so he hasn't had the news that his appeal hasn't come through on this particular thing. So, I think the expression is...
poor child.
The expression at this point is, suck it. We and those you have sent into battle against us have been stripped naked, our text, online chats and finances revealed through the press and courts. In the next phase, you too will be subject to a dose of transparency. However philanthropic your intention, and careful the planning. The details of your involvement will be gruesome. That's if you're still around, guys. I'm going to suggest an alternative
Wait,
approach.
was that a fucking death threat?
That is a threat. Yeah, he is putting a threat that we're gonna go
He
after
just
you at this
straight up
point.
threatened to kill the dude, and holy, how fucking
No,
No,
he's
he
threatening,
didn't.
he's threatening to undermine everything that he says.
Where was the death threat, you madman?
If you're still around.
No, that was me saying that to him.
Oh.
That's
Yeah, 'cause they're
him.
gone,
Basically,
pretty
he's
much.
going.
So I can't tell when you're reading the article and when you're.
I'm trying to do it in a snarky voice, and then me doing it in my own particular version of snark. I'm sorry if my acting is a little too subtle for you.
Robin.
I'll try. I'll make a little beeping noise or something for when it's me
I'm
doing
sorry,
it.
but you
alright?
know, just the way the
Can't
article
see from
itself
English
is written, you can see where the confusion might lie.
Maybe you need to read along, and then we won't have so much confusion. I'm
You
sure there
should-
will be more, but still.
Just
Let's
keep reading.
let's see if we
gotta
can
hear
trudge through
Or
this as best
maybe
as we can. It's
just-
like walking through toffee here. I'm
These
going to
people
suggest an
learn
alternative
English
approach. The
accents
best
is-
regulation for speech in the free society is more speech. We each claim to respect independent journalism and liberty. We each have criticisms of each other's methods and objectives. Now you have revealed yourself. Let us have an open and public debate. The court case will proceed as long as you fund them. And I am sure the war of headlines will continue. Beep. Not if you're around, mate. Beep. But even if we put down weapons
beep
just
ever
for
heard.
a brief truce, let us have more constructive, constructive exchange. Beep. Too
Yeah.
fucking late. Too fucking late. Beep.
There's this really constructive thing they could do. They could stop printing lies, slander, and propaganda against people they disagree with, even slightly. Maybe then it could be a constructive conversation.
Yeah,
Not
have
before
a
that.
phrase once in a while running around in the office of, have you checked that? We can
You
hold
know,
the...
I don't think they would do that because
Hold
then
the presses
the
for fucking
viewers.
Stop talking over each other, guys.
Or over me, at least. We can hold the discussion in...
Shut up!
We're not... this isn't just your old hangout. There are actually people listening to this.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, yeah. We can hold the discussion in person with a moderator of your choosing. In front of an audience under the auspices of a committee to protect journalists, or in a written discussion on some neutral platform such as Medium. Just tell me where and when. At the very least, I will approve public understanding of the interplay of media and power, considering the amount spent on lawyers, $20 million between us at this point. There should be some public benefit. In the meantime, here is some more pointed and immediate questions. Have you or your representative paid Hulk Hogan personally in addition to offering covering his legal expenses? You say that you are operating much like a contingency lawyer. So does that mean that you will take a third or any final judgment or more? You find that you said that you were funding several cases. Specifically, can you confirm that you are funding Charles Harder's work or Shiva? So you basically don't even know that. You've just basically said that they are. They are. He's brilliant. It's like kind of going, could you give me as much ammunition against you as you can, please?
What's really weird is that they're talking about this whole public venue type of thing, and you know that's just this sort of strategy. Because what they want to do is then basically try and fill all those seats with anybody who's hostile to them as possible.
Right. What I'm going to do is, I'm going
I'm
to answer for Peter here. Have you or your representatives paid Hulk Hogan personally in addition to covering his legal expenses? And Peter's answer is, go fuck yourself. You say that you are operating much like a contingency lawyer, so does that mean that you will take third or any final judgment or more? Peter says, go fuck yourself. You said you were funding several cases. Specifically, can you confirm you are funding Charles Harder's work for Shiva or Ashley Terrell? Go fuck yourself. Is your goal to bankrupt, buy, or wound Gawker Media? If you were to own the company after a final judgment in the Hogan case, what would your editorial strategy be? Go fuck yourself. You say that Gawker is not a legitimate news source. Do you take the same views of other properties, Gizmondo, Deadspin, Jezebel, Kotaku, Jalopkin, and Lifehacker? Go fuck yourself. As a Facebook board member, have you or your own views on politics and news influence your contribution to corporate decisions? Kindly, go fuck yourself.
I think
Sorry,
I
Robin.
might be being a bit conspiracy theorist here. I think there's a pattern.
Yes, well, let me
I'm sure
finish.
about
There may be, you never know. You said you wanted to even the legal playing field for people without your resources. If Gawker Media was forced to sell the company to pay a bond or fight these court cases, would you and your agent seek to block that transaction? No. Is Sean Parker the friend you mentioned that persuaded you to pursue this campaign? Go fuck yourself. And lastly,
Robin.
I understand that if you give code names from Token for all your projects, with this one, let me guess, Mordor. Bye,
Wait,
Nick.
let me guess.
Robin,
Can I
darling.
guess what you're gonna say?
Bye, Nick.
Go
And-
fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got to ask one question real quick in order to wrap my head around this. This is the guy, Denton is writing a letter to the guy that started the suing campaign after 9 years ago Gawker outed him for being gay and it destroyed a lot of his life. So he funded all the suing campaigns, got everybody together including people like Hulk Hogan's that got their life ruined by Gawker, and started this massive campaign with his billions of dollars to get back at Gawker for being assholes. Am I getting the premise of this correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty
That's
much.
that's
The height
pretty
of
much the face of it.
hypocrisy is
Oh,
Gawker
okay.
accusing someone of being an SJW.
All right, Gawker, go fuck yourself.
This is
Alright.
this is the bed that you're about to be fucked in.
By a
By
rampant
yourself.
gay man. Oh, that's beautiful.
So yeah, Nick, it's been wonderful, and if I do see you, and maybe I will see you, and if we do meet, I will say to you, I'd like a cappuccino, please.
Maybe you can make a good Subway sandwich.
Put my name on there. Punitive damages, please.
Oh my god.
He'll spell it wrong. It'll be penis damages. God.
Robin,
Let's be
Punitive
honest.
damages?
Can you
He's killed
imagine
many
if you did meet him in a coffee shop serving you coffee, he'd sit there and kind of go, "What's your name, bud?" And I go, "Hulk."
Hulkamania, brother! Write it on the fucking cup! Hulkamania running wild on you, Denton!
The best
Yes.
thing for this guy to do is to not respond
Oh,
to the letter.
Yeah. The
You
Hulk's
don't
to
want
really
to
Barista-
troll.
You know what even better than that is if he got the wrong fucking barista and the guy just looked at him like, "Who the fuck are you?"
I just
You got the wrong fucking guy.
if you aren't following James Fridman, by the way,
I'm
you
not.
really should, because some of the pictures he comes up with are brilliant.
Oh boy.
Who's James?
I hope you're talking about in the bad way because that's.
Just for
Is
everybody
this
to have a
guy-
look at.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? What the fuck?
Oh Jesus. Oh hell no. That's I like that. It's really. Oh my god. That was so
Cool.
great.
It's gonna have to
offensive.
Cool memes.
Oh, this is
Oh,
that
Tumblr
one.
after Tumblr.
Oh my god. This is that one Photoshop guy, isn't it?
If I do see him in a coffee shop, I will legitimately do that. I'll fucking videotape that all for you. I'll videotape it all for you, Robin.
Thank
You're gonna
you.
love it.
who's gonna come?
I think this one's better though.
Or
Just
do you
for-
like
Actually,
just for everybody
I had
to see it.
somebody
He's
request
basically
me to put.
this girl's can you fulfill my dream and Photoshop me into space? And he's gone, of course. And he's basically just put her on a space bar.
How about the guy who photobombed? Can this
Yep.
guy photobomb me? Can you remove him from the picture? Sure, removes the other guy. Or removes the guy that originally asked. Can you add a beautiful woman of the woman in the seat next to me? Yeah, damn, these are great. Oh. But anyway, kids, keep this hashtag going for message to skeptics. I have got to rest a little bit after streaming very long last night and then hanging out and then waking up and starting stream. I am very tired. If I rest for a bit and come back and you're still on, awesome. If not, I have to put the head all the way down on the pillow for a while. I am not the healthiest one in the world. So
Go to bed.
That would be me.
Yeah, so I'm going to go rest for a bit. You keep shilling my shit. I love you guys.
No worries. So yeah, if there's any of you out there that would like to do a video and you may not have a YouTube channel of your own, you can always send it to one of us, and I would be happy to post that up to you as a message to Skeptic. So if any of you can't be asked to upload it yourselves or present it that way, I'd be happy to do that for you.
I can't be asked to make the video. Fuck it.
And well, exactly, you're too lazy. I know.
Yeah, Robin,
That's
could
why
you
you're
make
here.
the video for me?
No.
Oh,
I could make the video for you if you want. I could actually set it up so I could just have the open house background and then you can say your diatribe.
Yeah, that'd be fine. You help me make the video. Also, could you maybe do the opinions for me as well? Also the voice, that would help.
Well, it might work out better, definitely.
Robin,
And the
darling,
writing,
can you
and
do me a
could you also
favour as
use
well?
your face for mine?
Just pretty much do the video, Robin.
You see, I know Piss and Vinegar. You haven't actually come onto this before, Tom. I don't think you have either. How the open house works out, you see, is that you start the open house with a good topic. You sort of barrel your way through it. You get all those decent discussions out, and then these fuckers turn up.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just basically turns into a voiced version of shit posting.
I'm not gonna lie, I hate that. I hate it so much. But, if you guys want to have fun, go right ahead, man. I'll still be here.
I'm not gonna lie.
If you guys want to bring up some sort of substantive point we could talk about, I'll fucking talk about it with you.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
not gonna
I
lie,
did
I
recently
don't know why you
put
have
up
me
a,
here.
You see what I mean?
What?
Fucking cunts.
I know.
Every single one.
I mean, have you?
But
Okay, I'll ask you, Cardin, and I'm going to regret. I've already regretted actually asking. Do you know much about skepticism and the skeptic community at large? Anything like that?
Look, I'm familiar with the idea of skepticism, but I'm not quite sure how I feel about the skeptic quote-unquote community.
Please.
Because, again, it's that putting people in boxes issue that we mentioned earlier.
Well, I think it's less about putting people in boxes and more about expecting some sort of standard in regards to being an intellectual or being a skeptic. So if you're, let's say, if you say that I'm a skeptic and you are a skeptic, don't we sort of have a consensus that we should be skeptical of everything and not just particular things that conform to our bias?
And that's the weird thing is because, well, being a skeptic, and yeah, people will tend towards the confirmation bias of the things that they want to confirm. Skepticism is not static. It's dynamic. Everybody, skeptics and unskeptics.
I personally don't know why you're all such skeptics. The ancient Egyptians sussed this years ago. You listen to whatever the fuck us cats say, we know the truth.
Thank you for your your contribution.
Cats are liars. Listen to foxes.
Well, you do bring up somewhat of a point, so congratulations. The simple premise of identifying as a skeptic, it's simply along the lines of identifying as, say, an egalitarian. This is a wide-arching umbrella.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a little bit counterproductive.
Yeah, but you can identify as an academic, but there are still standards in which you do your fucking academic job. And I think that applies here. I think there's a standard to being a skeptic. I think you should be skeptical of everything. You get within skepticism, there's a large dynamic. For example, there are people who deny climate change. I think they're fucking crazy, and they are, but they're still skeptics because they're still skeptical of the idea of climate change.
That's a lot harder to defend, given that
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that it exists. Yes, you're right. It's a broad spectrum, but I should think those people are also skeptical of their own sort of their own view on that, and skeptical of religion and politics and whatever the fuck.
So
You know?
If you
what you're
refuse to
saying is
see
anybody
evidence
who
that is available,
ever
One at a time, please, guys. One at a time.
So what I'm gathering from this is, in order to be a skeptic, one must exhibit skepticism.
Of
At all.
thyself as well as of the person that you're talking to. I mean, to be skeptical is, the first essence of it is doubt. I mean,
Yeah.
Your average common or garden person might not necessarily be that particularly skeptical. They like their ideas and they're sticking to them. A skeptic, in essence, is wise enough to understand that they don't know everything.
I mean, I could point at some people who are absolutely not skeptics. Like, really easily. But I'm not going to.
I mean, sure, yeah, I could point out a bunch of people who, aren't skeptical of religion, but that, doesn't really change anything.
No, I mean, like, people who refuse to be self-skeptical. I mean, they're non-religious, too, but that's besides the point. They're a bunch of, can't even...
Yeah, the people that lack the ability to be introspective and stuff like that. I understand that. I get that. But I want, a consistency. I think we are deserved a consistency within the sort of community. I think that standard is something that's going to improve us all. And, I think it's better for everybody. Don't you think that instead of just being, skeptical of one thing and then just not being just fucking Hail Mary, don't give a shit about another thing, don't you think that's kind of just inconsistent? Don't you think that's intellectually bankrupt?
Actually, yes and no. I don't want to be the master of knowledge of every subject. Some things I just don't give a shit about.
I actually am a
understand.
master of knowledge of every subject. Worship.
How skeptical
Kneel.
should we be?
Kneel, motherfuckers.
Absolutely skeptical of everything. Everything and anything you're told.
How do you know the world around you is
How-
real? How do you know you exist?
Yeah, after a certain point,
Skeptical
you
of that.
just have to
It doesn't
accept
matter.
things.
No, you said you had to be skeptical of everything. How do you know you exist?
That doesn't matter.
Cogito ergo
So you mean to
sum.
be
Okay.
skeptical of everything within reason?
Okay, we are going a little below sea level for the depth of that conversation here. I mean, if we're going to
we
start...
in the Marianas,
Yeah,
French
we're
motherfucker.
just talking about sort of like the idea of political thoughts, where to go forward as a humanity, how to build a fair city, that sort of shit. If we're going to start
So,
talking about
within
existence,
reason, then.
I'm going to have to drop some acid. Okay, so let's
Right.
keep ourselves within some sort of realm where we can actually disprove or prove shit. And if you're going to start going, well, how do you believe your own eyes? I'm going to have to bitch slap you.
No, let's do that. Let's drop some acid and have this discussion. on the
Well,
internet.
my source can't get hold of it, so what am I going to do?
Where's
know.
Black
Darling.
Pigeon where you,
I was
when
hoping
you
you'd
need
get
him?
some for me.
If you're going to slap
Anyway.
me across the cheeks, do I at least get to nominate which cheek?
You get to be my bitch, that's all. Anyway.
Wait, what?
Okay, I'm just trying to wrangle this conversation back to something that somebody would actually want to listen to. And I doubt it, but I'm going to give it a fucking good try. Okay? So, we're talking
Viewers,
about
do you
people
want to
being...
hear us
I hate you sometimes.
taking acid and having conversations about it?
I should never have let you on here. God damn my rules. Anyway, yeah. Fuck's sake, I hate... Oh, God. You just fucking talk amongst yourselves. Fuck it. It's not my show.
We need a
It's
firing
not my
squad
fucking
for this
show.
shit.
I mean, I'm just here basically organising it. I mean, I'm just the janitor here, aren't I?
Well, you're doing a piss poor job of
I'm
cleaning.
trying
this
my
mess
best.
up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really ban people unless they're being really, really disruptive. And so I
Yeah, I
mean,
don't
know
know they're not banned.
I know these guys, and I know what they're like. They're just basically shit posters. But anyway, so bringing this back to the actual conversation, if we could, the principle that we're sort of like trying to proffer here, at least, is that you've got to at least have some sort of doubt in your own position. It gives you an avenue to actually check what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't, if you just basically project your own ideas as though they are gospel, then you are at this point in no better situation than any social justice warrior. I heard this from someone. That's fine. I'm good. I agree with it. That's enough for me. Oh, you all agree. Brilliant.
Well, I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, I agree with it. That's enough. But
I'm thinking.
I mean, what you really need to get at is why do I agree with this? And you have to ask and/or answer that question.
Well, there's the logic underlying the conclusion. I mean,
No, we were talking from the perspective, what makes someone a skeptic and such. Like, all right, you hear something you agree with, now you justify your agreement or disagreement with that thing.
Well, essentially, you should at least look upon it in a scientific point of view. I mean, for example, somebody's come up to that conclusion, and hopefully, they've brought either a few statistics with them at least. They've perhaps thought about this and have brought on those thought processes with them in order to actually underlie their conclusion. Now, if they've decided to skip that, you're going to have to do a lot more legwork than them. Because if somebody is just stating that fact, say, for example, Milo Stewart or whatever his name is, saying, everybody is racist. And then doesn't really put anything to back that up, apart from the fact that it's like kind of going, everybody's racist, everybody is homophobic, everybody is cisphobic, rah, 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 everybody's prejudiced. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay then, 17-year-old kid, you've obviously managed to discover this. Let's hear the facts of the matter that have made this come out. And they're like, well, I was once. Oh, great. So you're everyone now. Brilliant. Now,
well, wasn't there an argument that I still kind of hate myself, so how can you not hate me?
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
look. Yeah,
That's the most positive argument I've ever heard.
Well, I'm not particularly fond of you, but I don't quite know you enough to hate you as much as you do.
Yeah, like, I hate me because I'm trans. I have some, sort of self-hate on that, so in turn, how can you not hate me? Well, no, like, Milo, like, I know you're just like a 17-year-old boy or girl or whatever, but it doesn't work that way. I don't hate people based on arbitrary things, and I am not you. I know that you kind of hate yourself, and I feel for you. You shouldn't hate yourself, but I don't. So don't sort of project that shit on me. Please don't do that.
Because otherwise I will hate you.
Yeah.
You're making me
like,
want
okay,
to.
fine, I hate you for this reason that you've given me.
Yeah. And, well, this is the thing. It's as though somebody is, this isn't so much a sharing of an idea as basically trying to dish out a self-hatred. So as long as everybody else has got it, at least I'm in good company at this point.
Yeah,
which is the wrong way to go about it.
If you want people to hate you as much as you hate yourself, then yeah, just continue being a cunt, and you'll get what you want.
No, I don't think she's a cunt. I think she's a very, very, very stupid young girl.
Who is? Well, we're talking about a real person, aren't we? I thought we were talking about a hypothetical.
And I'm actually okay with you guys identifying her as or him as either, because it seems that when you talk to Milo, he or she likes to just swap it around depending.
Well, yeah, she's gender fluid. They do that.
Yeah. So
yes, when talking about one.
Yes, and at this point, you see, this is the thing. It's almost as if it's a Kafka trap. No matter what you say, no matter what you will do, he or she can turn around and say, "Well, no, I'm actually a he." It's like, but I thought you said you were a... No, you got it wrong. And it's like, you're just trying to make people feel uncomfortable at this point. So
it does not matter what one's pronoun is at the moment. What does matter, however, is the form of argumentation here. It is because I believe something about myself, therefore you must believe something about myself. It is as if they are dealing with a form of autism here, of which they are inept in social interaction with each other and assume that other people feel as if they feel. So my feelings are your feelings, and your feelings are, well, whatever the fuck I'm feeling right now, and that doesn't matter. It is a state of being very, very highly introverted to the point of being unable to understand others, and frankly, he It needs to be slapped around the head and told that, no, you're a fucking idiot if you believe everyone can read your mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I
really-
mean, there is
the-
a counter to that, which is somewhat coherent, that when you push your idea of what someone else is doing exactly that, it is essentially an insult in some cases. Not all, but
I don't know. In regards to
you
Milo,
kind
I
of know what I'm
feel
getting at here,
yeah,
though.
yeah.
Like you're pushing who you are what's the word? Decreeing who someone else is type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
The word is arbiter.
Right, Cardin, you got to let other people respond. Don't just
Right.
just pause for a few seconds with a new thought, and then just Vinegar.
I was
Please,
having trouble
please
with the
have
phrasing.
have a crack, mate. You've just got to interrupt these lot, I'm afraid.
Well, I try not to do that. I'm Canadian. I'm very polite.
I'm sorry.
Being Canadian is rude.
Yeah.
How do you deal
No.
with
Well, look. I think Milo Stewart is. I think he's a nice girl. You know, I just think they're very naive, and they came on the internet. You know, sort of just putting their thoughts forward. They were very naive and stupid thoughts, but you know. And she got a lot of shit for it, and I was just like, you know, you're just fucking young and you're very stupid. You know, it's not entirely your fault. I think she's I kind of feel bad for her because she uses sort of her self-hate. She used it as sort of like a justification in a way to feel better about herself by applying it to everybody else.
You are all responsible for her self-hate.
Yeah, that's it. So like she feels like she isn't alone and that there is a like reason and that it's not necessarily my fault for it and that I can be okay with myself because of that. And no, that's not it. You know, I'm happy that you're getting over fucking hating yourself that in any way possible, but that's not the way to do it. You need to learn to love yourself for who you are. As shitty and as cliche and as corny as that is, you really actually do need to love yourself. And I think she needs to go see a therapist, and then she needs to talk about this. Still be fucking gender fluid. You can be gender, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Just go to a psychiatrist and sit down and talk with them about this.
But
You need to learn to love yourself.
I would reiterate this though, that you don't actually get to choose how people feel about you. And this is the thing that a lot of this current generation need to actually get to grips with, is that if you want me to refer to you as zing zang zay zeh zeh there, yeah, you can fuck off. Sorry, not going to happen. Not going to happen.
know.
I don't care. No,
So-
it's not going to happen.
Here's
You're
the
just
weird
going to have to
thing, though,
pick
is that
some.
I didn't post any
Piston
videos when I was
has
17.
seen the document.
Yeah, this isn't
I
bigotry.
also don't
This is just basically just public discourse. This is getting on with other human beings. You are not going to be sitting there basically turning yourself into a victim and making it out that you can start suing companies because they refuse to basically go by your proverbs.
pronouns. But
Pronouns,
no,
sorry.
I don't think I'm not fucking pronouncing that shit. Or Pisson have seen the document. And since we're going down that road,
I think
Someone else.
I just knew found that.
you what?
Oh, you do have a voice. Brilliant.
I didn't. I thought she was like Quantum or something.
She has been somewhat quiet.
I wasn't quite sure she was here.
Because I have a lot of background noise, I have to speak on mute.
Yeah, I've just been having to
don't
keep you
worry.
down, I'm afraid, Zoe. It's the background noise is so loud that it's actually louder than everybody else speaking. It was a bit much.
Mind, I'm personally very happy I didn't post internet videos when I was 17. First, because half of them have
Robin,
probably been
I'd
illegal.
like to pop in here just for a second to ruin your argument. What do you call me again?
Pug.
Pug.
There you go.
Pug, fucking stop!
Oh,
That's not.
oh,
It's a name. It's not a pronoun.
but yeah, I'm personally quite happy I didn't have the internet at 17 to post videos because fucking hell, half of them have probably been illegal and the other half would have been embarrassing. And now grown into an attention-seeking faggot
Yeah.
that doesn't feel shame.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the person.
Teenagers on the internet.
Well, I've always said get your own internet, kids. If you're going to be treating yourselves like that, I mean, you know,
Oh, so
they've,
Tumblr.
They've
or
got the
DeviantArt.
Disney Channel. They've got the Disney Channel for this
Yeah.
reason.
Tumblr.
You know.
No,
Oh,
like when
but
I was
it's
their age, I was on DeviantArt doing. Oh my god.
I know
No,
what you were doing, and oh my god.
Tumblr was a temporary problem, okay? Tumblr is like an asylum. You thought you could keep all the fucking crazies in one spot so you know where they are and what they're doing, but unfortunately, they're spilling out, and it's becoming
Yes.
a problem.
This is why we keep them in
I
the
resent
ovens, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I'm
Oh,
okay
wow.
with that.
Well,
Put them all in the oven.
I
I don't
suppose
give a shit.
I suppose it's the same as the Chan culture warriors as well, mind.
Yeah.
You know, at least they were contained, and when they start spinning out and basically just shitting on everybody's lawn, they become a problem.
So you're talking about Trump voters again?
Indeed. So it's yeah, I don't know why there's. For me, I'm looking at this current crop of edgelords from either side of this, and really, you don't belong in the political field. You didn't want to be part of it beforehand, and now you think, hey, this guy's going to fuck everything up. It's like, I'll vote for that. It's like, this is why you weren't voting in the first place.
I should not have said that.
Yeah, guys.
Oh my
This
God. I
to
love
vote in to vote in Trump on the back of fucking memes, fantastic. I think that's fucking hilarious. The consequence of that is Trump is your fucking president. Are you out of your mind?
Oh,
This-
no.
this is-
This
This
I
is
personally
far-reaching
advocate that every
consequences.
American should vote for Trump, so the rest of the world gets to watch.
Ugh,
We
no,
already
it's
had
just-
Bush. We've already had Bush. You don't
Yes,
need
but
to
he
prove
wasn't that
anymore
dumb.
that America
He
is
was
stupid.
just below average. We want a complete and utter retarded imbecile in power there.
Who
so
is
we can
we?
go, this is fucking hilarious. And then the bombs dropped.
Yeah, no, it's like
Great.
the American public saw Bush, and after they were done with Bush, they were like, "Wow, man, he's fucking stupid." And someone was just like, "I think we can go dumber." There's a comedy routine on that, and then
Yes,
no,
Trump.
you have fucking Trump.
Trump, because Bush wasn't dumb enough.
Yes.
You know what's really fun is we'll build a wall around the Pacific.
Dumber than
and We'll
dumb.
make the kaiju pay for it.
Whiter than white.
All right, so that's a Pacific Rim reference for anybody who didn't catch that.
Yeah, it
Building a kaiju
still
wall.
wasn't funny.
A bill will make them pay for it.
No,
Hey,
yeah.
that Norwegian
The
guy.
kaiju are
More
taking
pay for it.
all of our jobs.
Welcome
all of our
to
families.
my nightmares.
Look, they rape. The kaiju rape your mother. Do you want the kaiju to rape your mom?
What?
I wish
No,
the
I'm
kaiju
sorry.
would rape your fucking mom.
The only kaiju that rapes the tentacle rape one, and we've got them locked up in Japan. The rest of the kaiju just rape the fucking city.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so Japan is
At the
like
same
kaiju.
You know, if,
Kaiju
if
Australia.
Vernaculus actually responds to me and says, "Yeah, oh, come on, I'm banning all of you."
Who the fuck is
Why?
what?
Because you can have a nice conversation with him.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Yeah, that would be smart.
That would be nice.
Expect you to do
It would be
that.
nice to have a
Okay,
decent
okay,
conversation on a
this-
Why
Friday
haven't you done
afternoon.
that already?
This
I-
is apropos, okay? We went from fucking talking about Trump to kaiju fucking rape. This is what I'm talking about. This fucking 8chan Trump bullshit. It's so intrinsically linked now, it's a fucking problem. I can
Everybody-
say Trump, and someone will go out there and say, make anime great again.
What?
What?
Yeah, yeah. It's maddening, isn't it? Because you're just
Yes,
sitting there,
it
kind of.
is.
It's basic. You know, it's like
Like, it's
you are
maddening or frustrating maddening?
these are literally people dancing on the deck chairs of the Titanic. You know?
While it's on its way down.
They're-
As it's on its way down, yes.
yeah,
Yeah, guys, it is hilarious. I do agree, it's fucking hilarious. I think it is. The fucking far-reaching consequences of this afterwards are not going to be as funny. Fucking cut it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is all of your neighbors saying to you, "Stop this, America. This isn't funny anymore."
Has anyone ever seen V for Vendetta?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, all you have to
It's
do
not-
is look at fucking British politics right now.
mean, I could see Trump taking the position of what's his name, High Chancellor. Just be like, yeah.
Well, that is even part of the joke.
This is a person who is trying. You know, you say, "Oh yeah, he pisses off the SJWs. Free speech, free speech." This is a person who is actually looking to open up the laws for libel, so that the most thin-skinned person in public life can sue anyone that he fucking likes at any point.
I'm sorry, Robin. Did you say it was bad to be thin-skinned?
Yes.
It
I
is
hear it,
somewhat.
judging people by their
I'm doing the
skin.
fucking parody for libel. You're all being done for libel.
This is the point. This is the point. I mean, this is the wacky thing: is that people are looking at this guy as though he's some sort of free speech advocate. He's not. He's just a free speech advocate for your particular point of view. That's
Good
all.
afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Norwegian, how you doing, mate? Welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah, I've been staying out of the bullshit for a while.
Welcome back to the bullshit.
Yeah, I was listening
again.
I was
knee deep in it, mate.
I was listening into what you guys were talking about, and I wanted to address something. I was listening to the stream when you talked about how people could be stupid enough to vote for Trump or go even dumber after what happened with Bush. If I could weigh in a little bit on that, I could
weigh in a way.
No. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm looking at this from an outside perspective. Now, keep in mind, I have no horse in this race. I am a Norwegian citizen. I can't vote in the United States election, so I have no horse in this race whatsoever.
Well, this is what we want. We need an external
We
perspective.
all do, mate.
Yeah.
We all have a horse in this race. That's the thing.
I can tell you why Trump has gotten popular. I can easily tell you why he's gotten popular. I can even tell you why he's going to win. And the reason is that Trump is winning the Republican nomination because people are so sick of the status quo shit. So they're willing to vote for somebody who is who is just fucking up everything.
He's not campaigning for the nomination anymore. Literally everyone else has already dropped out.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, if you take a look at what is going on the Democratic side right now, you have the Democratic Party tearing itself to pieces right now. You have the 9 million people who voted for Bernie Sanders. Hillary is trying to convince them, hey, I'm a good person too, vote for me. And there's a new scandal every week with her. People don't like
when your
her.
options are going to be Trump or someone who's going to be president from prison, you don't really have much of an option.
Not really.
No, your
actually.
option.
There's also the write-ins. I mean, how many people do you think are actually going to write? Never mind.
Well, there's the people. Here's the thing. Out of all the Bernie supporters currently, only 10% of them said that they might even consider voting for Hillary. And the problem that she doesn't realize is she thinks that she can get away with fucking just going against Trump. She's gonna lose. Regardless.
Yeah, no, she is the worst candidate to go up against Trump.
Okay, hang on.
She's the worst possible candidate, period. You do not run for president when you're about to go to prison.
Hang on. First of all, Hillary Clinton getting indicted or even imprisoned is very, very unlikely. Second, second, here's the thing. Second, the idea here is the fact that Hillary may lose this election because a lot of people are probably gonna end up being, you know what? I don't like Trump. I don't like Hillary. I'm not gonna vote at all. That's her biggest problem. Not that people will go from her to Trump. That is very unlikely. But the fact that Republican primary this year has had an enormous turnout, and unlike the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has basically been screwing the people who voted for Bernie over by imposing several restrictions at the primaries that favor Hillary. That has pissed the Democratic base off. Of course they are pissed. They're being told that their vote no longer matters. And also the Republican Party does not have the superdelegate system. So
another thing I wanted to add as well. My party was switched without my knowledge. I registered as actually a Republican a couple of years ago, and I was actually going in to vote for Bernie, and they told me, no, you're registered as independent, you can't vote because this is a closed primary. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that happened.
The thing, though, is if you look at previous elections where the Democrats were involved,
never had this problem.
Always been this hubbub about voter restrictions, and the Republicans are always saying they're like, we need to prevent voter fraud, even though it's like an almost non-existent issue.
Yeah.
it's such a small issue as to not even be a thing.
Well, the voter fraud seems to be more about the way it's counted rather than actually about
It goes back.
Like,
the ones doing the voting.
during the elections, they're always the voter advocates. They're saying, "Hey, let the people vote. Let the people vote." And suddenly, from within the party, we've got someone who is not letting the people vote.
Yeah, it goes back. It goes back. It goes back.
What fucking party
it
are
goes
you
back.
playing for?
It goes back to the gerrymandering issue. That's what this whole thing is about. It's gerrymandering. It's the way they set up the districts to vote. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The reason why the Democratic establishment, and I say the establishment Democrats, people like Debbie Schultz and the DNC chair and the other people who are leading the Democratic Party, they have been screwing Bernie supporters over. They've been treating every single person. A lot of them have been Democrats for years who just want to change the party and make it go further left. And they basically said, you know what? We don't want Bernie. We want Hillary. And that's the establishment saying that. And when they're saying to the people that your vote no longer matters, that pisses people off. And that is why Trump is going to win this next election. You better get used to saying it, President Donald Trump.
Either that or
I don't think Norwegian. You're actually
advocating.
Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily actually advocating for Trump here. What you're basically saying is that you consider it to be an inevitable fact that he will become president.
I'm not. I don't want him in office. I don't. Okay, let me clarify. I don't want him in office. Good God, no. I do not want Trump in office. But it's the inevitable thing that's going to happen unless the Democratic Party starts taking their voters seriously.
The thing
Unless,
is
the
that
Democratic voters figure out that they can do write-ins.
well, one of the things that I know that a lot of the advocates, even the Democratic Party frontrunners, or not, what do you call it? Basically, they've even said that we don't vote. What? Is it?
Mute Chris. Mute Chris.
Who's what?
I've muted him. That's all. He's just talking to his mum.
Okay.
Oh.
So.
The State Department's even released documents on this shit that state she broke federal rules.
I mean, I'm surprised she actually can't. I'm hesitant to say this, whether at this point, whether she can actually run for the presidency if she is actually under some sort of litigation.
Well, the guy running the investigation, he's the most Hillary Clinton hating man you could ever imagine. He's a hardcore Republican who is running that investigation. And when he basically says that, yeah, there's not enough info yet to do something, yeah, I mean, I bet he's tearing his hair out, because I bet what he would love to do is to fuck up for Hillary. That is the one thing that I think he would love to do.
Or he really wants the Republicans to win, and so he's
literally
holding off on anything that'll stop her from running.
No, I mean, we're talking about the FBI here, gentlemen. Okay, and they are under pressure from both sides of this to get this resolved quickly and accurately. I believe I remember hearing a statement by the person who was doing the lead on this. I cannot remember his name because I'm approaching 40. So he was essentially saying he is under pressure to get this done correct and get this done promptly. So
that's the thing, though, is because the way I see it, if I were a Republican, it would be in my interest if I
wait until she's been nominated.
What?
Well,
yeah, exactly.
yes,
but
that's a lovely idea. That's a lovely idea, however, but then he is actually putting his own head in a noose here at this point, because then, of course, this is something that the Hillary press can actually use at this point and say, look what these people have done. They've actually tried to use legal machinations against Hillary Clinton, poor Hillary. So it is actually, you've also got to remember that you've also got to look at your own face on this sort of front as well.
I personally think the best thing they can do if they're pro-Republican is to do it just before the nomination, as in a week before or so.
No. When the hell is the convention? When is the convention for the Republicans? June. It's not long. It's 19 or 12 or I believe the Republican convention. I believe the Republican convention is June 12th, and the Democratic one is June 14th. I may be wrong on that, but I believe it was something along that date. So it's going to be an interesting. The next few weeks is going to be interesting, to say the least. Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. That's inevitable at this point. But
He already is.
Yeah, what I'm interested
Everybody
in
else literally dropped out.
what I'm interested in seeing now is what happens at the Democratic convention, because if it's anything that happened in Nevada, it's going to happen there. That's going to be a hell
That
of
was
a
a
time.
mess, and that was some near riotous stuff. They were very angry.
Oh, the woman with the gavel. You know the woman with the gavel? She actually flipped off the Bernie supporter as she was walking out. Somebody at the Huffington Post took a picture of it. She flipped off the audience.
Yeah, she literally just banged that gavel down and ran the fuck out of there.
On her way out, she flipped out, literally flipped off the audience. She gave them the finger.
I mean, this is they are pissed. Edgy. They are pissed, man. They are really pissed at this. And I mean,
wait, who was pissed?
The Bernie supporters. If you can imagine, she's. I mean, the terror. This is the bizarrest thing when it comes to these sort of things, is that they literally have an eyes and nose sort of like who can scream the loudest, and this is their idea of a vote. And I mean, you're looking at quite a
basically down to that.
Yeah, when you're at a close 50-50 split, and they've basically come in and they're basically kind of going, yeah, the numbers are really, really close here, and we've got more and more people coming in. Should we do a recount? And they go, shall we do an eyes and nose? And it's a 50-50 split. And you're kind of going, it's maddening to listen to this.
Robin,
might as well flip a coin at this point.
Robin,
I heard.
Pass off the nose, spite the face. Fuck it. Everyone loses.
I heard at the Nevada convention that what happened was that in the room, while the ayes and nays vote was being done, yeah, there were actually more Bernie supporters in the room than there were Hillary supporters. And here's the thing: when she asked, "Do everybody say aye?" Nobody said. Very few people said aye, and everybody who was against this convention quitting, and the Bernie supporters were very much against, say nay, and you can hear a roaring nay. So I think it's and then she basically said, "Oh, the ayes have it. We're ending the convention. Fuck
Bang,
you." It was
out.
Yeah, and all hell.
I have a suggestion. What? Actually, I just thought of something. Could we just go without a president for 4 years?
They use an aye-nay system. That is shit. It only works when you have a majority swing in one direction.
And guess what? It worked clearly in Bernie's favor, but they still said the ayes have it.
Now, Rachel Maddow and Seth Meyers both took a look at Hillary Clinton's email scandal this week following the release of the report from the State Department's Inspector General, and then found that Clinton violated State Department rules in how she handles her emails. The report also found that other past secretaries of state, included Colin Powell, violated the rules as well. Not to mention, but let's actually include the fact that Colin Powell was the person who actually pioneered the fact that they were going to be using emails. So as far as actually getting the rules together, they hadn't actually been written then. Myers dug into the controversy on Thursday night during his A Closer Look segment, underscoring Clinton's repeated contrition on having used a personal email server. Myers joked that Clinton is clearly doing her best to not scream. What more do you people want from me? He added. The only way this scandal could be more boring is if Wolf Blitzer talked about it. And then he proved it with Wolf Blitzer talking about it. When it comes to the actual protocol that Hillary Clinton was supposed to follow regarding her emails, both Myers and Maddow highlighted the absurdity of current State Department regulations. Said Myers, she literally had to print out each individual email and file it away. Even worse, every time she texted someone an emoji, she had to take a picture of herself making that expression and fax it to Congress. Well, this is why we don't have it at home, you fucking morons.
Yeah,
you have it at the fucking department. That's why, because then you have a bunch of staff to do this shit for you.
And you don't need to use a private email server. You can use the fucking. Oh my god.
Well, she had a private email server in the suburbs over New York home.
Okay.
So it was like, okay.
And then, of course, she deleted, 30,000 emails.
I'm not making a mountain out of a molehill, but I believe Maddow is trying to make a molehill out of a mountain here. Matt, I was confounded by the protocol summing up. Every single email sent or received needs to be printed out, taken off the printer, dropped into a box, and I'm not exaggerating, it's the exact system. It's the only system approved by the rules. The State Department acknowledges it's not a great system. Yes, it's not a great system, but it has to be adhered to. The reasoning being is that it gets printed out. Thus, the person deleting emails can be caught out. What you're doing is basically playing it down.
Guys! Breaking news! Apparently, according to the last polls that have come out of California, it looks like Hillary is going to lose California to Bernie Sanders.
Really?
This does make things interesting.
Hillary has essentially been losing states by, in terms of where the people are voting.
Yeah,
Sanders left and right. And
Hillary's lost every state.
Dusty, let people finish, mate.
Well, here's the thing about that. Keep in mind, California has over 500 delegates, right? And the idea here is that even if Sanders loses the nomination, Clinton losing California is real, and they're trying to make the argument that this woman is electable. And it's like, oh, she's electable? Well, she just lost California to a 74-year-old Jew, a socialist Jew. So, yeah, how electable is she?
Well, let's be honest, America
thing,
does need more socialism.
Like, here's the...
Or at least to actually know what it fucking means.
Yeah.
Hell, the only state she won were the southern ones. Can I jump in, please?
Guys, can we... I just want to bring a point of order here. If you are going to shout over each other, I'm going to shout over you. So, can we please calmly bring the conversation down to a level... Okay, I know we've got a lot of people in here.
Yeah.
But, just maybe just pause a little before you try to interrupt everybody. I know Tom's probably chomping at the bit at the very idea that socialism would be on the table.
Oh, shit,
well,
so am
I'm kind of, I was trying to jump in for quite a while. I didn't know I was muted.
I'm not talking just to you, mate. I'm talking to everybody. We're shouting over at each other a little bit, and,
Am I shouting?
No, everybody is shouting over each other. That's the thing. You are part of the problem. You're not the problem.
Well, sometimes my mic does make it sound like I'm shouting.
I know.
Also, keep it
talking over each other.
But let's try and keep this together as best as we can. I like to keep the rules loose, but it
also
is getting
keep
to a
in
point.
mind there's a delay when you talk.
Yeah.
Keep what loose now? Yeah, I've noticed that too. Cause I'll start a thing, someone else will start, and then they're like, oh. We'll both literally stop and wait for each other.
Now we're just having a conversation about point of order. Okay. Right, so yes, Hillary. Bad girl.
I wanted to add to that conversation.
Go for it.
So, the guy who actually managed to hack into her server to acquire the information...
Guccified.
Essentially, he's using, this dinky old PC, and... He's like, it wasn't really that hard. So, that being said, she said that it was secure. I highly doubt it. Another thing is that in the past, Hillary Clinton has numerously, I even wrote an article to Robin about this, numerously said one thing, done another, or been caught in a money scandal. Essentially, she's done a lot of things for people who have a lot of money to try and get them out of trouble. She is a lawyer. She went to school to be a lawyer. So
in other words, she's the status quo.
She knows how to work the system. She knows how to say things. She knows. I noticed at the beginning of her campaign, there was a lot of things that she was saying, and as soon as she realized that Bernie is actually gaining a huge momentum in a movement, she just started being like a fucking, what do you call it, a Jim Henson doll, being controlled by Bernie Sanders pretty much.
I'm up it.
Yeah, so the thing is that there have been states, and this is what really confuses me, there are states that she actually loses, yet she gets more delegates.
Yeah, there we go. And there's headlines been going around a bunch of times. How is Bernie Sanders gonna recover from his devastating win in this state? And then, by way of super delegates, he always quote unquote recovers from his devastating win.
Wait,
Bernie has actually only acquired one super delegate.
Bernie Sanders has been winning states by, voters, if you count the people voting. Bernie Sanders has been kicking the shit out of Hillary, but she's been getting all the delegates.
Yeah, and the reason for that is the complex rules of the Democratic Party. It's going to take me way too long to get into, but I'm just going to say it quick. A lot of the delegates that Hillary wins at several states have been pledged months ago. These are people who decided to pledge to Hillary months ago.
It doesn't even matter.
I see that as a problem because it creates
a problem.
Unbiased, and it creates a biased system where they're supposed to be unbiased. They're supposed to not be. They're not supposed to be affiliated or leaning towards any candidate until the day of. And that's the problem that I see in the current voting system. You can't just have a guy who comes up and says, I want to be president, and then I guess months before that they had already decided, we had already decided months before the election that we were going to do this guy.
There's a problem as well with the ballot system, because they had this problem in Nevada with the ballot systems where you essentially had people knew that there were a huge chunk of the delegates that supported Bernie Sanders, but the problem was when you looked at the ballots, you could not it was impossible to know whose name supported who. All you saw were names, so when you voted for certain delegates, you had no fucking idea if this person supported Hillary or Bernie.
Yeah, I think that definitely, what was it, John Oliver? I mean, what he said,
I think
John Oliver kind of said it great. He said it would be like, what was it, what did he say? He said something about voting.
I'm sorry, but what?
Hang on, I'm trying to pull it up.
Via a delegate who has made up their mind and does not have to publicly declare who they are picking as their candidate.
That is correct. Essentially,
Essentially,
it would be like voting for your favorite M&M color, but they're using Sean Connery and Tom Cruise to represent it, but you don't know what they're picking.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous system. Go home, American politics. You basically don't have a clue. Actually, no, are you even a real country anymore that's democratic? Because your process is literally worse than picking new kings in most of the world.
You may as well just flip a coin. Oh, you already do.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yes, Hillary has won a few states by a coin flip.
Was for like football.
No, Hillary has actually won a few states by coin flip.
The concerning thing to me, though, is that in Nevada convention, they actually disqualified a good majority of Bernie delegates for no reason. They just, decided to essentially, so they changed the rules, not only after the fact, but they changed it for the fact, and then those rules actually disqualified those Bernie Sanders supporter delegates, thereby creating Hillary to have more so that she actually won.
Christopher, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The status quo asserting itself.
And this is the actual, this is somewhat of the motif that has been running around in both parties at this point. I'm slightly, I'm sort of applauding the Democrat side of this, because at least they're actually trying, those in those sort of like democratic things, the Democratic side at least are trying to vote it the way they are. In obviously big. In the case of Trump, for example, Bernie's not really much of an establishment person. When you're done, Norwegian, he's not really an establishment person in the sense that he is basically been licking the ass that feeds him.
Because he's been making sure that
he is part of Parliament.
Him has been that of the people.
Yeah, he has been part of the American government for quite some time, so he certainly knows how a lot of this is going around. But he's not really been so much of a darling of the establishment that basically pull the strings.
He's not in the inner circle, is what you're trying to say.
Indeed, yes.
And the idea, but I want to reiterate something. I gotta say, despite me hating Donald Trump and not being a Republican supporter, I have to say the election process in the Democratic Party has been a lot cleaner than it has been in the Democratic Party from a voting standpoint.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
I was sort of going to come round to that.
I mean, if you really look at it, Donald Trump is kind of like the rich man's, or the rich version of Bernie Sanders. He's also not exactly what I'd call an establishment.
Well, this is the thing. You're talking about a person who has openly bribed these people. So you're talking about somebody during the debates. He actually said, "I've paid all of these people and told them to get stuff done that I wanted."
Yeah, but he also, but I loved how but he actually turned it around to basically say, these people are fucking corrupt. They will wag their tail for you if you give them money. And he basically made it.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong. Yeah, it's not that he's not wrong on that subject. It's that he's willing to do that. If you see what I mean.
But here's the thing.
He's just cutting out the middleman at this point.
Yeah, everybody is doing it at this point. I mean, everybody is paying politicians
Welcome
at this
back,
point.
Tom.
And it's like all he did was basically say that, hey, every politician received. I've given donations to the Democrats and the Republicans, and that's true. A lot of people do. And the fact that he was the only person who was willing to go up on stage and say fuck it, and that impressed a lot of people, that he was just willing to acknowledge it, that this is what's going on. And I don't like it, but here we are, and it was like, and now we basically said,
we're not trying to defend Donald Trump by any means, but we do want to understand what is the appeal of this man, and there are some factors that I have to admit. Okay,
well, he's a revolting plutocrat. He's a revolting plutocrat. That's beyond the question. Do I think that he's going to be a good president? Fuck no. The guy's a total idiot.
The man goes to war on Twitter.
Yeah.
He is more thin-skinned than journalists.
I mean, he's a walking, talking internet comment section. That's what he is.
This guy, I didn't find what he said very impressive, and I think a lot of people shouldn't have. When this guy said, he pretty much went on stage, he was like, yeah, you know, I love the Chinese, they're great people, oh yeah, I have also bribed everybody here, and they've also done it, you know, I've given them huge paychecks.
Huge!
You know, like, huge, fucking huge! You know, like, all he's saying is just like, these guys are crooks, but guess what, I've done it too. So it's like, well, that doesn't make you better. I'm voting for the
I
same
don't
thing.
understand. I don't understand why. This is the thing that I don't get in American politics. That you have basically just had somebody on a live debate for your Republican nomination. And he's just said, "I bribe people to get stuff done. I am bribing politicians. I am bribing people to basically have the system rigged in my favor." And that is, and they're like, well, at least he's honest.
At least it's honest.
And you're like, that's not honest. Being honest is saying, I don't bribe people. That is being honest. This isn't being honest. That's just telling the truth of your dishonesty. That's, my head explodes when somebody says that this person is honest, and it's like, that is not being honest. You're bribing officials. That would be treachery in most countries.
That's treachery here.
I gotta say, I wish I was a politician in the U.S. sometimes, because if the people of the U.S. is so easy to fool and easy to lead, I would have been the Speaker of the House at this point.
Kings by now.
No, I would have been the Speaker of the House. I can't be president because I wasn't born in the United States, but I can become Speaker of the House, which is the second.
The guy who has the actual power.
Yep.
Just gonna pop to the Lou guys back in a moment. Look after yourselves. Look after Tom. He's new here. Tom, you've just got to jump in and interrupt these motherfuckers. It's the only way to get a sentence in.
No, that's all right. I'm talking it up in chat.
We're hot. It's fast moving pace here. I'm afraid.
I got
an old fucker like me can't handle that.
Quick, the grown-ups are gone. Shit posting, shit chatting, being rude.
No, I would like to say for the record, I think I would make an excellent Speaker for the House.
You say that, but you don't have an English accent. This means you're going to be terrible at speaking.
Well, neither does the speaker at the house at the moment. I mean, where the hell was John Boehner from? Where the hell was he from?
To be
I
honest,
think you did it already. You have to have a proper English accent, such as myself or Robin.
I would make a great king.
Well,
Again, the accent.
Yeah, you say British accent. Are you referring to John Bercow at the British Parliament? The guy
I'm
who...
referring to the type of accent myself and Robin possess.
Oh God. You know what? Even though
Robin
I was...
just sounds arrogant.
If you are able to allocate yourself in a manner such as Sargon of Akkad, then you can be a proper king.
Oh Christ. I gotta say though,
No,
it's
you
weird.
see, I would try to just
Also, you
kill everyone.
mean
That is how
you're
good of a
lying.
king I would be.
Well, I have no problem with the British accent. I do have a problem with the London Cockney accent. That pisses me off. It's like, please go away.
I don't get all this irrational hatred of the accent. I quite like it.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. There's the accent right there. Oh God.
Yeah, I think at one point my grandfather was just like, you know, you could be a great fucking politician, but you swear too much, so people are gonna think you're a giant cunt all the time. So if you just tone down a little bit on that, you'll be good. And after that, I was just like, oh well, that's not gonna change. So I guess I'm not going into politics.
Well, he's Scottish?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that accent is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like he's from Glasgow.
Hey, Robin. I have somebody.
Chris, don't you listen? Robin just said he was going to the bathroom.
No, I was AFK. Sorry.
He left us alone.
Oh, alone with you?
Now the lunatics are running the asylum. It's brilliant.
Oh no, we're not having this shit.
I'm gonna hit you for stick abuse.
Ooh!
Well, anyways, guys, I gotta take off. You guys have a nice time discussing whether or not Trump will be a great president. I don't think he's gonna be.
Am I allowed to bring somebody in here? Okay.
No, he's a fucking comedian. He's a comedian. He's a provocateur. It'd be like voting Milo Yiannopoulos into presidency. Yes, the guy's very entertaining, but he's also a dumbass.
That would be amazing. That would be.
No, it would not.
Trump would be the first king of the United States. We could then be a proper country and have a monarchy and all.
The most fabulous queen.
We've got a queen right now, and oh boy, he's a handful.
Now, feminist Hitler, I'm not being a semantic here. If anything, you are by basically stating that somebody who tells the truth about their dishonesty is being honest. It is simply that. It's basically kind of, I'm bent. Oh, great, brilliant. Vote for me. Well, at least he was honest about being a complete fucking dick. And it's like I don't know if anyone's I can't remember the parable of the snake, inviting a snake into your place and then looking after the snake and then it bites you and it's like, well, why did you bite me? It's like, you're the one.
I'm a snake.
Yeah, that was the scorpion and the frog.
Yeah, that's what I fucking do, dude.
May I invite Boom in here, Robin? He is kind of itching to join in on the political.
It was a frog and a snake.
I would have to obviously expel somebody. I would say Zoe, as you've been incredibly quiet and you're essentially squatting at this point.
And me as well, I should go.
But, yeah, and Atherin if you want. I mean, if you're not going to say anything, guys, at least make some room for everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm asking if I could invite Boom in.
That's fine by me, man.
I'm not gonna lie, there is something to that admission because, again, yes, this is a thing that all the politicians do and they're all hush-hush about it. And, well, it's almost like lifting the veil. The trouble is, the veil's already been lifted. I mean, we've been peeking under that veil for a long time. We know shit's going down under that shouldn't be happening. So he's coming in with a very late revelation and acting like it's merit.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, the governor of New York was actually, he declared, or well, unofficially said, well, if Trump looks like he's gonna win, I guess I'll come in as an independent.
No, but Trump is so popular, and Trump works because he appeals to the general American consensus. He's like, all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ban Muslims, and we're gonna ban the fucking Mexicans, and some of them are rapists. We're gonna ban the Canadians because they're heroin addicts. This is shit he's actually said. And we're gonna, we're just gonna ban people.
Canadians are heroin addicts?
Yeah, no, that's
That
not
is
true.
not a racial stereotype I know of. I mean,
Hang on. Have you seen Canada in the winter? There is literally 10-foot piles of heroin next to the road.
Well, I know what you mean. He is basically sort of like American politics in a nutshell, which is, hey, look, we got this real complicated problem. Well, what I propose is a really fucking simplistic solution that you can all understand.
Yeah, it's like, we're gonna build a giant wall even though we're in debt. We're gonna spend all this money even though we're in fucking huge debt. It's gonna be great.
Burn bridges unnecessarily.
But, I just wanted to point this out. We can't afford to keep our current transportation infrastructure upkeep, let alone a wall upkeep.
Oh, we're gonna make Mexico pay for it.
We're not gonna
pay for it.
Mexico.
Are you kidding
Make
me?
the board pay for it.
Let the country that's going
Sorry,
into
Hitler, free of deceit.
You don't need to maintain a wall. It's there. That's all it needs to do is be there.
No. You don't get it. You have to build the wall once because it's going to be the Great Wall of Trump. It will be 25,000 feet high. It will have a giant and bold golden
25,010 feet high. Remember, the wall got 10 feet higher.
It will be made out of nothing but marble. It will have a T on it,
And Mexico will pay for it.
That they have to get more gold on Earth than there currently is. So they have to start asteroid mining. The Wall of Trump will be so grand it will last 1 billion years. It will make even the Imperium of Man bow down, and it's great.
And the bizarre thing, the bizarre thing for me more than anything else is when people kind of go, "How is Mexico going to pay for it?" It's not like you're going to just ask them for cash. And he goes, "We've got a trade deficit with them." So what we're going to do is, essentially, this man is saying, this is the financially sort of like crisp individual that this person is that they're going to take their AA rating in, so as nation state and kind of go, we're just going to default on a bunch of debts. Fuck it.
Yeah,
we have AAA rating.
Crazy.
Yeah, what could go wrong with that? What could go wrong with that
that's
at all?
fucking
Apart
absolutely
from
crazy. I mean, like,
your
how do
interest
you
rates
think-
just go up like nobody's business, and everyone's sitting there kind of going, "Well, it's the world's fault."
Do you want Mexico's drug problem to just go out of control?
Mexico's drug problem
the
is
whole
already out of
premise
control.
behind this is fucking over Mexico in order to build our wall. I mean, I've heard some plans for it, and it's like, wow, okay, so we are really going to we're going to fuck that country.
Deceit, Hitler.
Fine.
Deceit is to tell the truth when it's acceptable to you, and to
Right.
not release that information when it is not. He didn't tell everybody that he was bribing politicians when he was bribing them. He only decided to tell them that when he was seeking office.
The thing that concerns me about Trump is that I feel like his policies are half-baked.
Half? Mate, he hasn't even the man hasn't even made the fucking mix yet.
Yeah, I was about
Actually, his tax plan would bankrupt the country.
I didn't
Talk about
say
His
tax
policies are currently sat on the counter, yet to be prepared.
I didn't even say
He hasn't even
No,
gone to
not
the shop
even
and
that.
bought the ingredients,
They're still
man.
in the fucking grocery store.
Yeah, that egg is still stuck up the chicken's ass.
No, Robin, it doesn't go in the ass.
Metaphor wars, and I won.
That brings a whole new meaning to fucking. We'll wait until that eggs hatch.
Yeah.
We'll wait until the egg hatch. We'll count our eggs before we, whatever.
Exactly, that's stuck up its ass right now.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No, it was Trump first.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing I was talking about before. Yeah, it's funny, but like that kind of shit is propagating is what fucking Trump is propped up on now with like the younger generation. They're just like fucking anime Trump. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. He's a demagogue. He's gonna ruin your fucking country.
And then like sitting there kind of going, yeah, well,
Trump is going to have a VP like Dick Cheney. So he doesn't know anything about policy. He doesn't know anything about enacting any of the shit. So he'll get a VP very much like Dick Cheney who knew all this stuff.
Fuck it, let's just raise some hell.
So they're
literally
going to
what's
have
on
a
at this
VP that does everything, so he takes the blame.
Yeah, that's actually what he said in his own statements, that he wants to be on the sidelines and let the
like a mayor,
VP do that.
essentially, like the town mayor, basically just sitting there getting all the credit, and then when something goes wrong, goes, yeah, it's this guy.
Yeah.
Even though the vice president is not supposed to make policy, he is there just in case you die.
Yeah, pretty much.
What
That's
is the
it.
point of him seeking presidency
Yeah,
at this point?
okay, so instead of saying vice president, which gets people thinking that they do something, you should really start referring to them as spare president.
Yeah, stand-in, essentially.
Stunt double president.
Yeah.
Well, technically, the vice president does do some things. Most of the time, he's supposed to be in the Senate to break ties.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what the vice president does. He stands next to the fucking president and helps the president do his job.
If you
That
think
does
that
the
if you
president's
think that a
job for
person
him.
if you think that a person bribing politicians isn't a bad look, you are in deep trouble, Katamu.
Yep.
That is some bad shit. The implication of his admission is that he just messaged that he himself is not bribable. No, it is not. No, it is not. Somebody who bribes doesn't mean somebody who is doing the bribing does not mean that they are not bribable.
Yeah, that's
actually,
there
what
is
that
nothing there that
actually
says that he
means is
isn't.
that their moral compass is such that they have no principle or
No,
limitations.
their moral compass
They
just doesn't
won't-
exist. They don't have one.
Exactly. Well, what I was saying is that they're have a wide range of stuff that they will do. They're willing to do. There's no set limit on what they won't do.
Yeah, no,
Their
like
moral compass is more made up than fucking Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, but on top of that, all right, this guy has a fiscal fucking plan for the United States,
Which would bankrupt it.
Yeah, which is so fucking retarded. It's actually worse than Justin Trudeau's fiscal report. It's actually worse than the feminist fucking retard. It would be a lot more worse than fucking Bernie Sanders.
Actually,
Guaranteed.
most economists say Bernie Sanders' plan would actually increase our revenue.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking from their perspective, because a lot of the time they say, well, Bernie doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to economics. He's going to bankrupt people. He's going to tax people with $250,000 over fucking income, and it's going to be bad and it's going to ruin the system. Well, it's like, yeah, okay, let's fine. Let's accept that premise. Even if you accept that premise, Trump's fiscal plan is still worse.
And even if Trump's fiscal plan isn't still worse, there's also the fact that Bernie Sanders is literally the only trustworthy candidate involved.
Okay, yeah, but let's say
the way in which we'll be able to hold
That's a
Bernie
fucking
Sanders.
oxymoron. A trustworthy politician? I'll see that
Well-
when I believe
Well,
it.
sir, I'll say
there's
this to you.
actually-
You
here,
could- what-
here, hold on.
Sir, no, hang on, Boom. Can I ask you, sir, what you think the difference between a trustworthy politician and an untrustworthy politician is?
As soon as they have office, they're probably untrustworthy.
This is
here's the
it's
problem is
that's an
now you're-
oxymoron, sir. This is the thing.
Yeah.
You just basically stating that is a null topic. It doesn't
Yeah, and
actually
that-
say
it
anything,
makes-
and it is
You
simply.
can't prove you wrong. Okay, I could show you a trustworthy
I know.
politician, but if you went by your rule as stated, it would not count because him being trustworthy disqualifies him as a politician.
This is simply
according to your rule.
it's simple circular reasoning. It's a really nice rhetorical device, but it means nothing.
You want a trustworthy politician, here's your standard. He does what he says he's going to do, and he never changes his fucking mind just because it's
Personally,
better for him.
I have
Yeah,
not seen
well,
a politician that appears to be trustworthy. They almost
Well,
always
have you seen Bernie Sanders?
position they state they're going to hold to.
Well, let me put it to you this way, though. Since Bernie Sanders is in Congress currently, he can introduce any bill that he wishes. So what Bernie Sanders does is he talks about policy, says, I want to do this and this and this on the stage, and then he goes back to Congress because he has one of the highest attendance rates, so he goes and does his job the most. He's one of the people that doesn't call out for donations because he doesn't have to. But because he does this, where he talks about policy and then enacts it and introduces it as a bill, we can tell if he actually goes back on his word by reading the bills and determining what has changed in the bills, because you can actually read them.
A
So
policy
here we have
changes
a
to his
clear
word.
exception to the rule, and therefore the rule cannot be used as evidence against his existence.
A politician that keeps to his word seems like an oxy-fucking-moron to me. It seems
It
like
seems
a
like
fucking
one, but
pimp
here we
unicorn.
have one.
But Bernie has actually stuck to his guns for the last 40 years.
Fuck.
So yeah,
politician that sticks to
you
their guns and
got
actually
your
talks to people.
oxymoron.
Oh, and in that case, fuck it. He's just elect him a Caesar.
I'd be happy with that.
So the trouble is, like,
What I'm saying, though, is you don't have to take Bernie Sanders' word. You can tell when he's doing something that he said he wouldn't do, or he changed his position on something from the bills he wrote. You can read the changes made to them, any alterations they get updated.
with what he says he's going to do.
Yeah. We can watch
So
it.
again,
We
here
can
we
watch
have
changes.
a politician that breaks that rule of all politicians are liars.
And this is the thing is that there's something to be said for cynicism, and it's essentially getting to the point, and so you're really highlighting this is that the people don't trust politicians at all because of all of these untrustworthy politicians, and it is very easy to just basically say, well, I've got all this. You're basically stuck in confirmation bias. Yes, there are plenty of politicians out there that are bent, but that is not an ergo that politicians are bent.
I think the best policy on this would, going back to the entire point of the stream, is to be skeptical of everything.
Yes, and
including Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and
but to look at the evidence as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have looked into this guy, and I've struggled to find much against him. I don't think his wife is necessarily 100%. She doesn't seem all that responsible in certain areas that she's actually put herself into, but that's his wife.
Well, that's because she's. Well,
you know, I wouldn't.
not him.
I wouldn't necessarily. For example, I think it's somewhat disingenuous of say Trump to basically be posting videos about Bill Clinton and then associating that with Hillary Clinton, because it's just basically kind of going, "You're responsible for your husband's actions here." And it's
Yeah,
like,
that's like after what?
Now-
After Ted Cruz fucking says all that bullshit about his wife,
yeah. I mean, this
and
is,
then he's just like, "Oh, well, you can't do that."
yeah, it's
I'm
like,
sorry, what? Martin, hold up. What would Bernie have done in the case of that BLM incident? I mean, he's not exactly
Nothing.
swimming in resources. I
Nothing.
mean,
He handled
can't-
it appropriately
Yeah.
in terms of looking at the bit. Like, because what's gonna happen is if they get on stage and you're just like, "Get the fuck off stage," then you end up losing liberal voters who are associated with Black Lives Matter. Now, whether they endorse them or not doesn't matter. You're losing votes, so you can't do that.
On
Yep.
top of that, there's the fact that if he wants to go into a fight with them, well, he doesn't have a whole shit ton of security like someone like Trump or Hillary has, and he will physically get his ass beat.
The only thing Bernie can do in such a situation is talk to them and say, yes, I've been on the side of universal human rights and civil rights for everyone since before your parents were born. But that only works if they're willing to listen to him. And the fact they've pushed him off stage and taken his microphone means they're not willing to listen.
well, yes, but however, yeah,
But
the
how-
whole
how are
point
we
he
supposed to
was,
counter that?
even in the face of that, he just turned around and kind of, go on then, have your say. And they had their fucking say. They called everybody there listening that they were fucking racists, and everyone went, these people are fucking assholes, get the fuck off the stage. And they got off the fuck off the stage, and then they carried on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Bernie
mean,
didn't
let
look like
them
the
show
asshole.
themselves to be fucking fools.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is that most people who watch that, including a lot of the progressive spoken people, when they saw that, the difference between that and the Netroots Nation, where they actually got invited on the stage while protesting off stage, is that the people who showed up touched the announcer, touched the person who was actually introducing Bernie Sanders at the Washington event, which means they're aggressive and hostile in terms of, I need to de-escalate this. And how do I de-escalate this? Let them talk. And so most of the people weren't okay with the fact that they actually laid hands on the other guy.
But and there we go. We've got another candidate, or another case of this candidate is focused more on de-escalation than having a fight. He's not
the thing is, I feel as if this doesn't necessarily play into the mindset of a lot of Americans out there that want to have some sort of bombastic, I'm going to fuck you up kind of president.
Yeah, sometimes in order to negotiate, you have to be peaceful.
And you are talking to a country here that has an army that is bigger than everyone's combined.
No, the entire founding of the country, everything that has to do with the country and the founding is all war. I'm not saying.
The thing is, technically, we could take over the world. I'm not saying we could hold it, but we've poured so much into our military that we could, for about a business week, take over the entire fucking world.
Yes.
Longer than that.
And then you would have a very, very, very horrible hangover afterwards, as the rest of the planet, the other 6 billion people, come and own your ass.
Oh no, I'm not saying that
we have more money in our
military. We'd be able to hold it, and then we get our asses handed to us.
Not if your money is worthless, which would be overnight. Because if you were to declare war on the planet, suddenly it would not be something that we would consider a reserve at this point.
Yeah, there's also the fact that you're forgetting the reason why we spend the most money is because we have so many bases. We're doing was it Cold War tactics? We don't have the most money because we're the most effective at spending it, and we have therefore the most warships or whatever, or the most high-tech military either. We're not. We're not the most high-tech on any of these fronts. The military commanders who actually operate our military are saying we have to get out of war because our shit's going to break.
Well, it's like whenever we try. Okay, not whenever, but in several cases when we've tried to be the most high-tech military, we end up making a disaster, like the Bradley fighting vehicle or the F-35.
I always remember the Desert Warrior. The Desert Warrior program was hilarious to me because it was using Windows NT.
Oh, someone actually used it?
Windows NT about, I think, 5 to 6 years after they were pretty much over with it.
To be honest, I'm still liking America takes over the world idea.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, Pug.
Of course, I only like that idea because it would probably start a nuclear war, and then
I know everybody dies. Yeah, everybody dies. I know.
So bright.
I know. I can see your agenda. Your agenda is at least pure.
But Robin.
Nobody's gonna give a shit about gender identity when we're all suffering radiation sickness.
Yeah,
I think you said
our genitals will be all mixed together.
Yeah.
Of a mutant gender. I think 7 of 9 said it quite well.
Oh no.
Where
Now here's a political speech about to kick in.
There was a scene on Voyager where the Doctor was talking to 7 of 9 to try and see the bright side of life. And
oh no.
And there was she's like, oh well, so you're talking about how the humans nearly destroyed themselves in the Third World War due to nuclear weapons. Were they also looking at the bright side of life?
The brightest side of life, a nuclear explosion.
But yeah, Robin, darling, you mentioned how the.
So funny.
Robin, you mentioned how Desert Warrior was still using Windows NT.
Yes.
Do you know what the job center in the UK uses?
Yes, it actually uses Windows 7 these days.
No, that's what they use on their desktop. Do you know what the job center system for everyone's national insurance and benefits uses?
The Windows XP, because that's what...
It was recently updated last year to Windows 7.
Oh, fuck, because before that it was still running on BASIC.
No, it wasn't running on BASIC.
It was literally running in a DOS box in the old days.
Well, at some point it was, definitely.
No.
But
you know what?
The year last year, still running in a DOS box.
No.
You know what?
There may have been programs using DOS box. but that wasn't necessarily mean that it is all running on that system. It
They
simply
put
wouldn't.
your ID and stuff in does.
You
That was the case.
You simply wouldn't have been able to
you're a
use
robot,
Windows 95. You wouldn't have been able to use Windows 98, XP. None of those things, and those have all been updates. The last one they were using was XP, and then they updated to Windows 7. I know this.
Was massively out of date.
I was unemployed a year or so ago, and I was looking at their system at the time. They were just updating it. So
Yeah, I've looked at that system as well when they were running on stuff that didn't even have cursors.
maybe it's maybe a little bit more updated in the London boroughs.
I've been in
down
like
here the
Canadian.
country,
Sorry.
They've had computers for the best part of a decade without replacing them.
I remember
everything gets out of date.
in a council office in Cornwall once, I saw someone look at their computer screen, write down details of what was on the computer screen, go into the back area, and then I wait for a few seconds and they come out another door to another desk that was out there, hand it to this person who then starts entering details into the computer system. Do you know how upset I was watching that?
Very
You
upset,
looked at
I
it and
imagine.
went, "Fuck, this is."
Now that is that's busy work right there.
Yeah, that is certainly creating jobs.
I've been inside an unemployment agency, okay, for like Canadian unemployment agency, and I've went in there and they're running their computers on very low yield, very very old versions of Linux.
I'm not surprised.
And I was talking to the guy who was filling out my form, and I saw his computer screen because it swivels around, and I was like, I said this out loud. I was like, why the fuck are you running your computer on that? And he said, excuse me. I'm like, you know what you're running your computer on, right? He's like, no. I'm like, you're running your computer on liquid shit.
That's not helping, to be honest. You're not helping yourself with the job. If you can imagine, this person's got to process your order. I think you're just supposed to give your name, your details, your address.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I started my own business, and I started yelling at people on YouTube. I'm fucking too opinionated for other jobs. I get on another job and someone's flipping a burger, and I'm just
I see the conflict.
I'm a natural born. I don't want to say asshole, but I think that might be like the closest thing that comes to
Well,
it.
you're my kind of asshole. You at least know where your limits lie.
You won't care.
You're his asshole?
He
Or
is my
he's
kind
your
of
asshole?
arsehole. There are many kinds of arsehole, and he is mine.
No, okay. Well, I feel.
You are my kind of arsehole. I will repeat.
There's a warm part in my heart, and that's not sarcastic.
Exactly.
Unlike me, he actually likes you. I still don't know why I'm here.
Often when it comes.
I simply tolerate you, Sel.
Often when it comes to the English, I have a hard time understanding whether you're being sarcastic or you're just saying something normally.
Almost always sarcastic.
Almost always. Okay. The humor,
Especially when
I
he
love.
claims
I
to
love.
be being sarcastic.
I love English humor because it's always like there's sort of like I guess like I wouldn't say a meme, but just like the cliche that it's always very dry.
We've taken condescension and made it an art form.
Oh yeah, no, it's brilliant. It's like the French. The French developed their own. Like I speak French. That language was developed to be a fucking cunt.
Yeah, it is. It is the language of arrogance.
Yes, it's precisely what it is. Like if you want to, like,
why we go to war with them.
We tried and we failed, and I'm sorry.
No, but like this is why
what the French can.
I'm surprised we didn't do better.
I can't remember. Somebody on Twitter told me they're just like, if you want to be really rude, you have to speak in French. But if you want to really scare the French, just scream at them in German, and they'll back away and go wherever the fuck they came from. They'll go back to where the fuck they came from.
No, you have to just circumvent them just to the left and just come round the back. That's when they get scared.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
The problem is, a scared Frenchman is fucking terrifying because they strapped himself up with bombs and guns and then put on a dress and pretend to be a woman.
No, those are Palestinians.
Read about the underground during the Second World War. The Frenchmen were dressing like women, pretending to be women in public to get past being searched and would then shoot up an army base.
Look at me. Do you think I'm pretty? Would you like to touch me? $5, good sir. You
Or
know,
saying
it's
that you
just
do
like-
have a woman's hair.
Hmm?
Saying that you do
I'm
have the hair
suddenly
of a
reminded
woman.
of that one 5-second film skit, if I can find it.
Well, no.
You'll actually love it.
Actually, there's a bit of a story on that. I go to the bar regularly because I'm an alcoholic, and sometimes I will journey off into like the club scene. I don't like it, but sometimes I'll go there, and I'll go and sit down on a stool. And I've had guys like on 3 separate occasions come up behind me and grab my ass, and it is the most confusing yet the most refreshing thing in the world because I turn around and they freak the fuck out.
You should try from the gay bar. They won't freak out, they'll just kiss you instead.
There you go.
Well,
That's what it is.
before I got engaged to Ashley, I used to go to gay bars. I mean, I'm not a stranger to sucking a little bit of dick. It's not that bad. It's like a popsicle, but it's made of flesh. Get in there, boys.
You are such a fag.
You'd never know it.
So,
Oh, the wonderful world
guess
of the
who's
open
in the
house.
room with me today?
Is it your wife?
No, is
No.
it your mum?
Yes.
No. Hello, wife.
And-
Do you enjoy sucking dick as much as I do? Probably not.
Oh god.
Just to my contribution to the conversation.
No, it's...
This is
I
the level,
wanted you
folks.
to be a proper young man. You're meant to give me grandchildren and all, but instead you're in the guy's bathroom all day and all night. Won't I ever have grandchildren?
You and your cocaine
What
and your
the
love of
fuck are
penis.
you even... I can't even understand, though.
I wish you were like the normal boys.
Yes, the normal boys.
Oh my god.
In case women and
Don't worry, I'm a normal boy and I'm a disappointment too, so
I'm
it's
sorry,
okay.
Rob. I came back because I thought somebody was screaming at someone. I'm like, are you guys alright? Did I leave you unattended?
No, Searle is just getting out his mother issues.
I turned into a
Oh,
pantomime
but
Dane.
one time. A friend of ours from way back. His name is Adil. He's sort of like a Pakistani kind of brown-looking guy, and his mother is like some kind of devout Pakistani Muslim, and me and him are talking like in a TeamSpeak, and his mother comes in and stuff like that, and I'm just like, "Hello, welcome to the Quickie Mart." She starts freaking the fuck right out. She loses her goddamn mind. I start going on this just like I didn't mean to like offend her and stuff like that. I was just fucking around, but she started freaking out, and she's just like, "Adil, I'm going to kick you out of the house. Is this the kind of people that you associate with? They are racist and they are bad people." And she starts freaking out and having a big shit fit, and we're all laughing, and he's just sitting there with his head down, just being berated by his mother with her red dot on her forehead.
Back when I was young, we never used to speak to the darkies.
Where was her hijab? I did not see her wearing it.
I don't remember, but it was the most fucking hilarious thing that oh my god.
Well, she's a woman. She should be silent.
Damn!
No.
Not playing that game.
I'm sorry, Robin. I had to go to the extreme, you know.
You had to go there, did you?
Yeah, well, you see, my dad believes that if we let Muslims in our country, we'll all have to start wearing hijabs, and then women will
Good
have
job.
to be silent.
Christopher.
Yeah, you might
while
want to
you're down
correct
there
him on
rooting
that.
around in that shit, can you please try and find the bar for the conversation? Because it appears to be down in there.
What the fuck is anybody... I don't know, I just feel like, because my mom's not saying anything right now. I just feel like she's saving this for after.
This is what we call
You know,
silently
I get
judging
done
you.
here, and so I'm sitting here like, shit, I'm gonna have to find a way to get all my makeup on and get the fuck out of the house before she starts.
Wear flats, wear flats.
You know,
Are you
hopefully
that wears
come
makeup?
back. What?
You wear makeup?
Yeah, girlfriend,
Yeah?
don't you know? I dress up.
Why
I'm
is
a
this
drag
surprising to you?
queen.
You know, you still put your makeup on. Go on, send us a picture. You best look damn good in it. Otherwise, you're doing it wrong.
All right.
Carton's a kick.
Yeah, Searle did. If you didn't know, gay cis male meet aspiring transsexual or transgender.
Ah.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
well,
what?
you best look damn
How well? I don't know how far you've got, Cardin, but I don't think you're that far.
Yeah, I just don't know if aspiring is quite the whatever the fuck.
I would assume once you've actually got through the operation, you're no longer aspiring.
I mean,
Well, fair enough.
My friend
I'm
is
down.
actually going through that this weekend.
I'm down for your. Yeah, I'm down for your transgender shit. I mean, have you seen the singer from fucking Tokyo Hotel? He's a guy. I don't know whether to fuck him or just like take a picture of him and put it up in my fucking living room. The guy's gorgeous. So go right ahead.
Where the fuck?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was going based on your voice.
Yeah, that happens. That's why I didn't get all triggered.
Yeah, well, you're sometimes you do and sometimes you don't, isn't it, Cardin? I think it just depends on your mood.
I think
Well,
it's.
a lot of things depend on mood, but yeah, sometimes I just have a bad day.
I have my diva days.
I've been working on that though.
I have my diva days, you know, Cardin. And it's surprising when people when people are like, "You're gay." Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it has been brought to my attention that I sound exactly like a dude, especially on this mic and on this job that I have. So,
Oh.
No.
Can
Yeah.
I switch? Can I switch with you?
You're obviously battling against a low voice registry anyway.
Cardin.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be a struggle for you, I feel.
And
Do you
so
look
I'm not
anywhere
gonna
near as
really
good as
put
the
that off on any other people.
Yeah, it's
person? Sorry,
nobody's
Johan.
fault, innit?
Jesus fucking.
Yeah, that's a guy in the
Christ.
video we linked that still identifies as a guy. They're Swedish, don't worry, they're fucked up.
It is not available in my in my country. All right,
like-
America.
I've always sort of been of the opinion, just let people fucking just leave people alone. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. For example, like these sort of like crazy people who feel like they need to cut off their arm because they identify as an amputee. Fucking let them do it. That's a problem that fixes itself, my friends.
No, not
Wait,
really.
Can't they just cut off their head?
Well, you know, it's somewhat causing new problems. Being disabled is not it isn't fun. It's not really something that people walk into voluntarily.
And
I understand that. I understand that. But if fucking stupid and crazy people are cutting off their own limbs, I'm okay with that. Because that's pretty much just evolution at work. Just stupid people getting rid of themselves.
Well, there is somewhat of a drag on the system with this.
But here's the deal, I mean,
You're all going robot,
our
Cardin.
systems
Robot,
are-
robot,
A
robot.
lot of things are designed.
There you
My bad,
go.
I'm gonna mute myself real
You're
quick.
back. You're back. You're back.
We are the robot people.
No, you can speak now, Cardin. Now's your
Alright, is it
chance.
working?
Yeah.
That's because I finally found a picture of my face with my makeup on that's in the decent resolution. You can see it. And Push is working extra hard to send something that I took with this thing. But no, our systems are designed to deal with people to help them when they are disabled, not of their own devices. So for someone to purposely disable themselves makes them burdensome.
Oh yeah, fix that system where if it says, hey, guess what? If you maim yourself, you don't get this coverage. You know, this is because this is for actual amputees. You want to cut off your own arm, you're going to be responsible for your own bullshit.
Well, I asked her, I'm like, are you...
Here's the thing. Humans are going to do stupid shit all the time, so you can't necessarily stop them from doing stupid shit. What you have to do is just lay groundwork so you can prevent them from taking advantage of the system after they've done their stupid shit.
Yeah, that's why the wording should be purposefully maiming themselves.
Yeah.
That
Because,
is ignores
frankly,
the
people
fact
get
of
fucked up and
mental
even self-maimed by
instability.
accident.
Guys, I believe Thunderfoot's just released something about the 50% of misogynistic abuse online is from women. What are your
That is
thoughts?
possible.
Discuss.
I haven't seen it.
Well, I'm not so much talking about the video, but the actual facts at hand here. I believe it was a BBC thing that came out about this.
Okay. I was, but the fact of the population that could be on the internet is like 50-50 women and men. I actually asserted that it's possible the person you're receiving it from is just as likely a woman as it is men.
Okay, here's what I think about that. That depends entirely on how you are calculating your statistics for this. If
let's have a look, shall we? I'll do a small dramatic reading of the BBC website. It goes something like this. Are we all sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin.
Stop!
I know. That was carded. Half of all misogynistic tweets. So I love the way that this is the only abuse that anyone gives a shit about.
What am I being blamed on again?
It's usually your fault. Half of all misogynistic tweets posted on Twitter come from women, a study suggests. Over a 3-week period, Think Tank, a company called Think Tank, I'm just having a look at them right now. Demos, I believe, is the company that did it. Why is that not letting me... God's sakes, let's put it inside. Okay. A think tank, not think tank. It's called Demos, BBC. Get it right. Get rid of some of your interns and start paying people. Counted the number of uses of 2 particular words as indicators of misogyny. It's shaky ground already here.
That's not shaky ground. That's bullshit right off the bat.
Well,
I've got red light.
I'm being checked. Yeah, I know my bullshitometer is going. I know. It found evidence of large-scale misogyny with 6,500 unique users targeted by 10,000 abusive tweets in the UK alone. Twitter boss Jack Dorsey has said that tackling abuse is a priority.
If it's from the UK, I'm already like 50% lowered on the actual credibility ratio.
Yeah, I mean, my problem is first, Jack, you really need to stop worrying about abuse and think about actually getting some revenue into your company. That might, make the shareholders a little bit sort of like, nicer towards you, Just saying. The research comes as UK MPs Yvette Cooper, Maria Miller, Stella Creasy, Jess Phillips, alongside former Liberal Democrat Minister Joe Swinson, launch their Reclaim the Internet campaign, which is disastrous on the face of it, in response to growing public concern about the impact of hate speech and abuse on social media. Yvette, grow a thicker skin.
From what? Free speech?
Yes.
England doesn't have...
They've already tried this before, and they've got nowhere with it. The campaign has opened an online forum to discuss ways to make the internet less aggressive, sexist, racist, and homophobic. Thank you for at least saying sexist rather than misogynistic, because I'm afraid it's not just the guys. Launching the campaign, Miss Cooper told the BBC the truth is nobody knows what the best answers are. Well, then shut up. There is more that when there is criminal abuse, for example, rape threats, that the police should be doing, but what is the responsibility of everyone else? Why is that? Why do you think that that's a complete sentence, BBC? What more should social media platforms be doing?
Did he end that sentence with a preposition?
I know. She said that the campaign was an opportunity for the public to put forward their proposals and demands for the changes we want to see. I would say, get off the fucking internet, you pussies. In response to the survey, Twitter's head of trust and safety, Ciara O'Connor, who is... Let's have to find out about her, because she's going to be one of that lot, isn't it? Who is she working with?
Anyone on the Trust and Safety Council is working with Anita and the rest of them.
She is part of Bachelors of Arts, Master Communications and Media Studies, Sports and Entertainment and Intellectual Property Law, Copyright Law, Elementary Proficiency. A certificate in elementary proficiency. That
What
sounds.
does that even mean?
I know.
It's elementary, my dear one.
It just means that she has a moderate amount of proficiency in that area.
Apparently in German.
Yeah.
I think it was quite simple. It is actually quite elementary, my dear. But
We're,
that is
we're looking at you right now, Karen. I suspect you're probably being made aware because I'm looking at your LinkedIn. So she's
Robin.
more to do with intellectual property than anything else.
Robin.
Hello.
Is what were the 2 words?
The 2 words are slut and whore.
Oh wow, so that equates to misogyny and not just like, I don't know, a character judgment that could be unrelated to the hate of women?
Well, I mean, it also brings forth other things like, imagine, for example, somebody who is, say, on side with this, and they're basically saying, can we please not say whore or slut?
You know, oddly, I know plenty of whores and sluts, and most of them are male.
I am only Chris's
Waiting
slut.
for someone to bring that up, and thank you, Pug. You finally did something useful.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Are you talking about me? I mean, slots.
Hold on, this is the fucking problem with these sort of feminist-aligned studies.
Yeah, I'm,
They throw nuance out the window.
Yeah, this is the,
for favor of
for
bias.
example, I do photography, yeah. So if I were to say I want to shoot Tony Blair, people might misconstrue that and say that I want to basically, buy a gun and like take him out as some sort of lone gunman. What
are you talking about, Robin?
But if you imagine, when I say I want to shoot Tony Blair, it could mean I just want to be on the firing squad.
Yeah, and alternatively, what we could do is we could turn this around and use the words like dick or asshole, and you would see much more results. But that's not indicative of people being misandrous.
Yeah, and I
Not
suspect,
necessarily.
exactly. Searle, for example, is probably saying, "I would like to see that dick in my asshole," and
Wait,
and then suddenly this person is against men. That wouldn't be right now, would it?
Yeah, context matters. What I don't get about the Safety Council.
Hang on, how are you pronouncing that, anyways? Searle, What the fuck?
It's Sir.
Sir.
R is Middle English for Sir, and Earl is the second half, so it's Sir.
It's this kind of shit that just fucking pisses me off. Okay, I failed high school. I'm not that intelligent. How is it I can see this and yet you can't, and you work for the BBC? I want to hang you.
You failed high school? Guess what? I never stepped foot in one.
High school failed you, mate. In addition to our policies and user controls, such as block, mute, and our new multiple tweet reporting functionality, we work with civil society leaders who don't represent anybody and academic experts to understand the challenge that exists. The demos study also looked at international tweets and found that more than 200,000 aggressive tweets using the word slut and whore were sent to 80,000 people over the same 3 weeks. So that's 3 each. Max. Holy shit. Somebody received 3 tweets involved. Well, maybe they were... Imagine they could have been basically, this could have been during Halloween, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm slutty this, I'm slutty that.
Wait,
like,
I'm sorry, what?
The common sense approach to posting comments on social networks would be to never say anything online, and we wouldn't say to someone's face that simple rule seems to be regularly ignored. You haven't been outside much, have you? Being able to post anonymously helps, and in many ways social networks have become the modern day equivalent of a natter over the garden fence or a gathering of the village green, but on a global scale. Or aren't we all middle class?
Well, the thing I don't get with these people, though, is that we have in our FBI agency someone who actually determines whether or not a threat is viable. So what they do is they analyze the language that you use, and they actually go through steps to understand, are you an actual threat to someone else online? When I look at these people who are in the Safety Council, none of them have a degree in human psychology or pathology. You know,
No, they just got a
thinking
media
of
studies
common
degree.
Huh?
They just got a media studies degree and crap like that. A 2014 study from cosmetics firm
I mean, the
Dove.
current year?
No, 2014 study from cosmetics firm Dove found that over 5 million negative tweets were posted about beauty and body image. 4 out of 5 were sent by women.
Oh my fucking god! How are these? How? First off, how do they determine it as aggressive? Number two, how do they determine it as fucking like with intent to harm somebody or harass somebody? This is what I'm talking about. This is so fucking stupid. This is like.
Well, actually, here's the problem with the whole harassment language. In order to harass, you have to have prolonged conduct. It cannot just be.
Yeah, guys. We're not saying harassment here. Let me just reiterate the point that this passage says. A 2014 study from cosmetics firm Dove found that over 5 million negative tweets were posted about body and beauty image. 4 out of 5 were sent by women. That's all they're saying. They're saying
Yeah, but how do you determine they're negative?
Well, perhaps they were somewhat besmirching about somebody's body image.
So
it's not necessarily a negative. That's hang on a sec.
Well,
okay, look.
Like you're ugly. Your makeup sucks. Crap like that, I would imagine.
Yeah. Okay. Accept the contention that it's negative. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Is it factually accurate? Am I saying like, hey, look, guess what? Being like largely obese, not very healthy. Your choice, man. Do whatever you want. Eat a fucking hamburger, but this is not good for you.
Stark reminder.
Than going heart your fat.
Stark reminder. Demos used algorithms to distinguish between tweets being used in explicitly aggressive ways and those that were more controversial in tone, conversational in tone. So in other words, they had actually double-checked whether this was something unrelated rather than basically somebody actually being actually aggressive. The study provides a bird's-eye snapshot of what is ultimately a very personal and often traumatic experience for women. Why is it only for... This is the thing, and it is only for women, it seems, because when a guy has that happen to them, I don't really hear them complain much. And this is what I'm finding here in this particular front.
To complain about
no, I just don't think they. I personally think, I'm afraid when it comes to insults and whatnot, guys are made of sterner stuff. In this, I'm sorry. In general, I've found this. When girls are talking to each other, they insult each other with compliments, and guys compliment each other with insults.
Well, look, I think it...
Don't give a damn about my misogyny towards you on Twitter just now.
Oh, that looks so good on you. It's so thinning.
I think it comes down to sort of just how men interact.
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, whereas guy turns up with his new car and it's like, what's this piece of shit?
Yeah, well, no, but it's more perspective. Like, I'm pretty sure every guy in this room has had their nose fucking broken or at least once. I mean, we understand,
Flattened.
like, perspective. If someone says, like, you're ugly...
Actually, believe it or not, I've boxed for 6 years and I haven't had a broken nose once.
You know what I'm saying? Like, within sort of like a male culture, there's repercussions for certain things when you're younger, and then later on in life you have a perspective. You're like, the guy called me ugly, but that's not as bad as having a broken nose, so I think I'm fucking okay.
Yeah, well,
I shattered my hand twice, though.
There's also if I get into a fight, one of us is going to come away either dead or severely injured. I don't think this is worth it.
Yes, yeah, there's another thing, yeah.
There's slightly more of a paradigm when it comes to how we raise children. We do raise children slightly different based on gender. We do raise boys to deal with the emotion of being told something, as opposed to being acted on. So we try to teach boys to ignore words.
Actually kind of barely caught some of that.
Okay, so when we teach our children, we teach men and we teach boys and girls slightly differently. We teach boys to ignore words, more actions. We teach girls to embrace if someone says something hurtful, that's not okay. So it's slightly different in the way we teach boys versus girls how to deal with certain situations.
Well, I think that there was a study on the psychology of dealing with children, and when it comes to boys and girls, if a girl is upset or in tears, for example, she's often hugged and coddled, whereas boys are generally looked upon as to sort of like man up on it.
Yeah, that was a study conducted with infants, I believe.
Yes, and you know, the thing as I've found is that
Odd thing to do to an infant, but whatever.
well, to be honest with you, I think it is actually that the problem is not so much, you know, everyone said about like boys being mistreated in this way. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think it's the girls that are the ones being mistreated by being basically placated and also enabled in a fashion of basically saying that your emotions are very important to you. Your emotion, yeah. No,
So
I would say, ladies,
be
man up.
repressed?
Ladies need to man up. That's what I'm saying.
So they should have the thrown in the face, 5 letters, stuck in the coal mines when they're a minor, so they can be a minor when they're a minor.
All roboted
Well,
there, mate.
it's
Say
more
that
we
again.
have to meet in the middle. We have to teach our kids to deal with the situation on both an emotional level and confliction level.
Yep, I absolutely agree.
We
Yeah, there has to
can't
be a
just say
balance
boys
between the
have
placating and
absolutely no
realizing-
emotions. That's how you get sociopaths, and so you have to
Yeah.
deal with both sides.
This sounds like
Because-
a honest argument.
I'm not gonna lie, you know, emotions, quite frankly, they do matter. They are an inherent part of what it is to be human. We can't.
Wait, are you calling me
dismiss
not
them.
human?
Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever.
How do you feel about that?
I don't.
Well, that's because you're not human. But no, I mean, if you don't, what I'm trying to say is, it's, I guess a level of sensitivity is a good thing because it helps teach people not to be cunts. You wouldn't want that done to you. Why would you do that to someone else?
Empathy is a useful skill. It's used for understanding what someone's trying to say to you, understanding infliction. So
Well,
it
it-
makes
I
things
never
more
want
human.
it to someone else.
It's also
then
for
they're
the
whipped
easily empathy is also for the easily fooled. If you
Yeah,
imagine,
sure. You should be
yeah.
empathetic to things, but you should also be cynical about most of the claims. We're going
Hell,
back.
kids don't even
Going
develop
right back to
empathy until they're
skepticism.
12.
Well, but cynical of claims that not cynical but skeptical
Well, you
of claims.
have a bounce back. So
Hey, we're back
have-
to the topic! Yay! We made it.
I keep fucking doing that. I keep trying, Robin.
Yeah, dude. The topic is the straight line, and this conversation is essentially an oscilloscope, just sort of wavering, and now and again it just touches it, and it's back off again. You know, we've gone again.
That's
look.
okay. That's okay.
No.
That's okay because we cover cool topics.
Yeah, I don't like to basically totally command it, but by God, I need to sometimes, especially with this crew.
We could talk about the fact that we're having a conversation as a whole. Let's see how well that works
Let's
out.
talk about the fact that we're having a conversation. Let's not.
Preparation H does feel good on the whole.
Which hole?
All of my holes.
And
What the-
and here we are again.
On or in?
Like I said, we'll touch on the subject for a minute at most,
I'm
if
sorry,
we're lucky.
I wanted to break
No. Do you put preparation H up your ass?
Well, you know, it does make a good lubricant.
All right, let's go back to the public.
Let's have a
Prevents number one hemorrhoids.
The problem with this study, though, the major problem with the study is that most men, because of the way we were raised, are reserved about something that has gone wrong, or experiencing something negative, and which is in and of itself not a positive thing. It can be at some point a negative thing. a very
Well,
negative thing
well,
when you're having a crime happen to you or something like that.
Well, I mean, it's whether you actually deal with the situation or not. I mean, that's the thing, is that generally speaking, emotional attachment to the situation gets in the way a lot of the time of you actually dealing with said situation. I mean, it is very difficult to actually say sort out an insurance claim if you're crying. You've had your house robbed. Everyone's taken all your stuff. Well, I need to call the police. I need to call the insurance office. And if you're sitting there kind of going, you're not going to get anywhere. No, you need to calm yourself. You need to take a breath. You need to relax and say, hey, it's happened. Let's get this
let
done.
all that out, for like a minute.
Yeah.
Bitch about it, but then you find the person that you're supposed to bitch about it to, and have because they're the problem-solving authority, and you talk to them.
Yeah, that's got to be done.
But at the same time, it's also a good idea to get that out of your system.
And I wouldn't say that this is indicative of all women. I was raised by quite a hard lady, so she certainly didn't stand for that sort of thing, and is very astute and gets her shit done.
Wait,
so it isn't impossible. Let's say that.
Or a hard lady. There's a difference.
Choose both.
Yeah, I can tell from the pain in your voice that you got a wrench to the ass once or twice.
Oh, my friend, you wouldn't believe it. But anyway, I had two older brothers as well, so I'd literally my entire family had a go at one point. But anyway, you either toughen up or you end up basically a blubbering mess for your entire life, and that's the choice.
So that's why you're such a blubbering mess.
Sorry?
I tend to prioritize things.
So on a knife edge, mate, it could have gone either way. I mean, to be honest with you, having sort of like living an earlier part of your life, basically being bullied by your entire family, doesn't help either. But there is somewhat of a balance to be struck again. I mean, if you're basically going to mollycoddle a child to the point where basically every single whim is looked after. Yeah, they're going to fucking resent you later on, I assure you, because they'll be a spoiled little bastard and they'll hate you for the fact that you've created them that way. And vice versa, if you basically, don't regard any of your child's feelings, you don't care about what they think, whatever like that, they'll resent you for that too. To be honest with you, I think kids will resent you for something, and it is, what would you prefer them resent you for? For spoiling them to the point where they're completely unable to run around in the world, or resent you for making them too
Bit
stoic.
of an asshole.
Well, the thing is, like, if you get
this.
in either extreme, you end up with a non-functional person.
Not necessarily non-functional. One would be more functional than the other. It's the
they
air
would
of
essentially
functionality here.
be non-functional in both cases.
Robin, darling, what I'm getting at this is children
Baby.
resent you anyway, so don't even try.
Say again.
Children are going to resent you anyway, so don't even try.
Well, don't even try to win them over, and when it comes down to it, you're not supposed to be their friend, you're supposed to be their parent. And parents are supposed to teach children how to actually, live in the world. They're not there to basically befriend them. I think more than anything else, the truth is what parents have to deliver. And that, and lessons, life lessons.
Yeah, for example, I have like 6 or 7 brothers and sisters that are younger than me. I don't count them anymore because I don't care. But one of the youngest ones, this is a prime example. I love the crap out of her, but I often take care of these kids when my parents are busy doing other things, and it's been like that for a long time. And here's a good example. I brought my little sister Allison to a fair, and she cried and screamed and banged and threw other people's food, and I said, Look, man, if you don't cut this shit out, you're going home. I slapped her ass in front of all those people, put her over my shoulder, fucking spent 30 minutes walking home. I put her right in her room, closed the fucking door, and I left her with my parents. She hated me for about 3-4 weeks, but she never did that again with her parents, and especially me. That's the point. That's your job. That's your job.
Yeah, you will be resented by your children. You only get the choice of what.
To my understanding, it is, and I can ask a parent here, if I really need to, but a balance needs to be struck between being that source of discipline in your child's life, and you want to be that, but you also don't want to be the callous bully in their life.
You don't want to be cruel.
Is that about right, Mom?
But my
So,
father,
beat your children, but
for
only a
instance,
little.
my
No!
father, for instance,
Fair enough.
No, be good. Be good to your child. Be happy, be kind to your child, but beat their fucking ass when they're not complying with rules. That's it. It's not hard. Oh, and by the way, a little tip: if you want them to go to bed in the middle of the day,
Actually,
a little bit of NyQuil in the orange
you to
juice
come
doesn't
onto the
hurt.
stream and talk to them
my
because like,
father,
we're talking about parenting techniques, and who better to ask about parenting techniques? Oh. Well, Mom's not going to join us and tell us about how apparently to raise kids.
Well,
my
You
father,
don't want to ask your parents as they
I'm enjoying Piss and Vinegar's technique, which is beat them and drug them.
Yes, beat them and drug them.
That's
Okay.
actually not that.
I had my ass beat, and I did many drugs. Look at me, I turned out fine, and I'm not that
Didn't
bad
you
looking
drop
either.
out of high school?
Well, okay. I mean,
I didn't drop out of high school, okay?
turn your webcam.
High school dropped out of me.
Turn
Alright,
your
so
webcam off.
let me go down though. There is logic you can use with children, and it's along the lines of if you.
Alright, looks like I'm heading out.
You
Peace
lie.
out, guys. Have fun.
Huh?
Bye.
Alright, see ya.
Oh, right, Cardum was going. I thought he was talking to his mum. Okay,
Well,
that's...
my dad. So what my dad would do is he would say, if you lie to me, you'll get a spanking. If you don't lie and you tell the truth, you won't get a spanking. And so with a child, that clicks right away. And so we had very honest kids.
Your dad taught you to be honest?
Yeah.
What a bastard!
I taught one
That's
of my...
like the worst life lesson that you could possibly give to a child. I mean, what good is that to anyone these days?
I taught my little brother, who's now, like, he's in his teens, to be honest, by just telling him, I sat him down, like, this is shit I tell him. I'd be like, look, you fucking lie to me, I'm gonna beat your fucking ass up and down this house. I mean it. But if you don't lie to me and you tell me the truth, even if it's stuff that's gonna make me angry, I'll buy you a chocolate bar. So you just give him incentive for... What?
How old is your brother?
He's about 17 now.
So you're telling a 17-year-old if they lie to you, you're going to beat their ass?
No, this was when they were younger.
Okay, how young?
I don't know, around like 7 or 8.
Yeah, give it about 3 years, and if I was your brother, I would have been lying to you on purpose.
No, yeah, just lie to me and I'll beat your fucking ass. That's it. Simple.
So
I know when they're lying too.
There's no need.
Darling.
Let's say there's no need to hammer it home, but I think everybody realizes you're a pervert by now.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, really? That's not even funny. Come on.
Yes, I went with the hammer it home motif. I think that was wise.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't apropos either. Asshole.
I'm trying to do what to whose asshole?
He never quits. But yeah, there's a balance to be struck. There's always a balance to be struck, and it's the same thing when it comes to pretty much any debate, any sort of thing. And managing to wrangle. Now that we've actually managed to cull the herd a little, we can actually have a discussion again. I hope Tom arrives. You've spoken to Tom Secretor before, have you, or no?
I think we have.
He's the I actually
old guy.
Yeah, he does sort of YouTube vids. I helped him with his animation for his mouth and head, and it's quite good. I enjoyed it.
They're super.
Guys, I just lost the entire network, so now it's all gone a bit skew-if. Just bear with me while I we are back up and running.
We are back up.
Okay. Just trying to get it together here.
Screen, and I haven't seen it go down. And there it does.
I've got loads of plug-in blocked warnings here. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, sorry everybody. It all went a bit tits up. I simply lost my entire internet connection. Oh, it was upsetting though.
Oh yeah. No, didn't tell him like that, but
Who is screaming?
Like, whoa, hang on. Don't speak to me. I want to tell you.
All right, all right. We're back. We're back. We're alive. We're good. We're running.
I'm listening to this like titillating conversation.
Oh, that's Maggie in the background talking to her mate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, all I can hear is just like, don't fucking talk to me like that. That's not the way it's supposed to go.
That's my baby. That's my baby.
At the end,
She's angry. I like her.
Lean over to Maggie.
She's feisty. Sorry?
Can you lean over to Maggie and just say, yeah, to her? I'd hope she's used enough to stop talking.
Don't do that.
No.
It's not gonna work in your favor.
No. I must favour myself at this point. I have testicles to protect. But yeah.
I do that stuff
now and again.
Okay, let's get you back up and running. Right now my window's completely died. Let's get you up here so everyone feels as if it's actually what the open house is supposed to be. There we go.
Oh, apparently in the chat with the Illuminati.
We're the Illuminati. We are the illuminated ones. So that's... Thank you for the compliment.
I get those comments all the time. Like lately, I've just had like comments like, "This is my favorite anime," and like on my videos, it's like
I'm basically so fabulous. I am just illuminating. You could say I'm positively incandescent.
Incandescent. I think a better word would be you're positively effervescent, glowing with light, beyond that which is beyond.
There we go. Okay.
Because I'm here and I'm available.
References, but hey.
Was that a Lovecraftian reference? I don't know
just
any of
that
them.
style of using words.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No, I take most of my influence from that from like what was it? It was an album made by Devin Townsend. It was Ziltoid the Omniscient. It's a concept album about about a fucking alien that literally destroys the Earth over coffee. It's the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard. It's definitely something you should check out. Funny, good metal concept album.
Yes, Crystal, the guests are low again. If you can maybe grab a few from the Twitter sphere. Whoever the hell is out there. Should be able to fill it.
I'll grab Ashley if she's...
Yeah. Whoever you'd like to invite, please do. Would you like to be on my open house guest list? It is a stellar cast, including all of the stars of YouTube.
Yeah.
So I'll invite you on that way, and Dusty here, and the pug. So be warned, there will be pug posting. Yeah.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Hashtag nuke the pug.
Never me invited.
Actually, I'll put Tom on there as well. So I'll put you on there. You're on a provisional.
What's that mean?
It wasn't obviously that, was she? No, but I think she had issues with
That's right.
Oh, she said that.
I don't think
that. Well, but this guy.
It's all right. It's all right. I have high tolerance levels, so you're right.
I understand.
I don't know why.
Well, it's a long story, but you know,
Works with people.
yeah, I've been working in bars and pubs and clubs and stuff like that for many a year, mate. So you know, you're gonna have to really try hard to piss me off.
In that case, we'll go grab another drink then. Why the fuck aren't you providing drinks?
Well, I do provide. You just got to ask John at the door here. John, come here, mate. Yeah, can I get? Actually, yeah, I'll have a refill brandy, double. What do you want, mate?
Will I ever get a drink?
No, but I think
What do you want?
Oh, can you pass me the cognac?
You want a brandy as well, yeah?
I said cognac, darling.
Stop being a bitch. Just give him another one of mine. And piss and vinegar. What would you like, mate? What's your drink of choice?
The rum and coke.
Rum and Coke.
Yeah.
What kind of rum? Dark, light?
I go through this conversation every time I talk to a bartender. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Let's pick the cheapest one.
Have we got any Bacardi left? That'll do. Okay, fine, that'll do. Okay, on its way, guys.
I didn't know.
But yeah. Did you want any crisps, by the way? Are you alright for nibbles?
What the fuck is crisps?
Like chips?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. If I want something to stick in my mouth, I'd sit down at the table.
Can I just get some peanuts, John? Thanks, mate. Anyway, so... It's not pretend, it's real! John's there, in my mind!
John's there in my mind.
Yeah, maybe you don't know the actual open house thing, but imagine yourself in basically a real-life RPG. You've essentially walked through the doors of a hotel lobby. Just in front of you... Yeah. Yeah, just in...
I'm gonna get kicked out for sure.
Yeah, just in front of you, there's this guy who's interrupting everything I say. And behind him, there's basically a reception desk there that nobody's at. Over to the left is an abandoned bar. And over to your right is a lovely sort of rosewood table, oval, quite low, sort of coffee table sized, and surrounded by 10 leather chairs. Just behind there is the band area with a piano that nobody plays.
Robin, if you actually want to do something really cool, instead of using Google Hangouts, if you use Skype instead, what you can do is you can end up setting up like stereoscopic stereo or whatever. So each person on can just like like their voice will come from a different direction. It's very cool.
Yeah, but I like the sort of like the little round icon thing. I prefer that.
Yeah, works too.
Yeah, it's just the way I am. I'm that kind of guy. I found it's quite unique for sort of like the Hangouts thing, for it to be sort of shot through some video software. I sort of like took it from a lot of the Hangouts that were running around at the time, or at least, well, there weren't that many when we first started up, and I just felt that it needed a little bit of dressing up, you know.
Robin.
Chris.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know. My mother has been watching the trends, and she advised me to wait 3 days to purchase the ticket to come see you.
Okay.
Apparently, the ticket prices are going to go down.
I've grown out of that, you know.
Okay.
So that'll be interesting.
Your mother is a wise lady.
I'm not saying I was bullying.
Yes, and she's been to Europe.
Shrewd that she is.
Well, she's been to Europe multiple times, so she knows. You know.
Oh, here come the drinks. There we go.
So,
there you go, mate. Have that.
I got my tea.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I have my tea, Robin, by the way. Just letting you know.
Cheers, John.
My tea is called...
Robin, cheers, Robin.
Oh, is this a prosecco?
No, this is cider.
Oh, this is cider, is it? Oh, very nice. We've got a little test of the cider here. What's in the cider? What sort of
Passion fruit.
Passion fruit and peach.
Pumpkin spice.
Okay then. It certainly is passion fruit and peach.
Oh, for fuck's sake, give it back. I can have it.
No, I'll drink it. No, I've got it now. I'll have a prosecco later anyway. It's got to be drunk, otherwise it's going to go off.
Yeah, we're gonna drink it.
You know, in my country, even though it's a fucking cliche,
But we have to go on time this time.
almost everything is in like maple syrup flavor. In fucking like you can like think of anything and you can get it maple syrup flavor.
Okay.
You're in fucking Canada. They use maple
You're in
syrup.
Canada, right?
Yes,
So,
yes.
can I get weed flavored?
No, I don't.
Weed edibles that are flavored
just smell
like maple syrup.
Yeah, you can get that.
I suspect so.
Maple syrup anal lube.
I mean, yeah, you could probably make them. It's not hard. It's not hard to make edibles.
Yeah, I don't really.
Apparently, according to Julia Long, published May 27th, pornography is more than just sexual fantasy. It's cultural violence.
I think the thing is
that somebody in the UK?
Yep.
Well, you guys should get together, okay? a lot of you, either conservatives or
Anyways.
left and right, whatever, put forth an amendment for whatever your version of amendment is for the First Amendment.
A bill.
of free speech.
No, what you need to do, okay, look at this woman and see if she's ever worked at the Guardian. Fucking, I'll bet that she did.
Am I only in your left ear? Begging your pardon, guys, but bear with me. I know what I need to do there.
I have a quick question for you, Robin.
Yes.
Are you, you want to
going down when you're like,
I will want to elite it after this, definitely, yeah.
Once I did
Yeah, baby! Hey,
Ah.
God, they made the ring so pretty!
Searle, I think that's a joke for you.
I'm sorry, it's like the small things are pretty, and then the big things are just even prettier. It's like,
Robin, darling, this joke was far too easy.
I know. I thought you'd just jump on it straight away and get it out the way, get it done.
also,
You
just
said
like
that
you
by
know,
putting
Robin, I am
jump on the
hovering.
finger instead of the ring.
I'm hovering above.
Come on, man. I mean, no, these are your lines here.
I'm hovering
Especially
above
I
it.
don't get it. Like when the
It's actually moving
they were really,
past
like,
me.
excited.
My ship is actually sitting still, but
Oh, come already. Just stop hovering there and just jump on it.
Exactly. I was new. I was waiting for the joke. I thought I wouldn't interrupt you.
can you delete the deleted file? Because you understand how redundant that sounds.
Can you delete the deleted files?
That would be like deleting a sent. That would be like.
Don't be pedantic, Christopher. Yes, you deserve that, you pedantic bastard. Give him another one. Give him another one. There we go.
That's my working arm.
She just wants to empty a recycle bin.
You have 3,000 emails. Do you want to clear those out?
I have lost the plot.
No, he's talking to his mum again. He's talking to his mum again. But mute Christopher. There we go.
Chris.
He works
Right.
in IT, so this is the weird thing. He should be able to deal with people asking him simple questions.
This is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing. Right, you're obviously new to this one, mate. This is the state of the open house after 6 hours. Are we on 6? What are we on? We started at 4, so 7 hours. So I've got staying power. Whether I should stay or not is really the question.
Yeah, I only ever turn up after an hour or two.
But I can. That's the only thing. We used to do the open house. Yeah, when the open house was first starting up, we were doing like 8 hours a day every day.
Jesus Christ, that's exhausting.
That was a work. It was a work week, mate. It was a responsibility. We had like about 1,000 people watching it every day. It was getting ridiculous, and a bit of a responsibility, to be honest. And somewhat humbling in places. And people were sort of like really nice, and sometimes people were literally ringing me up and kind of going, "Rob, are you going to start the open house now, or what?"
And now let's check the current analytics.
And it's nicely calm. Ever since I told 8chan to go fuck itself, it's been brilliant.
100 views.
Yeah.
For that, 195.
I mean,
129, 103.
to all of you out there in 8chan culture and stuff like that, sorry you had to get burnt too, but it's either that or
raising human sociopaths in this society. We actually have to deal with them.
yeah, sorry. But yeah,
You're not trying to make sociopaths?
Yeah,
How the
you're
fuck
not
do they
supposed
make
to.
well, that was the plan. I don't think it's gone well.
Yeah. The actual 8chan culture is when I looked at it on
like
the
the
Facebook,
morning
like,
after,
very
immediately I woke up
authoritarian.
and I was going home,
Very
which was
do
really
what
fucking
someone who's popular says, and and very try to detach from emotion, but not
I'm a lot.
really pretend.
Were the popular people at least good looking?
No,
It was
nobody
whoever
could know.
got enough people to
They
support.
opened quite late.
Oh, that's a terrible way of choosing leaders. No, we either give someone the right from birth, or have a proper vote, or go based on whoever's the best
Oh
looking.
yeah, I want to say that.
Any other system is literal fucking anarchy.
Well, it was almost along the lines of the one that could put the best argument forward. but it wasn't necessarily the most correct argument forward. If you see what I mean.
Yes, it was just the most eloquent.
If you will, the more
The
persuasive.
argument that could convince the most amount of people. That's it.
So
that's
basically, we're
top of them,
voting
all
based on the best
100%.
argument in elocution alone. Well, fuck it, Sargon of Akkad wins then.
Yep. He
You
wins
have to
it.
admit it, Robin. He's a better wordsmith than you.
Well-
I agree with Sargon almost at least 95% of the time.
It's only because of his accent.
No,
If you were
it's
English,
not.
you'd get through it.
Because I fucking disagree with you 95% of the time. It doesn't matter. It's just the content. I don't care about the accent.
Yeah, you've just been schooled.
No, he hasn't.
Now, do you want to talk about the actual percents and actually look at our ideas?
Well, I mean, I've sort of I was taken aback by Sargon's sort of thing on Trump. I did mention it in the last video, basically saying I did feel a bit weird when he basically said I can't agree on anything Trump sort of has policy wise, but at least he's pissing off the right people. And I decided to coin it as basically political kamikaze.
That was fucking glorious.
Yeah, because it's the only way to describe it. You're basically kind of going, yeah, you know, this is, to vote for somebody like that is political suicide, but at least it's taken a few of them with me. And it's like, this is not, this is not good. This is not good to do.
I might
not good for humanity.
I might agree with him in that respect, but probably
He's not in the country that's going to have the repercussions. So
Oh, we are. Oh,
No,
we
no,
are.
He is in a country that have repercussions. The English and US economy do rely on each other to a point.
Well, no, we rely on theirs. They don't rely on ours. We are tied to them. We have the American.
Well, guess what? You guys are fucked when we default on debt.
Yeah, the American dollar is our reserve currency.
If the United Kingdom's currency went up in flames, the American dollar would lose a couple of pennies on the dollar at most.
That's
But it
right.
would lose something.
Yeah, well, okay. That's
I think
great
we
and
would
everything.
notice. It'd be
Yeah.
like a fart in a room where nobody's in.
It'd be like a fart on the other end of the dinner table. It's a little unpleasant, but you can live with it quite easily.
Indeed.
If the American economy disappeared for England, it'd be like the dinner table just fell to the floor.
What?
This is
No,
why
more
I
like
kept on
more like
telling,
more like the
this is why
floor.
I kept on telling people who were outside the United States, you do have
More.
an opinion on the United States and how we're running our government because we affect you too.
Yeah, and if, like I said, if you guys are going to keep on calling your presidents leaders of the free world, we do get to have somewhat of a say. Otherwise, please stop that. That's the deal. Okay.
That's the brilliant idea, Robin. If the entire free world got to have a vote in the matter.
Hmm.
Because then they could set defined standards of what counts as being part of the free world or not.
And yeah, and America also needs to start actually paying attention to the UN. You know, that institution that America started.
Yeah, we'll have veto power on that vote, and your vote will only count 1/3.
Yeah.
Okay, if the entire free world got a vote at 1/3, that's still the majority of votes in your election.
Yeah, but we still get veto power.
Matters, still the majority.
We vetoed you.
I like to use it every now and again. I don't use it all the time. But this is so
What's that,
strong
you
that like
vetoed
some
against
clothes like I
majority?
don't
What's that about popular opinion? Oh, you've just started World War III.
raising
Have
the
fun.
clothes.
No, we'll still veto you. We've
Oh
done
my
that.
God! Somebody's invented a fireball shooter that you can fire from your hand. Awesome.
Oh
Never expected to hear that come out of
CGI.
Robin's mouth, but
This is definitely not a toy for kids.
That's CGI, isn't
I
it?
don't fucking care if it's a toy for kids. I want it.
It's a small bracelet. It's a small bracelet that can fit under your wrist. Has 4 barrels, and the fireballs are supposedly travel up to 30 feet away from you.
perfect. Someone's neighbor's cat's gonna die.
Wow. Oh, cool. Me want fireball shooter. Just look at fireball shooter insider. Awesome. I want a fireball shooter. Can I get a fireball shooter, Mags? I think I'm allowed one thing this year, apart from this arm that holds onto my microphone now, which is very nice. If you haven't seen it, this is my new toy.
You can put something in my hair.
That thing.
No, I haven't seen it.
I'll be
It's that thing there.
We're never going to say you have your camera turned off.
Alright, let me turn my camera on. There you go.
It's turned on now.
There.
Okay, now we stay on.
Okay, I'll turn myself back on off again because I'm losing bandwidth. There we go. So yeah, it's been a long day, but I think we've covered quite a few topics really. I would have liked to have had a little bit more sort of chatter about sort of like the message to skeptics things, and I would encourage more YouTubers to actually have a crack at this.
Oh, no, you all would go backwards.
Say again.
You can go back and talk about it.
Oh well, yeah, absolutely. You know, and there are many a topic out there that seems to be untouchable for some.
Skepticism is good, okay?
Yeah, I took it out.
Well, okay, I'd like to bring up the point. I'm not necessarily going to talk about anti-SJW skeptics. Let's talk about people who are pro-Muslim skeptics and stuff like that. I'm not talking about people who are talking about the nuance of just like, hey, you can't fucking ban all Muslims because that doesn't work. It's stupid. I'm talking about like atheism plus level stupid shit.
It's like this. It looks dark.
Well, this is the thing. You know, the you know how we get this sort of like there's no talk about this. I actually did sort of co-wrote a comedy series about sort of like this girl who was basically just so full of herself, and she was essentially this. One of the scenes is that a friend, some person that she's going to fashion school with, turns up in this sort of dirty T-shirt that she wore when she went to some orphanage in Kenya, and and it's like, what, they don't have washing machines in Kenya, and sort of like if these people weren't these people are depressed enough as it is, now they've got orphanages that are beige, and
orphanages that are beige.
Yeah, it's
worse than death.
Literally
worse than death.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the sort of like this concept of she, one of the things she says is that, like, how she said this, but she's actually a liar, really, and nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about this but me.
And there's one picture.
And it's along that sort of line of argumentation that I get a lot from certainly a lot of people who don't consider themselves right wing but say everything right wing. Let's call them that. I'm not right wing. Well, everything you say seems to be pretty much in line with the Republican Party. Shut up. Okay, all right. But a lot of people point out and they say, well, why aren't feminists talking about, say, misogyny in the Middle East and stuff like that? And it's like, well, they actually are. You're just not listening.
Well, yeah, there are.
That's the truth. Yeah, it's just that these guys aren't listening to them.
I mean,
number one, you're not listening to them, and number two, the people who aren't talking about it and the people who are complaining about mansplaining type shit, they are much louder.
Yeah, and they might not be talking about it because they're too busy concentrating on first world problems.
Yeah, but there are small feminist groups that are absolutely talking about this. There are feminist groups that are adding money to the collection plate, if you will, to these kind of like institutions that help people. And let's say Kenya,
Yeah, and this is why when somebody talks about feminism, I do have to struggle with them on this sort of front. And also, for example, a reasonably popular YouTuber brought up a Breitbart article with me, which always immediately puts me into a position of, let's fact check this. And they were talking about Pakistanis coming over to Europe and bringing their terrible culture with us. Look what happens in Pakistan. And Breitbart points out that this particular Pakistan culture is saying that it's all right to sleep with 9-year-olds as long as they've reached puberty. And that's all that Breitbart said. When you looked at the article that it actually sourced from, it had missed out a complete half of the actual article. The half that was saying another contingency within that Pakistani government are actually petitioning to have reasonably regular and what anyone else would agree with rules when it comes to protecting children. But for some reason or another, that had been left off of the Breitbart article. And it's like, well, yeah, well, this is the thing. It's bolstering up a point of view, which is that culture there is unchanging and is like that. And it's like, well, no, that
compatible with your culture, and no human, and they're basically subhuman robots that don't have the ability or capacity to reason or figure out this shit does not work. We're hurting people.
Yeah, and
passion exists even more.
yeah, well, and it's not so much to do with that. It's that the simple fact is, in order to bolster up that argument, they actually have to literally ignore the fact that in that Pakistani government there are people that are actually trying to get that done, and the only way that they can avoid that is to basically just quote the people that are trying to stop that legislation from coming through. The most arcane quotes coming out of the most arcane parts of Pakistani government. And now, yes, they are a religiously ruled government, yes, but there are contingencies of people that are trying to put secularist stuff in there. And there is no talk of that because that would ruin the narrative.
And it's actually more devastating when you focus on one side and you don't focus on the other, especially in a journalistic perspective. You can actually destroy a movement by not covering it at all.
Oh, even that one.
And if you're against child abuse, you need to focus on the people who are working for that, so that way other people who are strongly for that cause too can join them.
I agree.
And here's the other thing that I've had to actually point out to a few of them, and they probably know who I'm talking about, is that if you are going to look at, say, the fact that you have people that are Muslims, and you look upon them as though you look at the worst possible cases of Muslim extremism within certain countries and ignore the wider world out there of the other, like 2 billion odd Muslims out there that aren't doing this. There are plenty of Muslim nations that just don't do that type of thing. If you just don't concentrate on that and just look to the worst of that culture, stop calling yourself a secularist. Because I'm an atheist, but I am a secularist. There is a difference between the two. An atheist just doesn't believe in a god. A secularist understands that there are people that do, and they do deserve a place at the table, but nobody gets to decide who sits where.
Yeah, absolutely. Alternatively, Breitbart can get away with this kind of shit. They can get away with doing this because there are places that are like that. As they fucking mentioned, there are places like that where there is no like secular sort of influence there.
Well, in essence, they were pointing to a place that did actually have people that were working towards a secular ruling. What they were doing was avoiding actually quoting any of that at all. They had basically just picked on. Basically, if you imagine if somebody looked at America, and they only concentrated on, say, Kent Hovind. That is the level that I'm talking about. Imagine if somebody just looked at America and just looked at Kent Hovind, or looked at, say, the Westboro Baptist Church, or the wackiest conspiracy theorists, flat earthers and stuff like that, and just said that that's America. That is the level that we're looking at when Breitbart were basically looking at Pakistan.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I understood what you said.
Completely avoiding the entirety on purpose.
But they can get away with doing that, and their listeners will fucking listen to that But
Because
they have
pinned the other one.
they've done reports in the past that have not been false about that kind of shit.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't false. It wasn't false. The falsehood was well, yeah, it's disingenuous, but it's done by omission. Because and this is the same thing, is that I'm going to say this right now. Breitbart readers are not intelligent people. They are not people that look further than their nose. They look to Breitbart, they look at what they say and kind of go, now I'm angry. And I've got cause to be angry. They don't look at those links. Because if they did look at those links... Yeah, because if they did look at those links, they would have seen that Breitbart had basically lied by omission. And nobody, when I looked at that passage, basically said, hang on a second, isn't this particular part of the government... No, they were too busy getting angry. Because they'd already had their confirmation bias realised. And that's all they need. And that makes them no better than social justice warriors. In fact, worse, because apparently social justice warriors don't know that they're doing this. These guys apparently should know about that and decide not to. So, you know, and when I've talked to a few YouTubers and they get very upset when this is mentioned. And I'm having to say, yeah, that feeling you're getting there, guys, that's called cognitive dissonance. Sorry.
Which YouTubers? Because I'd probably just go, yeah, I could see that happening.
Won't be going down that road, mate. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't want to dob anybody in. I don't want to really cause too much dramas. Like I said, with this thing, I'm just trying to make the point. Now, if anybody does listen to this and they do take it to heart and whatever like that, yeah, like I said, I'm not here to cause the drama. I'm just here to make the point. So we don't really need to go down the naming of names thing. I mean, I did mention Sargon about the fact that you know, there was the political kamikaze thing, but that's you know, I think he can easily take that one on the chin. And
Robin would like it known that Robin holds no responsibility for Robin's opinions.
No, I'm you know, like I said, I very much doubt that he'll come after me over such an innocuous remark, really. So. But however, when we were talking about the other one, yeah, there are, you know, for example, anti-Europeans that absolutely love the fact that there are migrants basically causing any sort of trouble in Germany, for example. They love it.
Yeah, I never really go for that.
Because it's fodder for their anti-European stance. So anything that bolsters up that anti-European stance, they're gonna jump on it as best as they can and say, see, problem. Interesting to note.
I'm opposed to Europe, but then at the same time, I'm basically opposed to everyone that involves the French in any form of civil debate.
Yes. So well, it's difficult. It's difficult for me to find nuance in that argument.
Like, for instance, I can actually give a nuanced position right now. For instance, John McCain, I actually have a lot of respect for John McCain, because while other politicians were just, you know, saying, we need to cut, and, you know, arguing about the budget and the bills, stuff like that, he's on the floor of the House. I think he's the House or the Senate. Either way, he's on the floor of Congress saying, look, there is a problem. People are very upset. They're upset with us. We need to do something about it. He's one of the very few people to actually talk on that subject.
Bomb Iran. Bomb Iran. No. And I also take issue with somebody who thought that Sarah Palin would be a good running mate in anything.
No, never.
They had assessed what she had done in Alaska, and what she had actually done was set a basic standard income. So she had actually enforced a basic standard income. So she had a resume that sounded good, but no one had interviewed her.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a part of the world that actually has basically oil revenue being paid directly to the residents. So as far as an economic sort of powerhouse that's able to, you know, if you didn't, if they didn't have that, most of those people would be bankrupt.
Most of those people wouldn't live there. You ever been to a fucking Alaska?
Precisely. I mean, why would you even go?
Because you're like me and melt in the summer.
I mean, I don't know which is colder, Alaska or Canada. I've yet to fucking prove it, figure it out, and I don't really care. It's a moot point. They're both
Yes.
cold as fuck.
Yeah, fuck that shit. But, you know, beside the point, you were talking about a political midget who was looking to basically be an old man's heartbeat away from presidency. And, you know, as to quote Matt Damon, I need to know whether she thinks that we were on the world the same time as dinosaurs. I need to know that because she's going to have the nuclear codes. I need that information. I need to know that. I mean, this is, you know, it's
But Robin, she can see Russia from her house.
indeed.
I have to admit, that's one of the best qualifications I've heard. Not
It's like, fuck, nigga, you got good eyesight, man.
glorious qualification.
What well, like I said, I mean, you know, some of those sort of like Democrat-leaning people were insulted by this. They were insulted. It's kind of going, this is what you're giving us to put down on. Are you fucking kidding us? I mean, give us a fucking challenge here. They were insulted by the fact that McCain had done this, because it's essentially kind of going, really, that is your idea. That's what you're coming at us with. I mean, imagine somebody turning up and basically kind of going, yeah, we're going to have a heavyweight boxing competition, and they basically hand you like a 6-year-old toddler, basically with no boxing gloves or experience in boxing. You'd sit there and kind of go, what the fuck am I even doing here? So yeah, I can understand that having that as somebody to run against is an insult to anybody. It's an insult to your intelligence. It's like kind of going, what are you doing? And no wonder after this the Republican Party started to collapse in on itself, because at this point it was just lost, you know. And I don't want, you know, I'm not a Republican leaning person, and mainly for the fact that the Republican Party over the last 20 years has been an absolute joke and has basically placated Christian fundamentalists in order to keep themselves going, and have paid the price because of it. And I mean,
You're a classic Republican who thinks the royal family should be overthrown, but that's a different type.
I'm talking about when it comes to American politics and my view of them. And the Democrats have been pussy, and I'm surprised that they haven't had more time, judging from the state of the Republican Party. That's the saddest thing more than anything else. When they have a possible commanding lead, they squander it.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at what Obama did. If we took all of the stuff he did in the beginning of his term, he did nothing to actually secure wealth within the Democratic base. So what I mean by that is the working people. So you ensure that they have, say, unions, representation, higher wages, and that way you have funds to draw off of. And he squandered the ability to actually tout his own party by securing rights to vote, by securing the ability to ensure that machines would not be the ones to determine who you voted for, and always having paper ballots. So that way we couldn't have election fraud through voting machines.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Republican Party have been somewhat stringent on election fraud, or at least not so much election fraud, but who gets to vote. And this is due to the fact that generally speaking, if you have a good turnout of voting, they don't do well.
Yeah, and that's why one of the things that I was disappointed by Obama was the fact that he didn't secure the Democratic Party survival. We were killing ourselves by not securing our own survival.
And yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, you know, look at the Bush years. I remember those years. They were an absolute disaster for the Republican Party, their reputation, America's reputation. I mean, they had the sympathy of the world after 9/11, and it was completely squandered in 8 short years.
We're gonna go to war with the terrorizers.
Yeah,
You know, it's just like it ruined everything.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I keep getting upset with any progressive commentators or anyone who's on the left that commentates, well, it's all the Republican blocking, it's all the Republicans, holding back. We had a non-filibusterable majority in the House and Senate. We could pass any legislation if we got enough votes of the Democrats. But we didn't. We let it go to waste.
There it is.
Oh, looks like Line of Defense has finally gone public.
Oh?
So you should be able to actually download that free to play now, I believe.
Speaking of that, I've been looking at the coming soon games for Xbox One, and Mighty Number 9 has been on here far fucking too long.
Oh my god! Obviously, you've seen the video. Oh, have you not seen the trailer for it?
No, I shelter myself away from the world.
Go and have a look at the trailer for Mighty Number 9. I'll wait.
Look, it's on the soon-to-be-released games list, and it always will be.
Yeah, just like fucking Prey 2. Which, by the way, I was looking forward to. That game looked fantastic, and then they just fucking scrapped it. I was like, oh, you piece of shit.
What was their reason for scrapping it?
I think, well, they had gone through sort of like the Duke Nukem Forever phase, just like a tiny bit, just jumping from developer to developer, fucking tearing it down, building it up again. They just kept doing it. They had a full fucking model. They had a full model. This was like Star Wars 1919. They had a full model. The game was ready to go. They scrapped it. Yeah, I have no idea why.
No one
Probably
knows
due to
what
funding.
happens to Star Wars 19.
Oh, it was fantastic. I get to play as a young Boba Fett. Like in an open world where I'm a fucking bounty hunter. I'm not complaining.
I guess it had something to do with Disney.
Yeah, well, that's Disney. Disney. Yeah, I know why that fucking ended. Disney closed down the gaming, the LucasArts gaming thing.
Yep, and then made Disney Infinity with Star Wars stuff that, I think the complete thing to buy the last time I checked would have been $2,500.
Jesus. Wait, okay, so
Yeah.
this is Mighty Number 9, the animated series teaser? What? There's a fucking... Oh, never mind, I'm not watching this.
Did you just see it and went, oh god, this looks like a state?
No, I looked at it and I was like, fuck man, I'm an angry person, and I'm on the edge of having a stroke as is, I'm not kidding. So...
Don't do
I
that.
don't need... I don't want to have a stroke, so, like, I don't want to fucking have a stroke, so I'm not watching that. Because, I'll get, like, visibly fucking angry, which is, like, really embarrassing in front of people.
Did you put in for that, did you?
Put in for what?
Mighty Number 9.
No, I didn't. I saw that and I went, oh, I hope that fucking succeeds, and then I just didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, the trailer is atrocious.
No, but, like, the trailer was fine. Like, I looked at the shitty trailer from, like, when it was first released and stuff like that, and I was like, that seems, like, pretty normal for an alpha, So I wasn't that surprised, but then, like, fucking months and months later, nothing has improved. I mean, like, The Forest is still an alpha. The game is gorgeous, and it's functional.
Start putting it down.
And everything works. It's absolutely mind-boggling why it's still an alpha, but the developers have kept it in alpha for, like, the longest time. And it looks fucking 10 times better than that, and it was built with mud and fucking sticks compared to Mighty Number 9, which had crowdfunding up the ass. I think it was, like $1 million in crowdfunding?
Damn.
Yeah, well, it's something close to that. I could be wrong, so.
Sorry about the volume, guys. For some bizarre reason, I think it's down to the settings that I've got on this bloody audio. When you go into, say, Google, it's got sort of like default function. It just muted everything really low. Sorry, I didn't even notice it. And OBS, it's got its own volume switch, So if I were to turn the volume right down, you can't hear anybody else except me. And it just turns volume down just for you guys. That's it. It's fucking stupid, man.
That's really convenient.
Yeah.
I
So
think
now
part of
you
the
can hear
Robin-
everybody. Ever so sorry about the volume there, guys. It's a
If
bit
you're
of a
the
pain in the
loudest
ass.
person, Robin, this must mean you're correct.
Yes. Well, I am correct anyway, but I'm also the loudest person.
You know,
Darling, you say you're correct, but no one believes you.
Well, I believe me. And I'm the only one that counts here.
Look at the fucking ego on this guy.
The ego has landed.
I actually absolutely agree with that. I was saying that in my head.
I agree too.
Yeah.
You see?
It's like the only person that matters is me. I don't give a fuck.
That's right. Now we've got another one here. I've got two people. That's 2-1, mate.
Robin.
Yeah, 3-1. You lose, Sel. Get out. Get your coat. You haven't pulled.
No.
Darling, the best looking one, of course, is the one that matters the most, and that would be me.
I've never actually seen you.
Yeah, that's a claim that you have to back up.
So far,
You say that, but I've been on camp several times.
I've never seen it, mate. I've never seen it. That which can be asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence. So I know I'm gorgeous. Mags has told me every day.
Would you like to help me assassinate
She'd
someone?
never lie to me.
You'd say she'd never lie to you, but she does constantly.
Would you like to help me assassinate somebody, Robin?
This very moment?
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the middle of a nice talk with my friends.
I swear to God, I know that my fiance's lying to me when she's just like, "Oh, you look great today." I know she's lying, but I don't care.
No, she's just saying that you looked ugly yesterday.
Well, not that
Maybe.
you looked ugly yesterday,
Maybe.
that you looked
That's
particularly...
like I said, yeah. Girls insult you with compliments. That's how it works. That's why whenever you say, oh, you say that, and you go, oh, you look gorgeous today, and she's like, what do you mean? What? I didn't look good yesterday? What? That's because that's how they think.
Who the fuck is like that? Who has that kind of time to be that fucking paranoid?
Women.
Yeah. Bitches be crazy.
Yeah, I think I'm a little inclined to agree with you there. Bitches may be, in fact, crazy.
Max just comes along and goes, yeah, bitches be crazy.
Okay, let's put it this way. The only people that have enough time to care about their appearance are women and deranged faggots.
So you.
Sure.
You just don't like Milo because you'd want to be him.
I don't like Milo because he's got such fucking nice hair, it's unfair.
His hair is not that nice. He has a receding hairline.
Yes, but he's male and 30-something.
Rogaine, nigga.
I'm male and 30-something and I haven't got a receding hairline.
You're a freak who's been taking too much estrogen, then.
Ecstasy.
Yeah.
Same difference.
Speaking of which, I was talking with someone about fucking
You've
ecstasy.
been getting really bad pills, mate. That's all I'm going to say.
I've been speaking with someone recently,
That's
and
why
they're just like,
Yeah,
they're like, I want to do ecstasy, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Have you
well,
never done it?
No, I've done it, but
right,
someone's
okay.
talking to me about it, and I'm like, okay, first, what you're gonna want to do, if you're doing ecstasy, you're gonna want to get about like 2-3 friends that you're really good with, and like, go out and like spend at least $50 on like a real rabbit skin, and then just put it on your face, and that's it. That's gonna be your whole night.
Of rabbit skin.
Yeah, a rabbit skin, because it's so incredibly soft.
Oh,
You're
right, of course.
Yeah, you're gonna put it on your face, and it's gonna be there all night.
Or you could just buy some marshmallows.
Yeah, whatever works. But like, here's generally what I would do.
Hey, Boom, you want to come over and
Bow chicka wow wow.
try some ecstasy? You can put your face on my
Rabbit skin.
yeah.
He means penis.
Just for anyone not knowing.
Look, Robin, darling, there you go, if you look in the chat.
I love the fact that you call me darling.
I will be.
Oh, of course, you're so kind to me. For some reason, you keep letting me back in. I don't know why.
Oh, so...
Why is this straight guy so nice to me? I don't get it.
Didn't you have standards one time in your life?
I started the open house with 0 standards, and I've added very little to them.
You have removed from the 0 standards.
Yeah, yeah. I do things in a negative fashion. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be negative, but no. Some can, anyone can come in, but some people can't.
Not everyone.
That's how it works.
So
everybody could come in, and those people that managed to basically, if you imagine, you're talking to, like I said, you're talking to somebody who used to run bar. Okay, there is not a lot you can do to piss me off. There isn't much, but people have tried, and they found it, and then they're gone. And what they didn't realise was that I wasn't actually butthurt when they went. This is the thing. They're sitting there kind of going, "Yeah, I won, man." You didn't win shit. All you've done is lose.
So what I'm getting out of this is the only way to piss you off to stick it in without lube.
There is no annoying me. You wouldn't even get. This is the thing. I'm now at the point of 39. You can't annoy me. I can barely annoy me, but I will get rid of you before you annoy me.
I know exactly how you can annoy yourself.
There's almost 7 billion of you out there. So
first thing in the morning, wake up, go to the bathroom. Got a raging morning wood, you don't even notice because you're so tired. You sit down, go to have a piss and a shit, and you get it in your eye.
Well, I just think you're doing it wrong. That's all. You're holding it wrong.
You'd be quite annoyed at that point. You're like, oh fucking hell.
Well, I just don't think to do that. I'd say, that may cause problem. I usually try to avoid issues before they become issues. That's the trick. You don't want to get pissed off with life. Cut bullshit out before it turns into bullshit,
Yeah, that's how you generally deal with a disease.
That's
right.
Maybe
want to diagnose this and get yourself right before it fucking eats away your arm.
Yeah.
Wait, so what I'm getting here is how to cure a headache is just for head people as soon as they have symptoms.
No, the best way to cure a headache is to never take headache medication for your headaches. That's the best way, and you will get less and less of them to the point where they never happen.
You say that, you just get used to them, really.
No, I don't. I don't take paracetamol. I don't take aspirin. I haven't had a headache in years.
Well, maybe you haven't had a headache in years because you get rid of the problem before it becomes a fucking problem, huh?
Well, no, you're thinking more headache as in a pain in the mind. I'm talking about actual headaches. Things that people would take this sort of medication for. I know
what you're talking about.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who used to take Nurofen like it was fucking sweets. She'd always have a headache. Always.
That's not. You should never do that.
But it's like, if you took a little less of those headache medications, you wouldn't necessarily suffer from it. I suppose it's a bit like an exercise. I don't sort of do exercise or anything like that, but I used to be quite sort of fit when I was a kid. And so, one way to avoid obesity in this world is to make sure that you're fit when you're a child. That generally carries on throughout your life. If you don't exercise when you're young, you end up basically being a bit of a tub for the rest of your days.
Yeah. No, I can attest to that. I mean, I was super active when I was a kid. I was running track and field. I was winning fucking medals and shit when I was like a teenager, and I weigh like 100 pounds. I'm in my mid-20s.
Yeah, I'm 38.
Which is a little sickly, but...
I'm 39 now, and I don't think I've changed my weight more than about maybe half a stone in the last 20 years of my life.
What's 100 pounds in stone? That's like what? Like
weight change.
Pounds to stone. It's like 12, isn't it? Or 16?
Should be like what? Like 6?
It's 1 pound is not. Oh, no. Do it the other way. Swap those around. Stone, pounds. 14 pounds to a stone.
Okay.
So I'm probably about 12, I'd say at most.
Okay.
When I spent those 2 years basically catatonic, I did lose almost 7 stone.
You were
I
catatonic?
was basically emaciated.
What happened?
Yeah, catatonic depression.
So you were just basically out completely on the bed. Was
For
there
about 2 years, yeah.
What was the cause exactly?
A couple of years of continuous stress. As in, seriously fucking high-end stress amounts.
Based upon what? What was the thing that was causing the stress?
People.
Oh Jesus! I thought maybe like you told God to suck your dick or something as an insult, and he obliged you.
No, actual people were the problem, and I have done my best to get the fuck out of their way and never talk to those people again.
Yeah, it's best. Are we talking family members here?
Family, extended family, and a couple of people that were pretending they were my friend and so on.
You can't pick who you're related to, but you can pick who you talk to.
Yep.
No point hanging around negativity.
Fuck, what is it? I speak to 3 family members now? No, sorry, 4. Out of quite a few of them originally.
I guess I sort of know how that feels. Not the fucking catatonic thing, but the other family thing. I never went catatonic.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Just lay in a bed for a couple of years. It sounds like a nice break, but it's probably not.
Sounds like a feline flavoured drink.
It would be a nice break, but you don't remember any of it.
Maggie, have you got any money? Have you got enough for me to be able to buy tobacco?
But yeah, I've put a picture in the side chat if you're interested. Now please comment and tell me how beautiful I am.
I can't actually see the side chat because I don't know how to fucking access it. I have no idea what the fuck this is.
Okay, if you click on the 3 dots at the top right hand corner and then select the classic view, you can see the side chat.
Okay.
I'm actually on my phone, so I can't see.
Gentlemen, I'm thinking about heading outside with my girlfriend for maybe 5 minutes at most to buy some tobacco. It's up to you guys if you're. I mean, did you want to hang on for a little longer, or are you thinking about going somewhere else? Because I'm just thinking about whether to close the house down or not.
We could keep going if you want. I mean, literally all I'm going to do is play video games and be on the open house, or play video games and not be on the open house.
Yeah,
I've got
if
got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, so essentially, in the next 20 minutes or so, I'll just be leaving for 5 minutes or so. So, as long as you can keep yourself going.
Place down the road from you.
But yeah, what did you want to bring to the table?
So Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders were going to debate.
Yeah, I heard about this.
Yeah, they've actually taken it seriously. Both camps were talking to one another. Donald Trump said he'd do it if he got paid $10 million to charity.
By who?
So,
Who's paying $10 million here?
Either Bernie Sanders or the network. Someone has to pay $10 million.
So yeah, he's trying to pussy out of it by the sound of it.
Right. So with that was actually the first thing he said. That wasn't just like he set it up later. That was actually the first part of the arrangement. So he found Bernie Sanders found a couple networks. He took it seriously. And so he took both camps were communicating with one another to get it set up. They found a couple networks that were willing to give most of their profits to charity because they get tax deductions either way, so they're not really losing anything. And so what he then goes and says that it would be inappropriate for him to debate Bernie Sanders as the second person versus debating the nominee.
Well, she's not the nominee yet.
No. But it's also weird he draws the line there as for what's inappropriate.
Yeah, well, he was willing to do it beforehand, and then suddenly when it actually gets to the point where it goes, oh, right, shit, he's serious. What's my new excuse?
It's inappropriate. Which it actually
dude's
is.
running
There's no
scared.
rules against
Yeah,
it.
the thing is, he would love to go up against Hillary, but he would not like to go up against Sanders, I don't think.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
This is actually the second time he's turned down a debate, actually. Just so you know.
Mr. I'm a negotiator. I'm going to reach across the aisle and talk to people. When someone went, yes, please reach across the aisle to me. I'd love to talk to the opposition. He went, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the Sanders would pretty much just get on stage and just be like, you know, we really need to talk about how Trump is a piece of shit, and here are all these things, and he's just going to sit there and go, what?
You say that, but we're talking about Sanders here. Sanders going to go, we need to talk about how a couple of your ideas are not the best in the world, and how we can make them slightly better, if not the best.
If look, whatever
He's gonna
happens,
kill
if that
Trump with
were
kindness.
to be a debate, you know it would have been huge.
No, it'd just be like, it'd be
It
like
would have
Sanders
been
just pretty much
the
standing there
greatest,
going,
the tallest, the biggest, the hugest debate ever.
He'd pretty much stand there and he'd just be like, you know, I'm a Jew, and as a Jew I believe that we should be honest with how we perceive ourselves. And Mr. Trump over here, Mr. Donald Trump, quite frankly, he's a piece of shit. Not to be candid, but it'd just be like that. It'd be like that for about an hour.
Bernie would kill him with
I could see him doing that too, and be like, yeah, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, well, Bernie Sanders will take everything that Donald Trump has ever said
and
that
repeat it.
was destructive.
Yeah,
he'll repeat it.
Yeah.
And he'll break down why this is awful, why it's going to hurt people. He will actually, break down, this is going to hurt people because nobody is going to benefit from it but you.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a very easy thing.
On top of that, he's also going to go, hang on. Do you still mean this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this still your point? Then he breaks it down and goes how horrible it is, and then he asks again, is this still your position?
Yeah, he's like the position of, we need to bomb the family members of ISIS. And basically, that's not just a war crime. That's one of the lines we draw to make sure we don't kill innocent people.
Well, sometimes as a politician, what you gotta do is you gotta say some things to get people's attention. That's all I'm trying to do. It's like, no, Trump, that's not it. You're fucking, when you say shit and you're
That
running
was
for,
more
like,
Sanders. That sounded more Sanders than Trump. The only way to sound like Trump is to basically do an impression of a Valley girl, but with a low voice registry.
You could also do where he's like, Bernie, you're just a weak man. You're not a man, you're a woman.
Yeah, says the man who looks like Duke Nukem in his 80s after 4 fucking strokes and a spray tan. Holy shit. That's what fucking Trump looks like. And don't tell me he's a fucking old man.
He's actually only a few years younger than Bernie Sanders.
Do you know the funniest thing I ever saw about Trump was somebody actually did it in sort of like a really pretty gay voice, and basically just had a video of Trump and this guy basically doing it in this sort of like really camp, over the top sort of way, and just repeating exactly what he said verbatim. And it did really work. It did really work. He just sounds like a faggot, just with a low voice registry.
So
I fucking don't like those Muslims. They're terrible people.
Exactly. Yeah, just like that.
We need to build a wall, honey.
We
do.
need this
Sparkle
wall.
and sunshine.
We need bigger walls, people, because size matters.
It really does.
And it's just about 10 feet taller.
I think all those Mexicans are rapists. And the Canadians, they're heroin addicts. Yes, they are, honey. Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what the...
Oh. There we go. Maggie's going out, so I have to take a picture of her.
She's leaving. It's our last night.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I operate.
Don't worry, Robin.
I don't have to. She makes me have to. You see.
Don't worry, Robin. I need to get tobacco too.
Okay, so boom. Yeah, you're going to look after the chat while I go and get some fags, and I'll be back in 5. Like lightning.
Have you ever clicked on the fucking side link thing I put up?
I have.
I'm going to buy you some tea when I get there, Robin.
I send pictures. You know how long it took me
Boom,
to
your
all
moderator.
these pictures of-
Behave.
Alright.
It was like 10.
Alright, I will.
Everyone.
Um, The worst part about our two-party system is we've actually developed two candidates.
I can't because I got
Where-
no tobacco. That's why I was going to come out with tobacco.
You know the picture they sent.
Okay, I got 5 minutes. Okay, boom. You're no longer moderator. I'm back. Moderator is back. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm queer. Get over it.
Yeah. Well, the worst part about these two candidates is a lot of them can't criticize the other on the worst parts of the other person. So, Trump wants to commit war crimes. Hillary Clinton has committed war crimes. It's basically, if I call you out on this stuff, I'm going to look like a hypocrite. Even the money in politics, Donald Trump has already gotten $100 million from Adel at one of the top billionaires.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you remember this. I think it was Secular Talk broke this story, at least for me,
Yeah,
about the
I've watched all
fact
of
that
it.
he was actually trying to get all of these establishment douches to pay for him, and they just went, fuck off. We don't want you to represent us, mate. You'd be a disaster. And he was like, fuck it, I'll do it myself then. So
Whatever, I'm gonna do my own campaign. It's gonna be
in other words, he was willing to go and get bought as a politician, and because the establishment went, no, mate, we don't want you. He just basically, and it's like, I'm not the Republic. You would have been the establishment if they'd have actually voted for you as such with their money.
Yep.
That's the thing with this guy. I'm just incredulous at the way the Republicans are looking at this guy. I mean, I'm almost sorry for them in this sense. Is that this is all they've got, and they are literally lying to themselves in order to keep themselves from basically blowing their fucking heads off about this.
Well, it's the years of, successful people should have their success, and they've earned it, or they've gotten it through some hard-working means, or what have you. Most of the richest people got their money by ripping off poor people. That's how they got their money.
And what the thing is, there's a lot of people that respect that.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
That's the other thing that you've got to get over, really, and when it comes to that sort of thing, there's that they're kind of going, well, if they were given the chance, they'd do it too.
51 million credits for military-grade composite bulkheads.
That's right.
Yeah,
Chris, you might want to press F5 on your thing. You keep on roboting it. I think you're stuck in a bit of a loop there.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're going all Philip K. Dick on us.
Philip Dick? Hold on.
No, not Philip Dick.
Will someone
Nobody likes like Philip Dick.
let go of Philip's stick? He needs to go somewhere else. Stop molesting Philip.
But
Okay,
Philip!
I will stop.
I'm sorry, did you ask for Philip's affirmative consent?
Robin, am I still a robot?
You sound gorgeous.
Okay, because, I wanted to know if you heard this before.
What? The sound of someone taking a shit, was it?
No! I'm gonna play it for you, hold on.
You're going to play it for me.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna hear it.
Am I going to hear it? Am I going to hear it now, or?
Yes, you have to be quiet, hold on.
I'm being quiet. This is the sound of me being quiet.
But you can't talk.
You're going to tell Rob not to talk?
I'm on a talk show, but I can't talk.
What? Are you out of your mind? Tell him, Megatron. Do as I command! Okay?
This is what happens.
This is what happens. This is
what
happens, mate.
This is my first fucking time here.
Yeah. You've
This
got
is my first time.
You've got the open house warts and all on this one, mate. I tell you.
It's just like it's like going to have sex with a girl for the first time and then fucking coming out of it with like genital warts. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. welcome to the
I'm
open house.
sorry, I saw the Family Guy episode last night where Megatron comes in, and I'm just,
Dude, you missed out, man. We had a 65-hour stream once. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Right? It lasted over an entire weekend. We were watching like gay niggers from out of space.
oh god, no, not that again. No.
I still have that. I still have the recording. It is 20.
From outer space.
It's 24 gigabytes long.
They're
That
not-
video. And I really should upload this just before I blow my brains out.
It's not from outer space.
Yeah, they're gonna do a documentary on you, and they're gonna. Who's that British guy that always
What
does
the
the voices?
Fuck was
in
he
the
doing?
documentaries.
Yeah.
Who's that guy? What's his name? David Attenborough, I think. And he like the. It's just gonna be. It's gonna be David Attenborough. Robin Gething. However old you are, it's just like before he died.
He
Hey
uploaded
niggas
this.
from space. It's like.
Journey toward Robin's ultimate demise. He did a live stream of a little over 60 hours, where at one point they watched the pinnacle of bad movies, gay news.
That's the thing, yeah. That's the thing. Look, you may be able to beat the open house on quality, but you can't beat it on quantity.
Hey,
No, you can't.
Robin.
That's not a good thing.
It's value. You get value for money here.
Best bang for your buck.
Absolutely.
Would you want to be banged and get herpes, or would you rather get banged and then get a curable disease? Be like, oh.
No, that's just like paying. That's like paying for a truckload of shit instead of a fucking one
it's
piece
still
of shit that's got gold in it.
Yeah, great for gardens.
Great for yeah, sure. Great for gardens. You know what, Robin? We'll go with that. That's perfect.
I'm the internet gardener.
It's great for gardens, but it's still shit.
Yes.
I think you're missing.
Well, and this is the thing of where we're at with the Republican and Democratic Party.
Thanks
You
for this.
basically have two candidates very much like each other. They're very much the things that Trump is claiming to want to do. We've already done as a nation. He just wants to do it bigger.
Yeah, he wants to do it. Uja, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, huge.
So he's the Texan
Huge.
politician. He's trying to make America into Texas, just make it all bigger.
Huge.
Yes. Like, for instance, you know that whole thing about bombing the family members of ISIS? We've done that.
Already happening.
We've killed innocents, and we killed children and called them tits. Terrorists in training.
Ticks? Did you
Tits.
just say
Tits. No, tits.
Oh, tits.
Soldiers love tits.
90% of the bombs we have launched from our drones have hit an innocent target.
They hit a tit though.
Well, let's be honest. They're going
Some of
shit.
them
There's
probably
a
did
terrorist
hit
in
it.
this town. He's about 5 to 6 foot in height, maybe a little in either direction. He's probably wearing local peasantry clothes, and he's brown-skinned. Okay. Do we have any other identifying features? No. Fuck it. Let's get everyone that looks like that.
Oh, okay. I'll go do it.
What are you doing?
You know, when they talk about, who's the lesser of two evils, I say the one who hasn't done anything is evil, but he's lesser than the one who did stuff.
No, the lesser of two evils is the guy who pretty much just fucking, like, word for word predicted what would happen with the Iraq War in Congress in front of everybody, which was Bernie Sanders. That was the guy
he's the best candidate.
he's like, this is what happened, this is what's going to happen, and the fucking just like the fallout from this is just gonna fuck America over. Like, you guys can't do this. And then what happened? That's exactly what happened.
Well, they're like, they're sort of like, it's he encompasses this fuck you attitude. And it's like, you don't realise the consequences of your actions or care. That's just going to get passed on to somebody else, surely. And it's like, yeah, everybody else on the planet is going to have to catch your cold. And this is why loads of us are so concerned about this. This person is an international policy disaster. I mean, never ever have I ever heard of the UK actually banding together and kind of going, can we sign a petition so this guy doesn't come over here? That's some wacky ass shit. The last time I ever seen that happen was for Jerry Lee Lewis in the 1950s because he married a 12-year-old.
Yes, but who hasn't married a 12-year-old?
I haven't.
Really?
I
Are you
haven't.
sure?
I'm pretty fucking sure, mate. I'm looking at my ring finger right
Robin?
now, and it is 12-year-old free.
Robin, 12's pretty old in my world.
Oh God, I'll be
Wait a
back.
minute,
I'll be back in
it's-
5, and let's hope the conversation has come any better. I have my
It's,
doubts, but I can only hope. That's all I've got
When they're
left.
nice, ripe, you have to make sure to pick it at the optimal point.
Right, now Robin has disappeared and we're no longer talking about fingering 12-year-olds. Let's address the
hell,
chat.
most dogs don't even live to be 12.
Yeah, have fun dying young. Have a chat, darling. You're terrible people, kill yourself.
Yeah, so
Right, I've just addressed our audience, now what?
yeah,
I have no
so the actuality of this election cycle is they're both terrible, and there's no one who's lesser terrible. They're both just terrible. They're equally shit. There is no lesser of two evils because Hillary has done terrible, terrible shit, and Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing, so he can rely on someone to do terrible, terrible shit. Both of them are terrible. There is no lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So, what I'm getting out of this is elect Cthulhu, elect the greatest evil.
I would say go with third-party Bernie Sanders. All the way.
No, seriously. Why settle for the lesser of evils? It's time for the old gods.
No. Fuck that.
No,
You're just
no.
defeating me at this point.
Look. Even if you don't like Bernie Sanders, which is fine.
No, I like Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, no, but even if somebody listening doesn't like Bernie Sanders, for example, if you don't like Bernie, vote for another third party. Just vote for anybody else, or don't fucking vote at all. Don't do it.
Well,
Can
I
we
prefer
go
people
without
to
a
vote.
president? That
I-
would work.
I prefer people to vote for someone who represents them. If neither of the two candidates actually represents your interests, don't vote for them. Vote for someone else. Vote for someone whose platform represents you.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's a lot of America where their platform is pretty much just like, I don't like them Muslims, I don't like them fucking Mexicans, and I like Jesus. That's
So
it.
that represents Trump.
Yeah. Can we just elect President Rhino?
Why don't while we're at it, why don't we get Putin? Putin would love. He loves America. Don't you, Putin? Yeah, I love Putin.
No, Putin
Yeah, I
is a
love
terrible
America.
fucking choice. Putin is a lot like Trump in that he fucking, I'm sure, deals with the terrorism very fucking abruptly. That shit ends real quickly. But otherwise, he's a terrible leader. If you look at the state of the country,
Putin who went, fuck it, we can't have pro-gay propaganda anywhere, make it illegal to be gay, make it an excusable public offence because beating a gay person shouldn't be illegal.
yeah, that's it.
This guy who's, when the rest of the world is going around going, shit, maybe it was wrong to tell off consenting adults doing what they want in the private of their own homes. We're like, nah, fucking burn the gays!
Yeah, and there were Americans who were not against that. Which is a little fucking sad. I'm sure there were Canadians that weren't against that. I'm sure there were a lot of people in different nations that weren't against that. But it's a big fucking thing in the United States, and particularly
Every
Christian
group
fucking-
has assholes.
Yeah, I know, but it's particularly bad in the United States where 70% of the population is Christian, and like fucking, I'm sure there's at least 10%, which is still a lot of fucking people, that hate homosexuals to the point of just like, fuck these people. I don't care what happens to them.
Well, what it is that the Republicans, and I can actually prove this point I'm going to make, will enact anti-gay legislation, anti-transgender legislation, knowing not only is it not constitutional, but there's no way to enforce it. There's nothing that law enforcement can actually do about it. And what they actually do is they pass, along with those measures, economic legislation, tax cuts, subsidies, voter rights restrictions, anti-clean water regulations. And
Yeah,
so,
they just hide shit in bills.
yeah, well, no, they're not hiding it. They're doing it on purpose. And it's not even hidden. You can actually, if you turn the page from the first page, which was the transgender bathroom, you could see the workers' rights being cut and all that kind of stuff. The reason they did that was to distract people and give Democrats wins. So that way they could say, hey, look, we did something. We stopped the Republicans from doing terrible stuff. When in actuality, the economic stuff is killing people.
Boom, mate. Would you vote against the Free Kitten Act? The act that allows people to adopt a kitten without having to do much paperwork. Would you vote against that?
Well, it depends on what else is included in that. If it just says,
We're just going based on the name and the first part of its summary. Would you vote against that?
it depends.
No, I don't care if it depends. On what I've given you so far, would you vote in favour or against that?
He's basically saying that these arbitrary laws are just passed, and that's the title you're given. You're not given any more details.
Well, you're given the fucking bill. Read it.
Yeah.
You have a stack of 700 bills on your desk, and you need to make an opinion on each of them by the end of the week.
There's
You physically don't have time to do it.
If you cannot do your job, you should not be elected.
Yeah, hold on. There's actually a reality of why Congress doesn't read bills, why they rely on their aides to summarize it as well as what their vote should be. And it's actually because they spend, 40% of their time on the phone asking for donations?
No, it's not just that. There are so many bills, they physically can't read them all in time.
Well, no, you have a set of bills that you're going to vote on.
You don't have enough time to do it when you have to do 20 that week. There is just so much they can't actually address it all, so they need their aides. And if your aide has told you, yeah, it's literally about reducing the paperwork for someone to get a kitten, would you say yes or no to that bill? This is the question you have.
Bernie Sanders is able to read through the bills. It is possible. He just doesn't make the phone calls like the other people do.
He's not able to read through all the bills. He read through some of them.
He reads through the bills that he's going to vote on.
And then don't vote on the ones you didn't read.
Wow.
Yeah, he abstains.
All the, boom.
Yeah.
All the, sorry. Off topic. Forgive me. But I'm just gonna say, all the 980 ties have been reduced by like almost $200.
980 what?
The 980, the NVIDIA 980 ties, they're like $500 now.
Oh.
Reduction in price. But
Yeah, because the new card gets released tomorrow morning.
Will you vote yes or no on that bill about kittens?
I'm going to read it first.
Why not?
You don't have time to read it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can't do the rest of your job this week.
That doesn't make sense. How big is the bill?
It's a 700-page bill.
That's not just about kittens.
That is clearly not just about kittens.
That is
What are you talking about?
Chinese
It has case laws
restaurants.
and references about kittens in every single state in America and sub-state county that has their own legislations currently.
You only need 3 pages for that, or 5 pages
No, you don't.
at most. Yes, you do.
It's
for
addressing
something
the
that
existing case
simple.
law. It's
There's
addressing
no
the existing
reason.
case law and precedent. That's why it's so long. Or at least
That
this is what
doesn't
your
make
aide
any
is telling
sense.
you. Okay.
Every case, Paul. There is no cases. There's not many cases with kittens.
It doesn't matter. Kittens doesn't matter. That's just an analogy, okay? Imagine anything else.
I don't.
Anything
I
else,
don't
I'd still
like
need
it.
to read it over because it's 700 pages,
Okay, you
and
don't
I'd
have
vote
enough
for
time to do
it.
that because you've got
Yeah,
20
I'd
bills.
vote for an extension on the bill.
They've already had extensions on them. There's still
No.
20 of them on your desk. You don't have enough time to do this.
I don't like this bill. It scares me.
The point is that there are these long-paged bills, there are these fucking bills, and they don't have time to read all of them all the fucking time. This happens. It's not like a hypothetical that just never happens.
It's just
something
common.
that happens.
This happens almost daily in American politics. This is why you have AIDS.
AIDS? AIDS?
Yeah.
Like as in,
AIDS with capital A, lowercase rest of the letter.
as in like, you've got
People who
AIDS.
help you. People who help you.
Assistance, darling.
You've got AIDS. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Capital A, lowercase I, that AIDS.
Yay, AIDS.
You guys have got a problem with fucking sexually transmitted diseases, and that's because of bills.
Yay, AIDS.
Will you say yes or no to this bill that's been put on your desk?
Come
I
on,
need
Boo.
more information on it.
Come
I've
on,
given you all the
Boo.
information you're getting.
Okay, guys,
It's not.
you guys are going nowhere with this.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I can take the bill home and go and read it over.
then you are having to abstain on the other 19 bills.
No,
So
I agree.
you've abstained on every other bill to read this one kitten thing, and the delegates and electorate who voted you in complain that you haven't been doing your job properly because you haven't voiced an opinion on the rest of the stuff. Well done.
Well,
People see
No,
you as a
there's,
bad
I read over each one of the bills that I get presented.
I want to
Besides this
mention.
one.
I want to mention something that I think really should happen is the fact that we should kind of revise how bills are presented and either have a team of people who read it or kind of really learn how
That
to
team of
write
people
a
who read
bill.
it are your aides, and they have come back and told you it's about kittens and helping people adopt them easier.
But
I stick with audio files and have audio files play.
Okay, that's going to take 20 hours for it to read out.
I really think they should be given the sufficient time to go over the bills.
If
That way
they're
they can make
essentially that long.
an informed decision.
Okay,
But if
then
we
you
already
want to
had
disband the
additional
current
extensions
US
of time.
government.
Well,
yes,
no, if we had
actually, I would
extensions.
like to disband the current U.S. government.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
no,
actually
if we
a
had
good idea.
extensions of time, then why wouldn't I have enough time to read this particular bill?
Oh wow.
Because
So-
you've been overworked every single week and it's been on the back burner. Because it had its time extended, you
they've
went,
been
okay, I'm going to read the ones that haven't been extended.
Trying
Hey,
to get
Robin.
re-elected.
You can
Either
buy.
way, I'd have them summarize each page if I was going to have my aide read it. Of the bill.
Okay. So you've had
If
them
they're-
summarise each page, it still takes a long time, and because of how you've had it summarised, you keep on having to reference the original document. You have literally saved yourself no time.
No, I figured.
And we get back to you not being able to do the job.
No, I'm going to take care of the other bills while I'm waiting for them to get back to me.
Yeah.
While we get more extensions in
In
time.
the government at the moment are literally relying on their aid because they physically don't have enough time to read all the bills they're given and making a voice on.
In the United States, it's more to do with the fact that we have them making phone calls 40% of the
Doesn't
time.
matter.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. They still physically don't have enough time. If they went without sleep, they still wouldn't physically have enough time.
We have schedules for a reason.
No, the schedules are not easy because they involve reading so much and doing so much. People in the government are massively overworked and expect to do about 20 people's work. This is why you have aides and assistants non-stop. You need them.
Yeah.
Does anybody here like pudding? I love pudding.
I
It's a great
like
food.
chocolate pudding.
It's a perfect food. Like I don't know what else to say. I think this is you guys are going in logical like circles here.
Pudding is
I'm not going to give up on my job just because it's difficult.
It's not difficult, it's impossible.
It's not impossible.
Okay, boom. An MP at the moment is expected to read more than they physically have time to. Every single MP in the UK government has 2 aides paid for to read bills every single day of their life and write a brief summary of what it is about.
So, in other words, it's like 1,000 words. If you've never seen that movie, you'll understand.
It's like expecting someone to work a 70-hour full-time job that they can't read stuff on, and then giving them 500 to 700-page novels each week, and expecting them to finish them.
What I was referring to is Eddie Murphy plays a character who's basically a book reviewer, and he also publishes books. So people present him with a book or story, and then he publishes it. So he believes the first 5 and the last 5 pages are all he needs to read. And basically that's how he conducts business.
That's not particularly smart.
And of course, politicians don't even fucking bother reading that much.
Well, it's funny because it's actually a comedy, because apparently some guy submits him a book that is exactly 5 pages. So he is actually forced to read the entire book.
And it was shit.
No, because a magical tree gets planted in his yard, and every time he says a word, a leaf falls off. And when all the leaves fall off, the tree dies, and so does he.
Well then, I
it's a
guess you should
funny
really
movie.
stop fucking talking then, huh?
It's a funny movie.
The synopsis you've given made it sound terrible.
I'm sure it's
It is
good.
a terrible
but
movie.
I'm sure it's good, but that's sort of besides the point. You guys are going in logical circles. I understand everything you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. But unfortunately, you guys are just going around and around, and it's not really doing anything. So would you like to switch topics, or would you like to keep doing this? It doesn't matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could personally keep going on this one topic all night.
I know you could.
But yeah, it's basically they have too much work, they can't afford to read every bill. If they do decide to read the bill, they may get 2 of them done in a week. That means everything else of their job they fail on. And thus everyone is angry at them and they don't get voted in again. And they
I've
get
read several bills.
That's definitely not how it works in the United States.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Because we hate our politicians, but they always get voted back in.
You mean someone is actively incompetent, and this is known about, and they still get voted back in?
Yes.
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me put it to you this way. We have people who we know for a fact are legally being bribed, and we still vote them in.
That are legally being bribed? There's nothing wrong with someone legally being bribed under the eyes of the law. What you have to do is just make bribery fucking illegal.
It's technically illegal.
That's the worst part. It's that it's illegal, and they still vote him in anyways.
Yeah, we have Hillary Clinton, who is currently under an investigation by 4 different departments of our justice system.
For doing what exactly?
She set up a personal server to use as her business email, and as well as her Clinton Foundation connection.
Mishandling classified documents.
Yes, but who hasn't mishandled classified documents and started a war?
That's illegal.
Yeah, it doesn't mean most people haven't done it at some point or another.
That's not the point. It doesn't matter if most people do something wrong, it's still wrong. But either way, she was Secretary of State, which is next to the President. She's in line for the President, but she gets all the military data, all the military information, because she coordinates our offshore military, too. Like incursions into Libya.
Oh yeah, she did wonderfully in Libya, didn't she?
Yeah. And she ignored, while doing that, she actually ignored the advice of the Pentagon, so. But that private server, which had no security, and no encryption, she decides to use that instead of a government email. Which, even if it got hacked into, we could at least say, well, you followed the process. But the other thing, too, is she was doing that to avoid the Freedom of Information Act, which is the original sin that's in the court cases. We have the intelligence agency, the secretary, the State Department investigating, and they concluded their investigation that she grossly violated the rules in place at the time she was Secretary of State. And she's going to be our nominee.
So what I'm getting out of this is she didn't do anything wrong, honest Gov.
She didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing. Nothing at all.
And thus all is fair.
Wasn't me. That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, no, that's actually very wrong for a government official. We have FBI agents who are in jail for less than what Hillary Clinton did.
Yeah, but they have standards.
Well, it's just like FBI agents that were fucking like double agents or some bullshit like that, and they have more standards than Hillary. That's...
Yeah, well, the FBI has more standards than the Justice Department. However, Hillary Clinton, the reason it's so important that she doesn't mishandle top secret information is because she is one of the top people who can declassify information. She has the ability to declassify information, like the president.
And I have returned.
Hey there, Rob.
How you doing? You hanging in?
Yeah, Rob, I tried asking them a question, they kept skirting around it. I asked them if they were given the adoption for kittens and everyone loves kittens bill, and it's 700 something pages, and after you sent it to your aides and back, they've come back and said it's about kittens and it's just referencing the case law. Would you make a vote on it? They kept on skirting around the yes or no.
The answer is no, because I didn't read it.
You don't have time to read it.
Then no.
The answer is I don't know if it's only about kittens, because it's 700 pages. You don't make a 700-page thing if it's just solely about kittens. Even case law, you only reference the cases.
Well, that's it. You have 20 of these things sat on your desk.
We don't have that many bills that are 700 pages. Not all the bills are 700 pages.
Yeah.
Quite a lot longer.
I mean, I can see what the issue here is that if there is a bill about kittens and about their welfare, there's only so many things that you can write, and if it works into that, you would be saying, if anything, I would say I can't sign this because this legislation is simply too cumbersome. It needs to be trimmed. It needs to be brought down to something that would be worth doing. I mean, if what do these laws entail here exactly? You know.
Yeah, I've had plenty of time where we had like the Patriot Act or No Child Left Behind.
So,
it included funding.
If it's the Be Nice to Kitten Act or whatever like that, then but I'm expecting that bill to basically say that we now have to basically drag every firstborn kitten and basically skin it in front of its parents, judging from America's policies so far.
Robin, you are now lambasted across the media worldwide for being mean to kittens.
No, I'm saying I want to look after these kittens, and I'm thinking that this bill may be it's a kitten killing bill in disguise.
Guys, we're talking about kittens.
That's right.
Guys,
that's what the internet's for.
That's how the Republicans name documents, and we're all justified in saying, this document's too long, what else did you put in here? In our Congress.
Tom, did you want to come back on?
Please come back on, Tom. We need standards again.
Yeah, we might actually have a reasonable debate. I'm not sure. But you know,
yeah, all of you who said no to signing the bill, you're all lambasted in the media for not loving kittens and wanting them to suffer.
But I don't love kittens, and I want them to suffer.
I'd point out to the fact that Republicans do this all the time, where they name a bill a certain thing in order to get some legislation passed that harms people.
Yes,
so I need to look into it.
The press and lambasted for this all the time.
Then I go onto the press and explain what's going on in Congress.
Okay, but they're being funded by the same people that brought out this bill. The news story never airs.
That's if you actually get invited, the story tends to air.
That sounds like a reason to start regulating the fucking market to me.
That sounds like a reason to regulate the media. We used to have regulations like that.
Wait, so all of this boils down to ethical media again?
We used to, yes. We used to have regulatory media that couldn't become conglomerates.
Good news, Robin. We've managed to make Gamergate relevant again in the open house. Through the Kittens Act.
Through the Kittens Act. What, is there some sort of subset of Make Gamergate Great Again?
No. The people running the media who owns it all were pushing for this act, and it's going to make every child have to serve 20 years in the military.
Oh, goody. What could go wrong there?
Because the press were against this bill, because they're being funded by the same people pushing for the bill. Turns out without journalism, it never would have happened.
That was the stupidest fucking conversation I have ever heard in my entire life.
Oh, don't worry, mate. We should be able to beat that by the end.
I'm not saying either points were invalid. Just to listen to it was like.
I mean, dude, challenge accepted.
No, I've heard
I think Edgy wants to link.
meander on about fucking 8chan all goddamn day. That was worse. Yes, kittens.
Clearly, you've never heard me talk.
Clearly,
like,
this is the first time you've been on here.
It's like I can't. I was like, I can't fucking read this because this bill's just like in. But kittens, yes. And then it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Kittens, my dear. Do you love kittens or not? It is a
It's
simple
basically
question.
a Republican strategy that has been developed that if you vote against the bill, you're unpatriotic. If you vote against the bill, therefore you hate kittens.
And if you don't read the bill and make a statement on it, you are inept.
Who fucking cares? Because it's a fucking situation that has not happened.
It happens in our media all the time.
It happens regularly in America.
Yeah, I know, but this instance, the one you're talking about, is completely fictional. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, how about we talk about the Patriots Act then?
Yes, talk about that. That's fine. But this is just like
that involves kittens.
Yeah.
I swear they had something about loving kittens in there.
I bet there is.
Every time you send, you send a photo of kittens to an American, the NSA got the picture of that.
Yeah, there's a bit that actually basically makes waterboarding kittens illegal.
Seriously?
Did somebody say seriously?
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're so sweet.
It was like the Patriot Act.
We're talking about the Patriots Act here.
It would not surprise me if it fucked kittens as well, but.
Yeah, I mean, it fucked pretty much everybody. I mean, why leave kittens out?
Yeah, that just seems like, that's not equality.
Yeah, it was comprehensive fuckery, definitely.
Hey,
yeah.
The only equality you'll ever get is through the death of the entire human race.
Oh,
please,
God.
Darling, heat death of the universe.
Why are you so fucking misanthropic?
I don't like people much.
You're a person.
Yeah, so.
Kill yourself if you hate people so much. You're a people.
Yeah.
How in the fuck am I supposed to kill the rest of people if I kill myself?
Need. If you're gone, we're gone as well, as far as you're concerned. It's all about perspective, Pug.
Yeah, it's all about relativity.
And perception.
I'm a relativist, you know me.
Mm-hmm.
Except when it comes to my relatives.
Yep.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I like that.
There is a reason I'm so misanthropic. It's a word I do not know how to pronounce.
Tom, Edgy, would you like to join the conversation and maybe raise it up a notch?
Jesus Christ, did Uncle... Sorry.
Uncle Tom? What?
No, it's
schizoid personality disorder, something like that.
I was about to say, like, I don't know why you fucking hate life so much. Did when you were like 9 years old, did Uncle John, John bring you down to a sex torture dungeon, make you lick hummus off his ball sack? Like, I don't know what the fuck.
See, you misunderstand something here. I don't hate life. I don't hate much of anything. My mind does not work like that.
It just doesn't really work.
Yeah, so kill yourself.
Yep, I think if we're going to have those that have extraordinary number of pages, whoever introduced it first has to read it.
I have Pug on here as part of my affirmative action program.
Oh, so you're letting any old misanthrope on now?
Everybody is allowed on. And here's the thing, yeah? I mean, Pug may be a crazy psychopath, but he's polite.
That counts for something.
And
since when the fuck do we have to be polite here?
We do. You're English, so you're by default polite. When I mean polite, I mean but I'm talking about this by American standards, of course.
Robin, darling, I'm only polite because telling someone to kill themselves with a British accent comes across pleasantly for some reason.
it's more of a you sound more helpful than not.
It's like kill yourself. Oh, tea. You know, that's what it feels like.
Like I said, if you want to come on, Edgy, be my guest, mate. I can send you a linky. Tom, you already have the link, but I can resend it if you're basically losing your mind. Enjoy the house. I was happy to hang out with the chat faces. Feel stronger to talk. Need to talk. If we'll be a regular for about an hour or two each week, I expect, but can't sit still for 5 hours without getting my drunk on. Please, if you've sunk a few in, mate, that makes you ever more open house worthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, the
Talk
open
about
house
the
had
drunk
standards.
Yeah.
Then the open house went, hang on a minute. We're going to have people from Gamergate and 8chan here. Fuck it, we're not going to have standards. And then the first episode started.
I actually had the IRC channel from 8chan open. It was actually the Gamergate IRC, yeah. And that was always on the side chat where I'm placed right now.
Well, yes, that's my point. You had standards, and then you went, shit, no, we don't need them. And then you started the first episode.
Yeah, it was just pretty much like I assume it was just a bunch of people sitting around having an intelligent conversation, and then on the side of the fucking screen it was just like nigger kike, nigger kike,
No,
nigger kike.
it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. If you can imagine, there were actually people that were interested in actually getting ops done, and there was actually a spirit of getting stuff done, and stuff did get done. You know, you remember.
I sent a few thousand emails.
You sent a few thousand. Fuck, do you have no life? I only sent a few hundred.
He is the email arm of Gamergate. Without,
like 10 people's worth on his own.
Yeah, through various accounts.
Well, I'm disabled. I don't really have to do anything. I've got all day.
Yes, we know you're mentally disabled.
But that does mean he can concentrate.
I thought that meant he couldn't concentrate.
Well, no, you can concentrate on doing emails.
Well, yeah, that's really hard.
So
I never got a response back, but
I assume since
tried.
you're disabled that means, and you've sent millions of emails, that means that both your arms are still attached to your body, correct?
Sort of.
Sort of? Okay.
My hands work.
Your hands work?
Your hands still work. Good news, under the ATOS standards in the United Kingdom, this means you're fit to fight on the front lines.
Really?
What I'm trying to say is are you eligible for a peg leg? What exactly is your disability? I'm genuinely curious. If you don't mind me telling me.
Well, there's a long list of mental shit, and then there's
just the physical stuff. That's fine.
Then there's my right eye's legally blind, and I walk with a limp because somebody decided to take a baseball bat to my knee.
Oh, so if you get an eye patch, you could pretty much just be a fucking pirate.
So you pissed off a mobster once.
I'm done.
No, I pissed off a baseball player once.
I'm not seriously poking fun at you. I'm sorry that you're in that condition, and
Honestly,
I wish the best
what's
for
the
you.
difference between a mobster and a baseball player? I mean, they both hit people in the knees with baseball bats.
It's better for everyone.
Whatever.
He's
You'll
alright.
notice I care very deeply about this.
Yes. I imagine you do.
I care very deeply about most things, you know.
Yep, the sheer level of passion in your voice. That sweet,
Well, you're being
philanthropic voice.
you're being sarcastic, but I think the people that are the most angry about the shit that's going on in the world now genuinely do care a lot. I mean, I'm mostly angry all the time at most things because I give a shit so goddamn much. I see things that happen in Senate, or things that happen in my country, for instance, with fucking Justin Trudeau, and I am so goddamn fucking pissed off because I love my country, and it's being fucking trampled on by this piece of shit with a fucking toupee.
Well, tell them
I'm
to
not-
stop Americanizing your politics.
Yeah,
Okay.
but here's the thing. I'm
Piss.
not really all that angry.
Piss, I know exactly what you need to do. You need to run up and stab Justin Trudeau, and then when the police try to get you, you say, "Oh, sorry about this, I didn't mean to get in your way and cause you to have to do any extra work." And then they start grovelling and apologising to you, and you just run away while they're busy saying sorry.
A point of order, by the way, Searle. Could you please refer to our guest as Mr. Vinegar?
That's not necessary, but okay.
It just
By the
sounds
way-
better. Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah,
Vinegar.
By the way, I'm going to run for governor, so I actually had to sign bills, so I'm actually the last step that bills come through.
Yeah, vote LaBoom.
Yeah.
Make Massachusetts
I'm going to make
great
sure
again.
that I understand what it is I'm signing, because I'm tired of bills that are harming our citizens. It's not fair to
Unless
them.
you vote no to the Kitten Act, you'll lambast in the media, you leak the contents of it, that you have someone
God, no, not again!
and become the
Dude,
next
the
Snowden.
media's, the actual Senate is captured on tape, and I'd send out tweets letting know what's going on publicly.
Yeah, and the media's a fucking problem. Because they're
Yeah,
being
but-
faithful.
The media is a problem.
We have C-SPAN watching our government, so every time we're in chambers, we get to see what they're doing.
Wait, people actually watch C-SPAN?
I do.
The
I
Chinese
watch
do.
C-SPAN. Well, you know, the Chinese
I
watch
do
it, but
when
they don't
Bernie
understand
Sanders does.
anything.
The Russians also watch it. Basically, everyone in the world that you negatively impact watches it, going, "Shit, what are they going to do to us this time?"
I'm gonna go to
Oh
bed.
god, they're sending in more drones. Oh fucking hell!
So what's in the news still? What haven't we covered? I'm just thinking, it's been a long week.
There's been the riots in Paris.
The Paris riots, yes.
There's riots in Paris? What the fuck's going on with that?
Oh, well, the thing is, there's always some sort of riot going on in France.
Yeah. They did not serve us proper bread.
Basically.
Where is the wine? I want to be a sexual deviant. Shit on the street.
Darling, you need cocaine for that.
Wine and shitting on the street? That's cocaine?
No, you want to do full sexual deviance.
Oh yeah, well... Yeah, I guess. For some people, yeah. Not for men. You want to do cocaine and have sexual times with a woman, that's not gonna happen.
Although, I've just gone on to... It comes up, actually, the first result for the news when it comes to the Paris being under siege by Muslims. And Snopes is basically saying, an article reported that Paris was under siege by Muslims came from a fear-mongering site that only publishes misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Claim, a video shows Muslims
is
rampaging
under
through
siege by
Paris.
Muslims the same way they're under siege by imaginary fairies. Well, yeah, sure you get one, but there's not that many.
You got it wrong. They're under siege the same way that they are by English squaddies. 24 of them turn up and get pissed.
Well, it's dramatic reading time from Snopes, and it is Origin on 25th of March 2016. The unscrupulous website Superstation 95 published an article claiming that the Paris was under siege by Muzzies, but that the rest of the world was unaware of the violence thanks to a media blackout. French and Western news media are intentionally blacking out ferocious riots in Paris, refusing to provide any coverage of violence by savage Muslim beasts in Paris. Hundreds of Parisians have been attacked and seriously injured by roving bands of Islamic radicals throwing stones, spears, smashing store and car windows, and setting fire to anything they can. The only evidence provided by Superstation 95 to back up their terrifying but unfounded claims was a video shown above, and a series of photographs that purported to show Muslims rampaging through the city. The bulk of these images, however, had nothing to do with a siege of Paris by Muslims or by anyone else. The lead photo for this fear-mongering article show a police car on fire, while this arresting image was placed directly below the words Paris under Muslim siege. The photograph is actually of 18th of May 2016 protest. The image was published by Reuters. A curious aspect, as Superstation 95 claimed a media blackout was preventing news to get out of Europe. In an article,
don't you love that? Don't you love that? Any photo will do.
Yeah. In an article about a rail...
Yeah, our Fox News would have covered this.
Yes.
All of it.
In an article about a rail strike that turned violent. Strikes by French railway and port workers, which actually sounds a bit more French than anything else, halved train services and prompted cancellation of ferry links to Britain on Wednesday as Labour unions sought to force President Francois Hollande's government to retreat on Labour law reforms. After weeks of protests in which hundreds of their numbers had been hurt, and police held a rally of their own to vent frustration over the stresses of near-daily clashes with violent youths on the fringes of anti-reform movement. As they did so, a crowd chanting "Police everywhere, justice nowhere" surrounded a police patrol car, which went up in flames after the police officers inside fled the scene, a few hundred metres from where their colleagues were rallying. This article, as well as the article published by Al Jazeera about the incident, did not tie the incident to any religion. While Superstation 95 presented their article as though they were covering breaking news, they even concluded that, with a promise to update the story throughout the day, the majority of the photographs were taken 2 years ago, during a demonstration in 2014, July, nearly 2 years before the publication of their misleading story. The three men, aged 21 and 28, were given sentences of between 6 to 10 months for their part in rioting in Sarcelles? I don't know.
Solstice.
Hush. On Sunday, a fourth man was given a suspended sentence while a minor received a fine. Prime Minister Manuel Valls condemned the violence which erupted at the protest over Israel's actions in Gaza. At least 449 Palestinians, most of them civilians, 31 Israelis have been killed in the 15 days of fighting as Israel targets militant rockets crews inside the densely populated Gaza Strip. European Union foreign ministers condemned anti-Semitic incidents at Gaza protests across the EU as they met on Tuesday. Superstation 95 also published 2 videos purporting showing violence that occurred on to 25th of May 2016. The website also claimed that this footage never circulated on legitimate news outlets due to the news blackout. Actually, the footage featured in Paris under Muslim Siege 2 riots, killing arson May 25th, 16, was taken from a video that was published in 2014. Now, on your travels this weekend, folks, don't say a word. Just don't say a word. Just listen to the pleas. Listen to people getting angry about it. Just hear it out. And go, ha-ha. Ya-ha.
Ya-ha-ha-ha.
Yeah, that would be in France. Just like, yes, I don't care, I spit on you.
No, please, I'm an Englishman of French. I turn around to go, speak bloody English! A real language, please.
And just say to them, where did you get this information from? And just see where it leads you, you know?
Mm-hmm. This is a point that I try to make a lot, and I get called a Muslim apologist for it, which I fucking hate, because I'm very critical of Islam, particularly countries that prop up Sharia and stuff like that. It's that these things, they happen
but you need to have proof for them, because if you don't and you spread misinformation, you end up doing what SJWs do, and you spread fucking terror and misinformation and garbage just to push your point across. It's not fucking right. It's wrong. Stop fucking doing it.
Well, what they're doing is removing power from the word. They're literally taking a word like racist, that's a horrible thing, and going, well, if you respond 0.002 seconds slower to a black face than a white one, when you're supposed to move your mouse to the left or right of the screen and click on a box, you're racist.
The right does the similar stuff too. It's between the two extremes.
Yes, they do it with words like patriot and traitor, though.
I'm only racist to Russians because fuck Russians.
Okay. No, but they do it with the like words
Yeah,
like
hold on.
socialism
Yes,
too.
1 second. Robin?
Dota.
You're not a fucking socialist, are you? What's the difference between a democratic socialist and a socialist? Nothing. It's like you're fucking stupid.
I'm leaning pretty close to Marxist.
Robin, I gave you a link.
Hello.
I linked you some cool knit bits. Thought you should see.
Let's have a look.
So there's a bit of an update with the Trump debate. There were actually two rich people who were going to offer a total of $30 million to make it happen.
$30 million.
Yes. They wanted. There's a lot of people who wanted to see it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So a pair of the super rich who are in the same boat as Trump went, do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see this.
Yeah, and so this is the thing.
This is approaching
refused.
Super Bowl levels of money running out here.
Yeah.
And it's
And
going
he's
to
like,
provide the
no.
exact amount of entertainment.
But is it going to cause the same number of people to beat their wives afterwards?
Edgy! Welcome, Edgy, another person who dared post a message to skeptics. Welcome, brave soul.
I've been in here for a few minutes, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I'm ignorant.
Yeah. Did you get inundated with fucking stupid comments like I did?
I actually barely got any feedback at all. Because my channel's pretty small, so I don't think very many people notice, to be honest.
No, nobody notices me.
I noticed you.
I noticed the pug.
Yeah, I gave that picture to you. I gave that picture in that group chat because you were there.
I always
Whether or not
notice
you're for Bernie Sanders, I thought that was hilarious.
What group chat?
The
Doing shit like
Twitter one.
Message for Feminists is for real channels.
Feminists are real?
No, doing the Message for Feminists or the Message for Skeptics, that's for real channels, unlike me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, just a quick update to the Trump thing. Now the whole internet's calling him a chicken. And Bernie Sanders wondering, what are you afraid of? You try to be a bully. Yeah, you're afraid to debate.
I made exactly 0 videos on YouTube.
That's okay. It's not a requirement. I mean, nobody has to do it, but
I've made exactly 0 videos on YouTube, and even I have 7 subscribers.
like
video.
Sorry.
I have 300.
When it comes to doing the message to feminists or whatever thing, it's a waste of time. It's an absolute fucking waste of time. Because, number one, feminists aren't going to listen, and number two, how can you, take every problem that you have with feminism and jam it into one sentence? There's a lot more nuance there.
Yeah,
There's just way too much nuance there.
Yeah, I mean, my video that I did after Robin challenged me was basically an exercise in futility, because my message to feminists was basically a question to feminists, asking them why do they think feminism isn't more popular, and then my 5 challengees were 5 feminists who I know aren't going to answer. So
Yeah, it's a waste of time. That's why, like, when it comes to debating feminists, that's fine because you have people watching, and those are the people that are important. You want to convince those
Right.
people by being level-headed and reasonable and bringing up points and stuff like that. But when it comes to just like sending out a message to feminists, you might as well just wipe your ass with your own hand and try to
Wait,
shake it.
You mean I'm not the only one who thought it was a stupid concept? Going, yeah, what is this going to ever achieve?
No, well, it's just what you're doing is you're not creating dialogue. It's more about creating just like this, like compact declarative statement, which is fine. It's fine all on its own. That's fine. But you're not gonna receive feedback. All you're gonna receive is just the usual fucking shit, which is you're a misogynistic piece of shit, and it's like you hate women. So it's like, what the fuck?
You know what my response to that shit is? Uh-huh.
No, I just make up some shit like I have a vagina, so fuck you.
I've assumed you've heard of Fiffin, haven't you?
Sorry?
Fiffin, feminism is for no one.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, it's actually quite a good networking tool because it does show you sort of like the, how far the tentacles go, if you see what I mean.
Oh, true.
And so it does give everybody an idea of who's saying what and where. And it's a good advert for everybody to listen to anybody else and just to say, okay, yeah, I can see where this person is coming from. I like the way they're doing their channel. I like the cut of their jib.
Yeah.
So
what I would do if you're going to have conversations about, say, feminism or whatever, and you're anti whatever the hell so you have an opposition, and very much like Christian opposition, you can't go in it with expecting to win. You have to go with it to be what would satisfy you with the conversation. And so, because it's about being able to get past to the point where you're fine with your understanding of what they're talking about, and you can explain it to other people what they're actually talking about. But in actuality, with a lot of these people, a good portion of them probably don't want to be on a live debate chat. They might want to do off-air hangouts or whatever, just for the sake of.
We'll debate right here on the open house.
We don't debate here. We chat. We talk.
Well, yeah, that's
converse.
fine. If a feminist is hearing this, I'll fucking talk to them right now. Quote unquote talk.
We argue around in circles in interesting ways, but yeah, out of the message of feminists I've seen,
and uninteresting ways.
Out of the message of feminists I've seen so far, I'd have to say Fiffin's is the best, by immediately going, if you're a feminist and actually watching this, it means you're reasonable enough to look at someone and see how horrible they are before you judge them.
So I'm left with a question. Where do you stand on the most important argument I have ever started? Is water wet?
I'm not going to justify that.
That is the most important one that you've ever started, and that really goes to show you the other arguments that you've started.
Can I respond to that question? Is water wet?
No, you cannot. There are things that I have banned on this channel.
Physically,
and that topic is one of them.
I mean, physically, you could actually make words go into that shape, but it would be the last thing you ever say here.
Don't do it. Don't make my day.
It's a non-request. Don't make me happy.
It's okay.
This is Robin. You wouldn't like him when he's happy.
It's okay.
And Conrad, I think it was you who was asking. No, I don't think Snopes has ever tackled Gamergate.
Yeah, when Robin's happy, he starts to fist the starfish. and then he busts out the gay nigger seed. And
I've only very rarely gone on skullfuck mode. You know me.
Can you guys speak fucking English, please?
Oh right, okay. I've only ever gone really, really angry once, and that was over the fact that Shrek brought this Reddit page up. I don't know if you remember this article in Reddit where basically somebody who was transgender had been thrown out of a group because she didn't feel as if Gamergate was actually getting a fair hearing. And the people who threw her out essentially said that we own you.
Oh yeah, Sire, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, they're just like, how fucking dare you speak up against us? You owe us so much for fucking providing you with rights. Fuck you, we own you. That was disgusting. I wanted to punch that bitch in the head.
And I would be sitting there and thinking, I bet that was a woman there, and I'd be sitting there kind of going, well, if you own her, guess who owns you, bitch? If there was a patriarchy before women's lib came around, guess who fucking gave you that shit? Now get on the floor and scrub.
Pretty much,
and wash your fucking soul.
Yeah, because to say that, even just in a moment of heat, like anger, that's fucking unacceptable. I don't care if it's a guy or a girl.
It's
you
very
need to get punched in
revealing.
the head for that.
It's very revealing about what that person is actually like. You know.
Guys, this is the thing here. We care about the method used.
Yeah, I never understood why people yell and scream when they're angry.
No, we literally refuse to make an attack because we care more about the method than the target, or the reason to fight.
There's
How
no
we
reason to
fight
fight.
is more important than why we're fighting. There are boundaries, and we should never cross them.
Boundaries.
Talking of boundaries here, interesting to note that we're. Do you remember cute girly Nazi?
Yep.
Vinegar.
No, I don't. I don't at all.
Oh, this she must be like 16, is she, Edgy? You know how old this girl is?
Who?
You know that little girl Nazi, the one who got thrown off.
Oh, a Valiant.
Oh, little girl Nazi.
She claims to be 18, but honestly, she's kind of a compulsive liar. So I wouldn't be surprised if she were underage.
How old do you think the little pug Nazi was?
I would say that we're talking about somebody who basically, essentially copy pasted maybe a day's worth of posts on Poll, and essentially made a video out of it, and crossed the line as far as YouTube's rules and regs are concerned.
Yeah, hate speech.
Yeah.
Happy to be gone.
And
I say.
Onision has obviously been made aware of this because maybe he follows Leafy, or somebody who follows Leafy made him aware of it, and somebody had made Leafy aware of it. So she'd got certainly enough recognition for your average YouTuber to turn up and kind of go, "What the fuck is this shit?" And she got flagged. Who would have thought that somebody who was promoting hate speech on a website that doesn't want hate speech would get flagged?
Send to Valhalla.
Everyone's all shocked.
What's even, what I'm shocked of? I'm not shocked that there's like some crazy fucking Stormfront 16-year-old girl. That's doesn't shock me. If you've ever lived in the world for more than about 5 minutes. What shocks me is that Onision was just like, oh no, we can't have this.
You know what shocks me?
Because Onision is a worse piece of shit than that girl, I guarantee. I don't care what she said.
He's a snarky little bitch, but I don't think he's ever really called for genocide of an entire people.
He did. He actually has.
Didn't he call for the genocide of all
Wait. Hold on. Onision has said things like that? I know he's a troll and a douche, but...
No, he's in fucking serious. Said, I want to form a fucking cult. And I want to cull all fucking meat eaters and all people who work in forestation.
Okay.
It's just like basically like...
Meat eaters.
Yeah.
Meat eaters.
That was not said in... Yeah, that was not said in jest. That was absolutely serious. And he laughs it off today. But it wasn't funny way the fuck back in the day. Nobody was laughing about it.
That's vegetarians for you, people.
Yeah. No. And he's still somewhat like that today, but he never voices that opinion. He's not that fucking stupid.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure. Let's have a look. Race, ethnic origin, no. Religion, no. Disability, no. Gender, no. Age, no. Veteran status, no. Sexual orientation, no. So, the fact that you eat meat apparently is okay for genocide, as far as hate speech is concerned in the YouTube safety regulations.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
That's pretty much it.
So you can at least, if you think that vegans should be hung, I
Yes,
believe
please.
that's okay.
Onision is just like a bag of dicks worth of fucking crap, if that makes any sense. I know my hyperbolic bullshit there is just, you know.
Oh, it was
So
beautiful,
wait.
mate. It had a lovely sort of aftertaste to it as well.
Robin,
Thank you.
I just thought of something slightly worrying.
I could taste the taint.
Yes, indeed.
Do I fall under hate speech because I,
Well, no. To be honest with you, you're not actually calling for the destruction of any particular genome. You're basically looking to eradicate the entire gene pool. So I think that's okay because it's not particularly discriminatory. You're like the nuclear bomb of hate speech. You know, it's like everything is taken out. So that's cool. That's all right.
Oh, like on the topic of Onision, I want to talk about this guy. This guy is the worst fucking person in the world. He is literally the worst person in the world.
My hyperbolicometer
he's
is
up
sort
there.
of like I've met quite a few people in my time, and he's just a snarky
Onision
little
is not the
twat.
worst person in the world. He's in that top 1% though.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. I'll concede that. That's fine. But like the guy marries like 16, 17-year-olds, and when their father comes around and he's just like, hey, like I kind of don't approve of this.
He actually brought his current wife, to Mexico when she was 17 years old, so he could marry her legally there.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. And her father was like freaking shit. And as like her legal guardian.
I wonder why.
Yeah, no, and he was just like, fuck you, I don't even give a shit. Like, this is not the first time he's done this. He's done this at least 3 or 4 times.
So he's from Mexico, or he lives in Mexico?
I don't know.
He lives wherever the f he can bang teenagers.
That's pretty much it. Like, he's a pretty, you know... I know it's off-topic and stuff like that, but he's just a... Whew. He's a special kind of guy.
Now, Pug, have you ever threatened to destroy the entire world?
I have plotted such a few times.
No, have you threatened to on video?
Yeah, have you? You haven't made a YouTube video you've threatened an entire planet.
I haven't made a YouTube video.
Oh well, then once again you're okay. I'm the only one who is liable at this point. Now, children do make up part of the planet.
I recommend you gas the kites. And Robin shares these opinions. Honest, Gov.
Well, that's a headline.
Onision, I'll see you in court.
Hey, that's a headline. Pornography is more than just sexual fantasy. It's cultural violence.
One of my favourite jokes that came out recently from Bob Costic was what's great about having sex with 28-year-olds? There's 20 of them.
I personally prefer 21-year-olds.
Yeah, come on down to my basement. I'm gonna play you some.
God damn it,
Want to play
Bob.
some of that Super Mario?
God damn it.
Just some 6-year-old guy with like a flannel shirt with mustard stains on it, and he's got a huge beard and a fly in it. He's like, "Come on down to my basement, Mr. 8-year-old."
I would really, you know what, and I will say this: Top Hats and Champagne, if you are listening, and I'm sure you are. I would love to have a chat with both you and Derek Smart in the open house about Star Citizen.
Tack. I'm sorry you sat through so much.
We're bringing the citizens back, are we?
I would be interested. I know he's actually done recently. I know he's put in cash, so there is somewhat of a bias on his line for Star Citizen. So he's somewhat let's say he's made his bones with them and with Derek Smart. I don't think he's keen on he's basically saying Derek has tall poppy syndrome.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, tall poppy syndrome. It's used in British colloquialism. It's basically it's a jealousy of those that are doing better than you, for example.
Oh, envy.
If you will, yes. You would call them poppy cutters.
Oh, poppy cutters. I'll remember that.
Yeah, so it's I have a lot of respect for Top Hats and Champagne, and I understand his principle behind this. Sometimes I do think Derek may be somewhat hyperbolic, but that's Derek. And to be honest with you, he has been encouraged more often than not by those who are basically over-the-top Star Citizen fans. We have met such shitizens.
Shitizens.
Yeah, haven't we, Pug?
Yes, we have.
They're an angry bunch. It's a bit like talking to social justice warriors. It is very
It's kind
similar.
of like when you put the fucking $3,000 into a game that'll never release. It makes you kind of angry when somebody tells you it's never going to release.
And that there are people leaving left, right, and centre because they're sick and tired of working there. Because it's fucking crazy that's going on there. And there are some issues with the Star Citizen thing that need addressing by Chris.
Hell, didn't one of those guys say he put $10,000 into that shit?
There are some people who have done more than that. But anyway, let's move over to Julia Long and her idea of pornography. Obviously, she's a bit of a prude. Each week, in theory, takes on a big issue in the news. Oh yeah, because you thought, I know, let's talk about pornography because that's not an issue. Take on a big idea in the news and explores it from a range of perspectives. Let's remember that sentence, folks. Takes on a big idea in the news and explores it from a range of perspectives.
Which means that one of the perspectives is right, while like 90% of them are bullshit.
Well, I was more thinking along the lines of how big of a range are we talking?
Well,
it could be a small range, it could be a broad range.
Well, as the actual thing is starting with the heading pornography is more than just sexual fantasy, it's cultural violence. I'm not expecting that wide a range. To be frank. So let's get dramatic readings over with. Dr. Julia Long teaches sociology at Anglia Ruskin University, Cambridge. She's a feminist activist and campaigner and author of Anti-Porn, The Resurgence of Anti-Pornography Feminism.
This sounds very fair and balanced. So
I can feel a range of ideas coming along here. The feminist way and more feminist ways. In March 2016, the UK government published its second national strategy to end violence against women and girls.
But not men and boys.
Not men and boys. Men and boys deserve it. This is an extremely important lever for UK campaigners against pornography and its harms. Sorry, interrupter?
I know I deserve it, but no one else does.
There is something you do deserve and nobody else does. You are correct. This is an extremely important lever for UK campaigners against pornography and its harms, as it recognises that young people in particular have unprecedented access to online content. Actually, it's been going on for quite some time and it's been great. As it recognises that young people in particular content and that some of that content may, of course, be harmful. A current government inquiry into sexual harassment in schools and a new cross-party campaign tackle misogynist abuse online have all highlighted the ways in which pornography contributes to and legitimises negative attitudes with a real impact on the lives of women and girls. Look, just because more boys are into anal, let's at least they're not going to get pregnant.
Robin.
It is crucial to...
Boys can't get pregnant. Oh, you meant they preferred to do it to the girls. Sorry, my bad.
Are we done? Thank you. It is crucial to understand the pornography as a form of violence against women. Overwhelmingly, in fact, content is produced and consumed by men with strikingly consistent themes.
Oh
Yes.
no, not men!
Men! The content categories of two of the most popular tube sites, X-Hamster and Pornhub. Thank you for advertising. Reveal a dismal pattern of endless scenarios of male dominance and female subordination categorized by specific acts, female body parts, race, and age.
Don't female porn actresses get paid a hell of a lot better than the male ones?
Well, let's have a look at X-Hamster for a second. Okay, X-Hamster. What fucking name is that for a fucking porn site? X-Hamster. Let's have a look here. So let's have a look at the range here. We have British, amateur, anal, Arab, Asian, BBW. Anyone?
Big black women.
Really? Is that what it means?
Yes.
I gotta have a look at this.
It means big, beautiful
No, it's
women.
not. It's not big black women.
Oh well, I don't know the distinction. I just
Big,
look it up
beautiful
and
women.
whatever.
Put your mouse over the
fucking
light bulb.
fatties.
Yeah,
That's what it means.
Chubby women of exceptional size, apparently. Okay. BDSM, that's bondage.
Fun.
Domination, whatever.
Yeah, that is.
Beat me with a whip!
And then we've got beach. I assume that's self-explanatory. Big boobs, big butts, big cock, bisexuals, black and ebony, blowjobs, cartoons, castings. What?
Yes, it's casting couch thing. It's a phenomenon where they have people going to fake porn castings, a video put online, and the person is highly, highly embarrassed about it.
Brilliant.
And is abused online forever because of it.
Fantastic. That's great. Cuckold. One for the storm fags there.
Yeah.
Celebrities, cream pie. Cum shots. And look what I've just found. Female choice. Let's have a look at female choice.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole, shall we?
Well, it seems to be basically the same stuff. Weirdly enough.
I know, it's almost as if people are people.
Yeah, it's almost as if everyone's a degenerate. We all jerk off to the same gross shit.
And it's almost as if women enjoy being sexually submissive.
And a bit both by the look of it, because under that we've got femdom. I think I know what that one's going to mean. Let's have a look at that.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Are you seeing a lot of black latex?
Yeah, and a lot of... no, that's not. That's going to hurt.
Yeah.
That's going to leave a mark. That's going to tear... No, don't do... don't put it in there.
Robin,
darling.
you might want to be careful with
some
this.
of this is unwise. I'm feeling harmed.
There's some femdom stuff, okay, where the girl puts her pinky up the fucking guy's penis hole.
Hang on a second. Okay. So those are the straight categories.
Robin.
Hang on a second. We've got gay categories and transsexual categories as well. It looks like there seems to be somewhat of a range here, folks.
Are you feeling unsafe yet, Robin?
It's all right. I'm
Robin,
not.
If you want to see the silly stuff, go to afaku.com.
We have gang bang, gay porn, German, grannies, group sex, HD videos, hairy hand jobs, hentai, hidden cams, interracial, JOI, jerk off instructions.
Jack off instructions. I think.
Fuck. Japanese, Latin, lesbians, MILFs, massage.
Don't you know the rules of the internet, Robin?
Masturbation, matures, men, old and young, public nudity, she-males, squirtings, stockings,
if it exists, there's a porn of it.
Swingers, teens, upskirts, vintage, voyeur, webcams. So, as far as the range of a dismal pattern of endless scenarios of male dominance and female subordination categorized by specific acts, female body parts, race and age, get over yourselves, girl. You're not looking in the right spots, so to speak.
It's as if she's only ever looking at the top 5 for straight men.
It seems that she's not really looking around enough, or she's basically looking around to only the places where, oh my god, look at that poor woman.
Fuck,
It doesn't
if you looked at the top
take
10,
a
she'd look at it and
great...
go, oh my god, that poor man, how could he do it to himself?
Here's a good lesson in being a skeptic. Confirmation bias. Fucking bad thing. Don't have it.
It doesn't take a great awareness of cultural theory to grasp the social meaning of images of women being repeatedly penetrated in every orifice to the chorus of slut, bitch, and whore. If that's all you're looking at, then maybe your porn tastes are the problem, darling. It does, however, require willingness to think that beyond the rhetoric of choice, empowerment, and free speech that is invariably used by industry representatives to justify such content, this rhetoric attempts to distract attention from the nature of...
response is not, I'm jealous.
This rhetoric attempts to distract attention from the nature of mainstream pornography to the frame those who object to its harm as censorious, illiberal, and of course the old favourite, prudish. However, an examination of mainstream content reveals these arguments as little more than a defence of vested economic interests. First and foremost, mainstream pornography consists of socially sanctioned acts of direct violence against women. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck right off.
Tell me again I haven't ever found anything interesting.
I'm going to go to this passage. I'm going to say maybe you want to have a look at something called femdom. If you want to look at, if you're thinking that there aren't sort of like guys basically having their balls stamped on.
Yeah, and I mean that's the funny thing is that the femdom is kind of implicitly more violent than most of the, the what you would call like normal porn.
My ball sack has shriveled up into my body. I am now an 8-year-old boy just from looking for that for 5 seconds.
Just like
I'm an innie.
Like how fucking dare you try to insist that women are fucking stupid and that they don't know what they're doing. These are women who are consenting to this. Leave them the fuck alone. Suggesting otherwise means that you think these women are fucking brainwashed or stupid. I like to think more of women. How fucking dare you say that, you piece of shit, whoever wrote this fucking article?
Well, I mean, that's most of feminism in a nutshell, because it all comes back to them trying to find reasons for why everything is men's fault when it really comes down to women's choices, and like the wage gap, for instance.
No agency. No agency to these women. They are.
I'm sorry, Robin. Sorry for fucking, sorry.
Don't worry, I love it.
Continue on.
However, an examination of mainstream content reveals these arguments to be little more than a defense for vested economic interests. First and foremost, mainstream pornography consists of socially sanctioned acts of direct violence against women. It would have been seen as sexual violence and brutality in other contexts. As far as a range I mean, the range is merely in your vocabulary right now. That's the only range I'm seeing, is as far as ideas. Not really seeing a lot of range here. Let's, so far I'm getting an idea that you're not keen. That's pretty much it. That's so far the range is not very keen and not keen. First and foremost, mainstream pornography consists of socially sanctioned violence against women. Female survivors will confirm. Oh, female survivors will confirm what? What? Let's have a look. What are they confirming here?
Do we need to talk to Mercedes here?
Lisa Ann on how demand for extreme porn can damage new performers that does break you down as a woman.
Well then don't fucking do extreme porn, dummy!
Oh my fucking god. What kind of daft bint goes, oh yes, my first day on the job. Are you gonna fuck a normal person when all you've ever used before is this little tiny 4-inch vibrator you have? No, you're gonna jump on the 10-inch black dick. Of course that's going to cause fucking problems. It's like taking an amateur who's never done cross-country and sticking them for a fucking marathon. It's like giving someone who doesn't do weightlifting a 700-pound weight and go, do a deadlift.
We're talking about a woman who's been in this industry for 2 decades and has witnessed the industry's trajectory towards more hardcore films. Speaking to The Guardian, she claimed the difficulties some actresses face after leaving the adult industry often relate to growing demand for extreme porn performers abusing drugs. What has that got to do with the porn industry?
Yeah, those are the individuals in question abusing those fucking drugs.
Do you know? You would imagine that a growing demand for extreme. Let's move this into the music industry. Let's go into metal. Speaking to the Guardian, she claimed the difficulties some guitarists face after leaving the guitar industry, often related to growing demand for even more explicit licks and performers abusing drugs. It's like
so rock and roll.
Yeah. I mean, this is sort
Just
of
don't
like,
do it.
Yeah, you can quit at any time, and you've just been paid a buttload of money for having
but
a buttload
but
of
I
cost.
thought I would like
Robin?
it. I thought I would like it, and I turned out I didn't. So it has to be someone else's fault.
Yeah, let me get this right. The narcissistic, attention-seeking type of people that go into a career of entertainment where everyone idolizes them around them also happen to be into drugs to extenuate that high to a new level. I mean, holy fuck.
Yeah,
it's as if people that are slightly abnormal, they're drawn to attention and feeling good.
These
do
are the
more stuff to get more
complaints.
attention.
These are the complaints. Generally, if you're 18 and go to Miami, you're done in a year because there's not enough amateur jobs for you. You can get some other jobs, but the niche stuff pays more, and the niche stuff is harder on your body. The pay can be $800. Yeah, the pay can be $800, $1,000 a shoot, and if they still have to pay for hair and nails and makeup and travel and clothes, plus they're trying to live in a lavish way, so it ends up being not being cost effective. I love that.
Well,
Plus, they're trying to live in a lavish way, so it ends up not being
Learn
cost
to
effective.
manage your money, and better yet, move to a fucking city that has.
You know
enough
what?
room.
I absolutely do not believe that you're running out of fucking work in the porn industry. Are you out of your mind? Don't fucking tell me that. There's so much goddamn porn on the fucking internet. It's the most searched thing ever in the existence of the internet. You're telling me you can't find a job fucking someone on a camera?
Most searched thing. Second most. The most searched is Donald Trump memes.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
That's
if
only
you go
been
to
a recent
Miami and you
phenomenon.
can't find work in the porn industry, go to another fucking place where there's work. That's what I do.
And you sit there and I'm sitting there and kind of going to myself, like, I've worked in bars for fuck all 4 years. And you know what, yeah? That's some hard fucking stuff. That's some hard work. You're working like 8 hours, 12-hour days. And you don't even get to sit down. You get to lie on your back.
I don't know, it depends what you're doing. Also, if you're taking 20 inches, that's quite hard on your body if you haven't done proper warm-ups.
You haven't done proper warm-up.
If you're taking 20 inches, you have one cavernous cunt.
Yeah.
You must be Hillary Clinton at least, man.
And you're
Christ.
also not
Take
fucking
that back.
human
That
being.
was uncalled for. You've gone
No,
too
it
far
wasn't.
here.
No, it
you,
wasn't.
You misogynistic shitlord.
Waiting porn after Hillary.
See,
They're
the-
better than
So
her.
this is
The issue
ex-hamster, is
that-
it?
The issue that I've taken with that 20 inches thing is that I would
Ex-hamster.
imagine you're not fucking a human
Why
at that
hamster?
point.
What
That
the fuck?
sounds like a real problem.
What the fuck has hamsters got to do with pornography? I don't know.
Sorry,
I'm
have you never heard of
just
silicone, darling?
Sorry?
Silicone, he said
No,
if you
hang
take
on.
20 inches, you're not fucking human.
Silicone isn't human.
No, I want to apologise for actually asking you to repeat yourself. Okay, babysitters, ball busting, Bangladeshi, Belgian. I mean, we're basically, I'm sitting here, basically, you've got German and Belgium, and they've got their own separate categories. It's basically, the flag's virtually the fucking same, it's just arranged differently. I mean, you know, what's the difference between these two? Are the Belgians just more boring? Oh, they,
No.
they
But
are.
the Belgians
No, they
don't
are.
shit on each other's chests. That's. Yeah.
What?
Like, half the porn is Germans trying to tell jokes and failing miserably, and the other half is just like unenthusiastic sex.
But yeah, I'm looking at the Belgian stuff, and that's all I can say is that they have they don't have as good cameras. You know. So these are the categories, are they? Latex, Latin, Latvian, Lithuanian,
Latvian,
Macedonian. I mean, every country is here. This is very inclusive, I'm finding. Croatian, you know, cum in mouth, cum swallowing, cum shots, cunnilingus. Everyone's catered for. Dildo, dirty talk, doctor, dogging, doggy style, double penetration, Dutch. Ecuador, Egyptian. There you go, Edgy.
Sweet.
Sweet. Facials, female choice. Orgasms, orgy, outdoor, Pakistani, Panama, party, Peruvian, Philippines.
Panama.
Piercing, Polish, porn stars. I mean, that's a category. That's like the name of one. Piercing, Polish, porn stars.
I'd like to point out that you didn't even manage to make it halfway through that article.
Portuguese point of view public nudity. Puerto Rican puffy nipples. Redheads Romanian. Russian saggy tits. That's
So
a good
much
one.
alliteration.
I like that. Russian saggy tits. I like that one. Russian saggy tit secretaries. Serbian sex toys. Shower Singaporean. Skinny Slavs. Slovakian Slovenian small tits. Softcore South African. Spandex Spanish. Spanking sports squirting Sri Lankan stocking strap-on striptease Swedish swingers. Swiss Sibian? What is Sibian? What does Sibian mean? Sibian. First released in 1987, the Sibian is a masturbation device.
Oh, you don't know what a Sibian is?
World's most powerful vibrator.
I'm about to find out.
World's most powerful vibrator.
Let's have a look at this young lady.
They're so powerful they can actually cause major damage.
Hey there.
Oh my god.
Yep, apparently I've started something here.
God, they're so disingenuous, aren't they? It's like, oh, it's one of those, is it? Okay. So you're going to ride the... Okay, you're going to get on that. And, alright. In you pop.
Yeah, it's the world's most powerful vibrator.
Down the hatch.
Off you pop now. Get on it.
And I'll just give everybody the audio. There you go.
This is going to be far too fun.
What audio?
Oh, fuck.
What it sounds like.
It looks like somebody probably in their mid-30s, possibly 40s. She's a muscly lady. She's certainly done a lot of work.
Is she Serbian?
And she's riding, I don't know, I would say perhaps Latino. And she's basically riding some sort of, what do they call them? Like, you know, it's like Buckaroo but with a dildo attached.
Oh, so it's pretty much like one of those machines there that simulates a bull.
Yeah, she's riding the bull. Oh my god, woman.
She's doing pretty good,
I
right?
can hear this. Can you hear that?
Oh yeah. No, I can hear it. You can't hear that?
I can't hear it.
That is a noisy device.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
I'd like to point out once again, you didn't even make it halfway through that article.
That is serious shit.
Oh, you can hear it's just like.
Goddamn, ride that thing.
But yeah, world's most powerful.
Jesus Christ, that's going to take something out.
It like Robin. Does it not sound like a car stalling
My
and
God.
then trying to be restarted again?
I don't believe anybody's ever set it to its full setting.
I'm feeling somewhat inadequate there.
You are inadequate compared to that thing.
Well, you don't
Everyone.
vibrate
I
like
couldn't
thousand
name.
times
I don't
a
think I could
second.
name any person that would be adequate by comparison.
Exactly.
That is essentially a washing machine with a dildo attached.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, as far as sort of, there is certainly a wide range of porn, but not a wide range of opinion on it in this article so far.
Not so far, no.
Yeah, however, pornography does not simply function as an arena in which direct violence is sanctioned and routinized. Routinized? In the word? It also functions as a form of what psychologist Johann Guntlang terminates cultural violence. Now, let's have a look at this guy.
He terminates it?
Holy shit, that is a word.
And this looks like a person who's never had sex in the. Obviously, of course not. He's a mathematician. There you go. Sorry, dude, but you spent all your life looking at numbers. I spent my life fucking. Much more fun. Doesn't pay as well, but get your dick.
Trying to get back into the womb from which you came.
Exactly, and it's been great.
Quite
Exercising in the stories of a culture tells itself, its text. You really honestly think that this is a cultural thing? This is the thing. This is the bit with this lot. They're sitting there they're trying to look at it like they're reading a book. It's like this is so that people can basically just get the horn and help
Look,
themselves
if they
jerk
pretend
off.
to be intelligent long enough, someone will believe they are.
Symbolic spheres and justify or legitimize direct or structural violence. One of the things that pornography does extremely effectively is provide an endless flow of narratives of women being treated as objects, violated or done to. There is a growing body of evidence. No, there is a growing body of prudish bitches who basically can't get any. Jelly as hell that they couldn't, they'd never actually be treated like that, I would say. There is actually a contingency.
Why they're jealous.
From what I've heard as well from people who have been in the BDSM circuit and stuff like that, a lot of feminist women like to be abused. There is somewhat of a correlation between feminism and being abused in BDSM circles.
I can anecdotally attribute to that. I live in Canada, where I'm surrounded by fucking SJW women, and unfortunately, that is the pick you have when you wanted to get laid, right? So you'd bring these girls home after them bitching about fucking feminism at the bar for 4 hours, and they were submissive. Everything they said just went right in the garbage about objectification and everything.
So basically, they all belong in mental institutions. They're compulsive liars.
Well, I think I can't remember who was saying this about feminism as a fashion. It's a lot of these sort of social justice sort of rants that people go on are really just fashion statements.
Yeah, it's virtue.
Fashion.
But really, that's what virtue signaling means to me. Is look at me, I'm such a good person. But really, they're just saying it for that reason. They don't actually believe any of it, and the second any of it needs to actually apply to them or their life, it goes out the window because they don't actually think that way.
I'm trying to remember the name of the comedian who said it best when somebody was talking about. Do you ever watch a film called Natural Born Killers?
Yes.
Do you remember when that guy who was basically he does sort of like he talks like this and this is his sort of comedic voice. And he talks in this way all the time. That's how he does his act.
This is one of the most exciting voices I've heard in a while.
And that's his act as a comedian. He does that as a stand-up act, and he does it as a comedian. And he did this. He was basically trying to be like a psychoanalyst in Natural Born Killers. And essentially, somebody said that Mallory had basically said that she's going to find him and cut him up into tiny pieces, and he just went, I don't believe what women tell me. And I don't know. I maybe I'm an old fart. Maybe I've got to the point where, but I've seen women come out of toilets. I've seen them come out of toilets. Pristine. Not a hair out of place. Not one single hair. And I've been in that toilet after they've come out. And I've seen the state of the fucking toilet. Okay? There's paper everywhere. Everywhere. There isn't a place where paper isn't. I'll let you work out that sentence, but it makes sense to me.
So what you're saying is, fuck bitches, they be crazy.
No. They be liars. Women lie. I'm going to tell you boys this.
A lot.
For any of you who don't know, that they lie. They put paintings on their faces because they don't want you to know what they actually look like.
Women lie, but why would a woman ever lie?
They put on high heels because they don't want you to know that they're actually short.
Women,
but for God's sakes, if a man ever lies to a woman.
Women are born without a face. They have to put it on in the morning. They say, oh, I'm just going to put my face on. What the
And
fuck
yet
does
you
that
leave
mean?
with one.
Anyway,
How does it make you feel?
I actually used to work in a solarium / beauty salon. It was a solarium when I got there, and then it turned into a beauty salon. And I was like, oh god. But there was this like spray-on tan machine, okay, where you basically just stand in there butt naked in front of this basically a spray can essentially that just kind of it goes up and down like that, and it basically just splashes loads of this crap over the front of you. You turn around and it does your back. And if you can imagine, yeah, one thing you don't do is wear makeup when you're going to go in there, and you would not believe how many of them wouldn't do it. They couldn't not have their makeup on outdoors. They just, it was like, and we're talking about very, very attractive ladies here, perfectly good-looking ladies, and it's like they've got a little bit on, but of course if they leave that on and they go and get their face sprayed with spray-on tan, when they take their makeup off, they're going to look like a fucking panda. In reverse. Like a negative panda.
Is there something wrong with looking like a panda?
If you're a panda, no. If you're a person, yes.
Okay, so I guess there's something wrong with our resident angry panda then.
There's a lot wrong. Yeah, there's a lot more than just something. Anyway. Homeschooling, for a start. Anyway. And like I said, they're just so afraid of having this, and it's like, this has got nothing to do with patriarchal norms or anything like that. You've got a guy here saying to you, you look perfectly fine, just take it off, you'll be fine. It's alright. And it's like, no! It's like, well, that's not me.
But Robin, he's just one guy. She needs every guy to approve of her, so...
That ever has existed, or ever will exist. At every state of mind they've ever been in.
Yeah, that's the prior.
I mean, like, what's the opinion of one guy worth? What if she decides she doesn't like that guy anymore and needs to go immediately find a new one?
So, yeah, gentlemen, if you are getting butthurt about the fact that women lie to you, I've got a surprise. You're gonna have to get over that. That's this is not going to change. This is not a point of view. It's not.
Everybody lies to you.
This ain't a perspective or anything like that. Yeah, that's just what they do. Okay.
Everybody lies to you.
They lie to you think they lie to you. They lie to themselves even more. Okay. So yeah, there's a growing body of evidence implicating the consumption of extreme pornography in some of the most heinous cases of sexual violence, rape, and murder. So you're saying that somebody who does sexual rape and murder might have watched pornography? Do you know how many people in this world haven't?
The ones without an internet connection.
They did a test. They actually did a test, and they were asking for men to come forward who had not actually watched pornography. Do you know how many people actually came forward? None. They couldn't find men who hadn't looked at porn. So the fact that some of these men had porn and then raped, no correlation here. You just can't make you just can't do it. It's like basically kind of going, oh my god, that man had toilet roll. That must make him a rapist. Anyway, but the cultural violence of pornography is usually far more mundane. Oh, let's go for the invisible stuff. That'll be good. This is where the range kicks in, is it? Porn narratives are not simply those accessed by users, but also find their way into mainstream cultural images. The jeans advertisement that replicates a gangbang scenario. Perfume advertisement mimicking the penetration of woman's shaved vulva. The underwear advertisement that, and of course, a perfume. It's advertising for men, isn't it? That utilises an upskirt image, an underwear advertisement. What these kinds of images do, and there is certainly no shortage of them on billboards, magazines, online, is culminatively to tell us that women are about what women are about. That the defining features of women's bodies, that they are available and violable. Wow. Well, there's an option. It's not wise to do it without permission. Not only does pornography entail very direct forms of violence in its production, it also, in a world where violence against women is endemic, serves to naturalize and normalize said violence. As the fucking mathematician says, cultural violence makes direct... I'll do it in his accent. Cultural violence makes direct, and cultural violence look, even feel right. It is, or at least not wrong. Yeah. Right.
So the range I'm getting is, it goes from specious to unfalsifiable. Does that sound right to anyone?
Pretty much. This is, you really should have put on there feminist. You should have really put sex negative feminists. At least be honest.
See, the thing that's bizarre is that I feel like there's almost been a fusion of the two now, like where 5 or 10 years ago there were sex positive and sex negative feminists. Now it seems like any of them could be either or depending on the situation. Like if they're talking men's sexuality, then they're sex negative. If they're talking female sexuality, whole different story.
Those who claim that pornography is simply fantasy, with no bearing on reality, will have a hard time explaining the prevalence of pubic hair removal among young women in Western cultures.
Yeah, but men do it as well.
The dramatic increase in the demand of labiaplasty. Or the fact that anal sex has increasingly become a part of the heterosexual repertoire. She can just say no, that's the wrong un. You've missed. Despite both young men and women expecting it to be painful and unpleasant for the women. It's happening to the guys as well. Have you not heard of pegging?
They think it's painful and unpleasant? God, they don't know how to do it. They don't have a clue what they're doing.
They're holding it wrong, aren't they? It is singularly unconvincing to argue that pornography is not influencing current sexual norms. Well, here's the thing. You say that as though that's a bad thing. That's the problem here. You think that because pornography is being watched by people and it influences their sexual norms, it's a bad thing.
Well, Robin, the problem is people are having sex that's not in the missionary position and expressly for reproduction.
Or the fact that they're having sex more than anything else, because we're talking about a feminist writer here, and you know what sex means. It's
Good
just
point,
basically
they're having sex.
It's another point of violence against women.
Yeah, I mean, all heterosexual sex is rape, so... Not much more to say about it.
You say that, but all lesbian sex involving penetration of the vagina is also rape.
Yes.
But women can't rape, Cyril.
No. A woman can rape another woman with a dildo, if it is a phallic object and used as a phallus. But men can't be raped.
The national strategy is an important start, but its current proposals are far from adequate. For example, they only aim to build resilience among young people through improving sex and relationships education in school, rather than to curtail or regulate the industry in any serious way. What are you expecting? I mean, it's a pretty obtuse statement, isn't it? Really, what do you want to regulate here? They do not address the porn consumption of adult men. They do not address the porn consumption of men as problematic. No, you're just saying it is. You're assuming that it is. Campaign groups need to participate in consultations on sexual violence and highlight the ways in which cultural violence of pornography is harming all women and girls. Right. First and foremost, let's have a look at the prevalence of pornography over the last 20 years. I'm expecting a graph going on its way up as far as this young lady is concerned. Now, let's have a look at the figures of sexual violence over the last 20 years. Seems to be going down. Oh. Well, shouldn't it be going up?
A little bit of a problem there.
This is the other issue. This person doesn't even realise or even bother to look into real life. They're just making the assumption. And there are no other perspectives here. That's it. That's pretty much it. In the end, though, policy approaches and technical solutions can only go so far. Fascinatingly, this evidence here in the UK is growing. Revitalised radical feminist movement and distinctly more revolutionary responses to porn culture. A small but discernible minority of young women are now fed up with negotiating sexual harassment, lad culture, and the relationships with men who see nothing wrong with masturbating to images of women's degradation. They are, in fact, beginning to reject relationships with men altogether in favour of relationships with women. So, cool.
So a political lesbian is a political lesbian. Yeah, good. No guy fucking wants to be near some kind of crazy bince like that.
Who wrote this article? Just out of curiosity. I have 3 guesses.
The lady in question is a lady called Julia Long.
Oh, I haven't heard of her.
Julia Long is a woman from Anglia Ruskin University. She looks like she's got a profile in The Guardian.
Of course she does.
And she's written a book called Anti-Porn, The Resurgence of Anti-Pornography Feminism. And I suspect that's basically her at the spearhead. Oh, and she's transphobic too.
Oh, of course she's a turf and swath. I mean, why be one kind of all shades of shit when you can be both kinds of all shades of shit?
Well,
So,
you know, anything with a penis is evil.
I thought we got rid of this lot in the 90s. You know, these are the same set that
No, we
were basically saying that all men are potential rapists. That was what I was growing up under. I'm sitting there
Schrodinger's
going,
rapist.
Fucking
Yeah,
what?
Robin, we still have people like Harriet Harman in fucking politics.
Yeah, they never go away. You know, and this is the thing. It's
And they're not going to unless we fucking purge them.
No, they're never ever going to go away, and there is no purging. Okay, I've already told you.
No,
Harry-
such horrible ideas should be mocked in public and have cream pies thrown at them until they change their mind or hide in their house forever.
I
We should
believe.
purge them by throwing
I
cream pies
believe.
at them.
I believe.
Drive them out of society.
Yeah, if you go to X Hamster, the cream pie thing has already been sorted out.
I meant the type that clowns throw at each other, but darling, if they had an actual cream pie, they'd probably have a heart attack.
I think I think all of these ladies require a cream pie. I think that might actually sort out the problem.
I'm not going to go for fisting to the face.
You see, yeah, you're always going to the violent attitude here. You know,
Because they are so fucking maddening.
Yeah, seriously, are you like trying to beat me or something?
No, I'm just saying that they need a good fucking. Obviously, they've just had some bad man experiences. And let's be honest, not all guys are good, you know. And obviously, if they've been listening to these ones, they've probably just been hate fucked. We've all been there, guys. Have you ever hate fucked?
No.
Who hasn't?
And that is a very obvious answer.
Well, I already know about your sexual exploits or lack thereof, so we're not going to go into that. Porn isn't... Oh, somebody's come up with another one from the Washington Post. Porn isn't a public hazard, it's a scapegoat. Each week, in theory, takes on a big idea, so it's going... okay, we found some differing opinions here. And this next one is by Marion Miller Young. Let's have a look at Marilee Miller Young, who is another Department of Feminist Studies lady here. Apparently sentenced to 3 years probation. For what the fuck happened?
Feminist enough.
Let's see what happened here. Sentenced to 3 years probation for stealing from and attacking pro-lifers. Yeah, that was a mistake there. It is sex panic, yes. Pretty much. Oh, the women's. What of the women's? It's like, look, if they got no agency, can they not decide anything for themselves? Are women that weak to you? Are women that pathetic to you? This is the argument that I came across with my question to feminists. And where did Vinegar go? Is he just timed out? Who knows?
I guess he got some piss.
Maybe he'll be back. Yeah, this was my question to feminists. Is that I mean, of all the ladies that basically came before you and basically in some cases died for your right to vote, your right to have equal standards within work, all this sort of business. Do you really honestly think that they wanted women to be treated as a special class? As some sort of underling, some sort of second-class citizen? Because you're treating them as that. You're assuming that they are not here as equals. They are different to men. Men are different to women. That is true. But nobody's got ahead of the seat here. Nobody's ahead of anybody on this particular front. Women want to do what women want to do, then women can do what women want to do. Men want to do what men want to do, or what they have to, which seems to be the way that things go these days, then so be it. That's what we've got. And there's such a lack of respect for men and women out of the current crop of feminism, is that they have no respect for men and think that we are the problem. And they look at women as though they are basically victims and have no choice, no agency at all.
Oh my god.
And it's such a shame to look at. It's such a shame to see young girls falling for this and feeling that the reason that their bullshit degree isn't getting them anywhere is because men, or because patriarchy, or because any old excuse apart from the fact that the university that they went to was a piece of shit.
Changing the subject now, do any of you here play Warframe?
No.
Because they've just released a change that's nerfed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the characters into the ground. They've literally made one of the characters unplayable.
So they're trying to do things the Dota way.
They're burning it to the ground. They changed a character who did a % of the enemy's shield in damage and explosion around them to a slowly expanding AoE that does a set damage number.
To what?
So basically that skill is worthless.
Warframe.
Why are you even playing it? Mate, go onto Unreal right now, yeah? Go on and download the Unreal game engine, and you can there's like an alpha for well, no, they're beta testing at the moment, free weekend for Paragon. A fantastic looking game, free to play right now. It's really good.
Yeah,
it's
basically
Dota with guns.
But yeah, basically they've burnt several of the fucking frames into the ground.
So do that thing. I recommend. I'm going to probably be streaming a little bit of that over the weekend. Although I really have to do some actual work on this tune and get it out of the way. Because I've tried and 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 I've really been failing badly. Yeah, well, I do a little bit of freelance work when I get the opportunity. I mean, you know, I did a little bit of work for Liz with her animation, and also Tom Sequitur.
Okay, because personally I thought you just shitpost on the internet.
Well, that too. I mean, you know, freelance work is a bit like being unemployed, just with less money. So it's, yeah, I'd like to get more, but also it's a game my friend is making. Who's a good friend of mine, went to his wedding, and he's looking for some 8-bit chip music to be put into a game that looks very similar to something that would be on a Game Boy, literally looking like a Game Boy game. And in fact, you could in fact take the code and put it onto a Game Boy. So
including the terrible, terrible contrast screen that you can't see unless you're showing the fucking sun at it.
You
from
can
10
change
foot
the colours
away.
if you want. So you can change the colours around, but yeah, it is in that sort of vein. So it's really.
You should make a ROM of it so you can play it on an emulator, a Game Boy emulator.
Yeah, he probably will by the end of it. But right now it's going on the Apple App Store and also a few other places. I think it's Unity as well. So it's certainly transferable to various platforms. And I'm hoping to get a tune out by the end of this week that he'll be proud of to put on there. Well, 2 tunes actually, sort of like about 1.5 minute worth of tune. It's actually quite tricky to get done with bit music. Bit music isn't something that I actually did. I used to do trackings and stuff like that, but this was in the golden age when you could actually put samples down. So I'm actually going back to the point where I've basically got a sine wave, 2 sine waves, a noise wave, and a saw wave, with 1 single channel available for really shitty, like 6-bit sound or whatever. It's fucking awful. So it's like that, and that's sort of before my time. So I'm having to sort of like go in reverse. So I'm not going back to my roots so much as I'm going even further back, beyond my roots as such. I've got to climb the fucking tree that the fucking seed got planted from, metaphorically speaking. So yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. And yeah, I was never a big fan of that much bit music. I actually kind of like the new wave of bit music that people are using right now. So they're using sort of like the older techniques but with obviously newer equipment. So I kind of dig that. But yeah, it's a struggle just to get it all done, man. It's not easy. It's not easy being me. You wouldn't be me. Given the choice, trust me. I don't get the choice.
I know for a fact you wouldn't be me.
I wouldn't be you, no. You'd be me.
I don't know, I'm actually okay with me. I'm kind of adorable.
I'll take your word for it. But yeah, you know what, guys? It's almost 12 now. So I think everyone's got their money's worth out of me. Thank you, my patrons, for making this possible. Even though I was going to do it anyway, but I'll say it's down to you.
I have a quick message to your patrons, Robin.
That's right,
Why
because
are you
when I'm
giving
just
this
about to
man
do
money?
every time, just as I'm about to do an outro, somebody has to interrupt. That's how it works here.
Oh, fuck you.
Hey, it wasn't me this time.
No, it's usually Ethrin, but you know. Go on then, do your interruption.
Yeah. Robin's patrons, why are you giving him money for this shit?
I don't know either, but I'm grateful either way. And with that, I'd like to say thank you to all of my guests. It's been delightful. It's. I tell you what, it's been the best show this week. And I will. I'll tell you. If we do another show this week, maybe it won't, but who knows? Anyway, lovely to see you all, and thanks to all of you in the side chat. It's been glorious, and we'll see you next week. Cheery bye.